Alright, so I should probably fix this. That doesn't sound good. Dude. Stand is falling apart. Alright, good. I think we got it. Yo, vibes. Yo, dude, everyone's here. Jeez. How do you guys get in here so quickly? You guys are notified, right, when I go live? Even though it's completely and utterly random, so I apologize for not being at least like remotely organized when it comes to my stream times. Let's close that. I don't think I need that or that. Might as well share this on Twitter and just let people know I'm online, I guess. Let me minimize that and this. And I was going to do something. Here it is. No. Does not let me do it. There we go. All right. Give me legitimately 30 more seconds and we'll get going. I appreciate you guys being patient. All right, I guess that's it. All right, it's a pretty lazy tweet from me, but I'll take it. All right. Nice, nice. Okay. Let's go in there. All right. Cool. I think we're in full swing right now. So I think it's official. I think almost my entire vault, as well as your guys', is fully red, in the red right now. Until today, it was my only things that were in the green were Spidey 2099 and Goofy, the lenticular card. Those are the only things I had that were still like a little bit in the green. I'll be honest, I contemplated, I probably should have done it. Sold them probably 3 or 4 days ago. I thought about doing it a while ago when they were like, when Goofy was at like 3.9 4K, and then when Spidey 2099 was probably at 2.9, I was like, maybe I should sell right now. Like everything is just dropping right now. And I could have done that, but I don't know, kind of didn't want to deal with the pain of just like keep relisting and stuff, people constantly undercutting. So Baffalanini, I appreciate it. AK Bash, thank you for stopping by. My Collectibles, let's go. LOL, thanks My Collectibles. Dude, I really liked your video about the top 5, because I like your breakdowns, because you actually put in comics. I have like no idea what to recommend for comics and stuff. Dude, I'm actually kind of excited for the Luke Cage thing. I watched Veve 3's video earlier today, and it seems pretty cool. I really like the rare. I think I might get 1 or 2 rares off of that, obviously for the Master Collector program, and I might just have a second one to sell when it's profitable, and you know, hopefully like a week or two when the market stabilizes, kind of like what Elias Roeder said. Let's go! You are taking over the Veve stream space. Vibes is the new man on the block. I would like to think so. I mean, I'm trying to find a good balance between videos and streams. I think content creators know the difficulty of that that balance. Not like videos versus streams, but even just doing videos, like certain ones, like just coming up with ideas and stuff constantly. Like, hopefully the market is stabilizing. Greg Salazar, what's up? Hopefully the market is stabilizing right now. At least I would like to think so. Also, let me know too if the music's like too loud. I hope it's fine as is, and it's not too loud. If it is, let me know. I turned it down a tiny bit. But I came up with some video, like just literally a couple video ideas. And this is kind of what I might do occasionally with my community, is just kind of ask them like, what should I cover next? You know, in my upcoming videos and stuff. Because one of the videos I was thinking about was, I don't see it stabilizing. Neither do I, honestly. We need a big IP announcement, like, soon. I don't think Black Panther's big enough. A lot of people are saying, oh, Black Panther would cause a gem squeeze. I mean, the gem squeeze is already happening. I think it's just literally in anticipation for the next big drop, whatever that is. So that's my take. And like, I think Black Panther, I don't think it's big enough to stop it, but it could cause the market to stabilize a tiny bit. But we need like Star Wars. We need, you know, some people are calling Golden Moments 2.0, or we need something along those lines. Because right now, I think, in my also most recent video too, I mentioned too that I think this is also just natural retracement. Like for 3 weeks in January, from like January 2nd all the way to January 17th, so a little over 2 weeks, we had nothing but just straight pumping. Like the market was doing nothing but pumping. I mean, I could literally pull up anything. I could pull up anything from January. I don't even know. Like, let's look up. I'm just gonna scroll down till I find. That's probably a terrible idea. I'm gonna look up Bigfoot. I kid you not. Probably even Cryptkins probably got a huge pump. Not recently, but during that January thing. I really hope I'm right with this. Yeah, look at this. They hit like the tail end of it, but like everything pumped from like January 2nd to like January 20th. Apparently, like, so the first 2 weeks was like all the blue chips, all the grails were like pumping, and then it went down to like all the A and B tier NFTs. So like Wonder Woman, like me personally, I don't consider Wonder Woman a grail. I would consider her blue chip, and that's the other video idea I had too. It's like, what is a grail? What is a blue chip? Like, is there a difference? How do people define it, right? It's hard to say, and even my interpretation, or my definition of it has changed like over time. I think people use it interchangeably, which is like fine, but I think it'd be nice to have like a little bit of definition or terminology with it, right? Because at least in my mind, probably like the one thing that is inarguably a grail is the Walt statue. And not just because, oh, it's expensive and all that stuff, but like there's a high likelihood like Disney will never do Walt again. A grail in the sense of like, it is legitimately a one of a kind. There's going to be tons of Spider-Mans, but like, this is probably the one and only Walt like Disney will ever do. Like they're very protective of like the Walt Disney license, or just his image in general. Elias Ryder R2D2 doing well, not in the red. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. But yeah, like, dude, everything pumped in January. Like at some point, the first 3 weeks of January, everything pumped. And I think this is just natural retracement, because look at this. Even with Bigfoot, we have people, I mean, this didn't last very long when it was selling for above 40, but like, if we're looking at a below 40, let's say, we've had people buying below 40 Bigfoots for, I don't know, 3 months. So you have a lot of people that are just holding Bigfoots for whatever reason, then it pumped. Obviously the listing skyrocketed, and now there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I can sell, like, even Superman's actually a perfect example of this. And I think this is why the market isn't recovering as fast as it could, is like Superman's been sub 5,000 for, I don't know, a week now, 4 days. I don't know. Sometimes like the timelines just like really blend together. And I'm talking consistently too. Yeah, it did peak above 5.4, but the second it did, people were immediately taking profits. So people were buying Superman for below 1,500 gems since June. So for like 8 or 9 months, probably 8 months, people have been buying Superman for below 2K. And then when it flies up here, you literally have thousands of people with every time a new drop comes, they're like, do I want Superman? And they take that 2.5% fee, which is very, very low. And I think that's why we're seeing such a huge sell-off, because we're having a lot of big announcements. People are like, I think I'd rather have the whole lenticular card set, or I would rather have the whole Marvel Mighty set and have some gems left over by selling Superman. Like there's a lot of people that bought below 2K that are more than happy to take profit at 5K. you know, 5K, 5.5K, whatever, 6. Like, it's just gonna take twice as long. And I mean, the listings right now are pretty much at an all-time high. Like, I don't know what happened back here. Like, all the listings just dropped off. Back in like late October, early November. Maybe that's like an API thing, but I just think it's so strange that like legitimately every single NFT, at least according to ecomi wiki, just dropped off by like 80%, like 50 to 80%. Like all their listings just disappeared. And let's see here. Yeah, and like that's pretty much it. People are just there's like some marketing terms. I try to avoid using like too many like market or like stock terms. Like there's a few that I know, but like I'm not that familiar with like the stock terms and stuff. But there's a few that I know that like it just doesn't make sense to some people. Midnight here and can't stay long. Thanks for stopping by though. At least Beyond the Fan. I know you're across the pond and the time is a bit wacky for you. Miles this month, it'll be big any day now. I think so too. I think Miles Morales will be huge. I would love to see, and I've been typing it in like everyone's live streams and chats and stuff, is I would love to see Miles Morales, of course. I would love to see Spawn, because we have a lot of Todd McFarlane fans, so Spawn would be awesome. In case you didn't know, like Spawn, like the actual character is black or African American. I don't know if he's like from Africa. I'm assuming he's African American because I'm just remembering from like the movies and like a little bit from the comic books. Spawn would be huge. I would love to see Bishop from X-Men, maybe alongside Cable. Like that would be cool. Blade. I wasn't the one that originally came up with the idea of Blade. I think it was VV3 or someone else. Blade would be sick. You know, of course, Black Panther. There's a lot of good characters out there that they could do for Black History Month for sure. Could be Star Wars Boba Fett finale on Wednesday. Yeah, I could see that. I really need to catch up with Boba Fett. I watched the first episode when it came out, like the day of, and then I just haven't watched it since. No, I take that back. I did watch the second episode, but I still have not caught up since the second episode yet. So I really need to catch up on that. I hope you guys don't mind too if I occasionally eat some grapefruit here. I bought this like a week ago and I haven't touched it. And I usually have it for my like pre-workouts or whatever, like something to kind of eat before my workout. Because when I used to play football and stuff, I had a nutritionist. And he recommended like eating a grapefruit before workouts, like actually pretty good. Gives you a pretty good amount of like carbohydrates and like energy beforehand. Like no sugar, no nothing on it. I just eat it plain. And I got my energy drink on here too for you know, to help. I was about to curse, but help, you know, mess up my heart, let's say. I know those are terrible for me, but Greg Salazar, I'm gonna try and catch up to chat here. I would like to know how many complete sets everyone in here has. I don't have any yet, and I'm wondering how far behind I am. I don't think you should always compare by complete sets, right? Like, if the goal is to complete sets, like, yeah, sure, it's nice to know how many sets other people have, but I have like 1 complete set. I don't think I've ever had more than 3 complete sets because typically I always just found like a way to just sell it off for profit and find something better, to be honest. Like, I always end up just like breaking my sets. Like, I always own a set for like maybe a few weeks, maybe a month, and then I'm like, oh, there's some pretty good profit here and there's a new release. Like, I'd rather have that, and I just end up just keep doing that over and over. Michael James, love the chat, dude. 3.5K to spend. What would you get? Goofy golden moments. Cheers. Something along those lines. There was a recent video that my friend showed me. I haven't watched it yet, but he kind of explained how, as of right now, he is, unless you literally have one of like the Grail DC NFTs, like legitimately like Todd or Rizzo or like a couple other handful of ones, he's not buying those anymore. He's only holding like Disney and Marvel because the 8.5% fee, people are just way less likely, or at the very least, it delays people selling off their NFT for profit, right? With DC and like everything else, it's super easy to just, I mean, if you bought Superman right now at 5K, it only has to go up to what, like 5,100, 5,150 to like get profit. Like, that's not a lot. It's a very tiny amount of profit, but like if it goes above 5,100, like you're immediately like in the profit. Like, that's not hard to do. And there are some people on the app that are more than happy to just flip stuff for literally single or low double-digit gem profit, and they'll just do that over and over and over, which is why I think some NFTs are just like in a really hard holding pattern right now. Hold on one sec. Let me catch up with chat. Honestly, I haven't really paid that close. I have been paying close attention to the market, but like the last day or so, like I don't know where like the new levels are of everything. So I'm gonna be figuring this out like tonight with you guys alongside you. Richard Danforth, I'll get back to your question, Michael James. Trust me about the 3.5K, but I do want to catch up with chat. Richard, bought Wonder Woman for 100 gems. Would you sell now and invest in something that hasn't pumped as much? For example, Steamboat Willie, Uncommon, or would you hold it? FA Wonder Woman. Where's she at right now? It's weird when I put the R, it doesn't show. But Wonder Woman for 100 gems, would you sell it now for something? For example, would you hold it? Okay, FA Wonder Woman. I mean, if you got it for 100 gems, dude, like at any point, if you sell it, you're gonna get profit. I do think it'll be like one of the first DC NFTs to start pumping and start doing like really well. So you could hold on to it for that, but and this just goes to show you how like crazy the power, not even like the power of profit, but just like the 2.5% fee was, right? And I think it's just in conjunction that people knew it was going to be very short-lived. Like when they announced the cover girls Wonder Woman, the FA Wonder Woman pumped, I don't know, 60, 70 gems, then immediately went down and actually went down below where it was prior. Then people bought that up, got it above, so it went down to 830, then went finally above 900, then now it's back down, retracing again, trying to hug that like 900 line. I just don't know what else you could buy right now. Like I said, like I kind of need to, I haven't spent like a ton of time very recently on like ecomi wiki. There's been like so much movement with certain things. Dude, the new Pilly Fantasy NFTs really took me by surprise. A lot of them went up by like 20, 30, 40, 50%. They've sold off now a little bit. I think the ultra rare was at like 650 at one point. The rare was at I think like 187. Now it's down a bit lower. So yeah, it's hard to say. With 3.5K to spend, I'll be honest, I would maybe wait a little bit longer. I do have just a weird feeling that unless Veve announces something like very soon, like this gem squeeze could last through the week. So at that point, you could get some better prices for the most part. Valdo's case of all things, I don't know how that went up 11 gems from basically 56 all the way up to 58 or 57. That's crazy. Felonini, I kind of think the opposite needs to happen. I think 2 weeks with no drops would cause the market to go up and bring more appreciation to what they already have. I thought so too. I mean, we haven't had really any significant drops since obviously Marvel and Disney. I mean, how long ago was that? When did those drop? So Spider-Man dropped. Does it say the date it dropped? I mean, that was, so January 30th, so today's the 7th, so it's been about 8 days, right? Today's the 7th, right? Yeah. So it's been 8 days since we've had in my opinion, a significant drop. I just don't know if adding another week would really do anything to the market right now. I think people are, and like there's still millions of gems getting injected into the economy, or like at least into like the Veve app every day. So it's like, where are these gems going? Are people ready to make a move? Could we see just a massive reversal of everything FA, everything season 1, all the grails, all the blue chips, just do like a massive reversal? And who knows? I really don't, I'm really not sure. I don't know if there's groups of people waiting for other groups of people to like make moves, because there's probably people out there like, hey, like we're gonna buy up a lot of tots, or hey, we're gonna buy up the floor of this or that. And I mean, they're not all in connection together, but maybe they're all just kind of waiting for each other to make a move first. Not entirely sure. Maybe they're waiting to see how cheap they can make stuff, how cheap they can wait to see things can get lower. Elias Roeder, R2D2, I reckon is going into grail category. I think so. Like I said, I think it is definitely like the #1 nominee for what's it? Not nominee, but #1 person in line, whatever you want to call it, to get recruited into the Grail category, in my opinion. For a while, I thought C-3PO was like the FA of Star Wars. So that's kind of interesting that R2-D2 is like way more expensive than C-3PO so far. Barry did an oopsie. Hey, thoughts on Marvel Mighty Spidey set? I think it's great. It'll rebound very well, but again, with just like the heavy amounts of retracement happening right now, like now's like not a bad time to buy into it. I mean, we can actually pull it up really quick. Spider, no, that's not it. My collectibles, a grail is, or is basically unattainable, will be basically unattainable one day. Okay. I'm kind of more curious about that. Like, how do different people identify what a grail is, right? That's my opinion. I'm not my opinion, but that's like my take. I would love to hear what people's take is on what they think, what they consider to be a grail. Like, yeah, like I bought Spidey 2099 for 2.3K a while back when it was on the drop. And then it went all the way up to, gosh, like above 3, right? Like 3.3? Could have sworn it went that high. Yeah, I went up to 3.4 for a bit. And like this whole time, like right, especially like right around here, I was like, gosh, should I just sell it for profit? Should I just take the profit and go? Because right now it's just trending down and like not much is happening. I mean, just look at this. Look at that just cliff face right there. So we went from listings from 149. So we had 15 more people list. I mean, it's down a bit, but holy moly, that just is just falling off. I'm still hodling it. Like, I'm not going to sell it for a loss. Like, I've already gone this far. I might as well just hold it. And again, like, honestly, even if they do come out with like a Black Panther NFT, like a 3D one, I hope they do more than just the FA comic and they actually come out with like a 3D NFT. That'd be sick. But I even then, I don't think that's enough for people to like jumpstart the market again, in my opinion, or at least like give a reason for people to throw quite literally, you know, tens of millions of gems across the app. C3PO is my grail. It is very solid, man. As Flips, I agree. Hamoon, what's up, vibes? What up, chat? How you doing? I'm doing great. Richard Danforth, do you think crypto pumping a little is causing the money to go elsewhere now? Potentially. We'll have to see next time crypto dumps or the next time NFTs do well. We'll have to see if people keep how that. I think we need more than just one scenario where basically crypto crashes, NFTs go up, or it could just be one of those things where just NFTs just like always lag behind, which I guess is still the same thing in a way. Just more curious how that plays out. We'd have to wait for like another crypto dump or just something like that to happen to kind of rule out just coincidence, right? Richard, I'd sell a lot of my collection for Spawn or Blade. They are both very cool. Amjad Shashai, I think that's how you pronounce it. Let's check some comics, bro. Love your content. Dude, thank you so much. What comics did you want to look at? I guess I could just go down the comics top gainers, see what's going on. Typically, it's just interesting because sometimes like throughout the day, I'll pull up just comic top gainers. And sometimes it'll be like secret rare, ultra rare, secret rare, rare, common, secret rare. Like a lot of it is secret rare, but it seems like people are more angling towards the uncommons and just like everything below, I guess, ultra rare in a sense. So we got the Uncanny X-Men 129 uncommon, Iron Fist 14, Tales of Suspense 52. That's the Iron Man one, right? Yeah, Iron Man, and then this one. I think I have 2 of those, like 1 or 2 of those. I think that one's pretty cool. Hawkeye, the first appearance of Hawkeye, Tales of Suspense, is up a bit. Incredible Hulk. Secret Rare, Future Imperfect. I think that's the one it's called, right? Future something. I hope I'm doing the right one. Yeah, Future Imperfect #1. Web of Spider-Man's up. Daredevil's up, as it should be, #1. Kind of curious how you guys feel about like, is Daredevil like... I feel like he's not like the most popular superhero, but like Daredevil #1 is like a big deal in like the comic community. Like, is it like anytime a first appearance of a superhero shows up in a comic, is that like a huge deal, or does it depend like how popular is that superhero now that determines its value of its first appearance. I don't know. I'm kind of curious about that because I feel like, in my opinion, like Daredevil's kind of like maybe like a mid, not just because of his power level, because I mean he's blind and he knows martial arts and stuff, like super hearing and all that stuff, which is like cool. I don't think it's just because like he's considered weak compared to other superheroes, but I'm not sure. The last 2 episodes were Boba Fett were cool. Nice. Jay East music, hell yeah. Spawn would be fire, dude. Spawn would be really cool, especially if they did the Spawn with the exact same cloak or like cape outfit as Batman, because it's technically Spawn's. He's the OG of that outfit or like that cape look, and then Todd McFarlane just put that on Batman, so that'd be pretty cool. I think Superman right now is about to take off. What do you think? I think so too. I mean, it's whenever the market figures itself out, he'll probably be one of the first ones to take off and do well. He'll have the biggest uphill battle because, again, I think that 2.5% fee, people are just going to be taking profits on the way up or just like dollar cost averaging on the way up. So we'll see. I think it'll do well. I still think it's just a victim of, again, it's one of the cheaper like grails on the market because everyone thinks of what like Walt, Todd, Secret Rare Spider-Man. They think of like Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie. Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie's kind of getting in that category too, where it's like kind of getting cheap enough now where it's like you can sell it off and get some nice sets of like new stuff that are coming out. It's not so expensive where people are just like whatever, only rich or only people that have enough gems on the app can afford it. So let's see which ones are down right now. I do not know how to. I'm just gonna Mr. Evo. Veeps, can you take a look at Harley Quinn Babstar if possible? Ooh, my eyeballs doing stuff. Let's see. Okay. It's just so funny to look at. Amazing Spider-Man 252 is, there's not many listed, the secret rares, and right now like it's just completely throwing this off because it said it's down basically 1.6 million gems, but it's just the numbers are on this are just getting silly now at this point, and there's only 2 listed. So Harley Quinn, yeah. Don't know which one you're talking about. That is a loud card. Harley Quinn. Okay. No! Alright, sorry about that. Still need to figure out that stream thing or music. Harley Quinn, and you said which one again? Quinn Babs? Quinn Babs. I don't know what that is. Okay, there it is. I did not know that was the name of the this one. What do I think of this one? It looks like every other chart that's and like I'm not trying to make fun of the NFT, but it's like it just looks like every other chart right now. Especially when it comes to Harley Quinn's and some of the Batmans, the black and white series stuff. Like I think there's just so many of them, and like yeah, its all-time high is $1,000, but it's consolidating back to where it was like first or second week of January. To be honest, I think there's better purchases out there than Harley. Like if you're looking to buy, if you have it, just hodl it. But if you're looking to buy something, I do think there's better buys out there that I think have a higher ceiling and are about the same like price range, at least in my mind. Sat Gaming, high vibes, 1,300 gems to spend. I'm looking at Jaunty Jig, Common Storm, Common DeLorean, Spider-Man Mighties, and maybe a few comics. What do you think? Yeah, those are all pretty solid. That's crazy. Can you afford all of that with a... It's crazy because like Jaunty Jig like used to be $1,000, or it used to be like 950. It has to be like, all right, if you have 1,000 gems, get a Jaunty Jig. But now it's like with a little bit, now with 1,300, you can get a bunch of other things. Yeah, I think that's solid. The only thing I'd like maybe change is the Common DeLorean, but like even then, I mean, you would just get like what, another Storm or something like that. It seems like you do want to like diversify a bit. Like those are all very solid. Like I couldn't complain with that. Jaunty Jig is the common, I believe, right? I think the whistle is the the uncommon. That's that one. So kind of give DeLorean a chance here to pull up. But it's nice seeing all you guys in here. Veve and 3, I see Veve and 3 in here. I know Beyond the Fan, he's probably gonna go to bed anytime soon. My Collectibles is here too, so that's pretty chill. Yeah, gosh, like these listings are just going up. I mean, despite, it's actually pretty respectable. Like, despite the fact that it has 50,000 listings, there's only 700 on the market, which is pretty crazy. Despite it having 50,000 of them. Yeah, I think, honestly, if you buy anything right now and you just wait long enough, like, you'll be in the profit. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. Like, that was one of the videos I was gonna do today or tomorrow, which is just like, everything is undervalued. Like, even when people say like, oh, this is undervalued, like, it depends on like the timeline you're comparing it to, right? But like right now, you can legitimately buy anything on the market as long as you just wait long enough. Now, there are some NFTs that will do better than others, ones that will actually recover their price better and or probably go beyond their all-time high prior, so. But yeah, I think that's a very solid lineup. I mean, like DeLorean, I don't know what else you could get for 90 gems instead. I'm sure there's something else, but like I like the common DeLorean. I still have my Ecto 1. I'm just kind of riding that into the ground right now. I think I bought that at like 115 and now it's like at like 95 or less than that. But Sad Gaming, I like that. Alex, Supergirl Analysis. New one, not FA. I like it. I know some other people like her for some maybe more obvious reasons. She's pushing almost 300 at this point. Aesthetically, I think a lot of people agree she's the best looking one of not just the Supergirls, but also the ones in just like the cover girl in general. Yeah, I did not expect her to go up like this, and the listings are going down. So, I mean, will it overtake the FA? I don't see it happening. At least not anytime soon. I think just in general, the power of the FA is like too good. Like if someone's a Supergirl fan, they're gonna get the FA and then get doubles or triples or singles or whatever of the other Supergirl, right? I don't think it, I think a lot of people think like either or, like, well, will this do better than that one? Like, yes, but it's just the FA tag of Supergirl on the original one is still gonna just be amazing. Like you can't overlook that. I mean, just look at all the comics and all the superheroes and stuff. Like early on, the FAs look kind of cringy, but that's just how it was. Like back in like the 50s, 60s, 70s, like whatever the first appearance of that superhero is. And of course, now it looks weird. But that's just the power of the FA. And same thing here with Supergirl. Like just, I don't think it'll overtake the FA. It could maybe get up to the point where it's like half the price, but I still, you know, plus the mints too is much, much lower. Thanks for the stream, you rock. Thank you, Vivian3. We're gonna have to fight over getting that rare Luke Cage comic. That's gonna be interesting. Dude, I really like the rare. Like, I like the, I mean, the ultra rare and secret rare are probably a little bit out of my price range, or at least like what I'm willing to spend for it, but the rare seems perfect. Zach of all trades, got a Pili uncommon for 55 for a swing. Maybe hold till immutable, not sure. Possibly, not sure Pili would like, oh, sorry, I'm reaching for something. Go off platform, not entirely sure. I don't think you'd be wrong either for taking profit right now. I don't know the name of that one. I guess if I just put PI, then it'll show up. The uncommon? Yeah, I would just hold. Like, I mean, 20 gem profit is cool. I mean, probably after fees, it'll be 18 or 17 gem profit, but like, what else are you gonna do with 75 gems? I guess you could get a rare comic. You could get a couple commons out of it. Daily dose of VV vibes. Thank you for stopping by, Choo Choo. I appreciate it. Mike Osho, how do you feel about GameStop? Don't you think it will be bad for VV? I don't see why it would. I think I would think it would just be good for VV. I mean, they're both on Immutable X. You'll be able to, Omi is going to be used for transactions on Immutable X, and people are going to not only go for GameStop and be like, what is this Omi thing? They also might stumble into Veve and be like, oh, what's this Veve thing? And like, you know, I think that's just going to help us inadvertently or indirectly maybe get us more users on the platform potentially. But honestly, I haven't really dug into that too much. I think Chris, his name used to be Crypto Chris. I cannot pronounce his last name for the life of me. I think he has a video on GameStop like last week or something like that. Gee, can you go over Captain America comic 117 common? Okay, I mean, we can take a look. Again, like, I'm not even sure what that one is off the top of my head. I typically just run like the hard numbers with comics and not like, I can't tell you like, oh, this is a great comic, but this one is better. Or for the gem value, this one, I don't know why I'm typing in comic when it says in comic. I wonder if I just do 117, it'll pull it up. There we go. You said the common for 25. I mean, it seems pretty solid. Oh, ooh, yeah, that one's gone up quite a bit. I think it's because it was the cheapest common for a while. I think also people kind of overlooked the significance of the Falcon and how much he'll play a role in like the MCU, and just he's just going to make more appearances in current media and stuff as we go along. So I think it's still a decent buy right now. I mean, I'm sure there's some commons out there that are just still way cheaper than this version, but if you're going to buy one common, sure. If you're going to hard stack it just for MCP, like there's probably better options. But I mean, I like the way it's looking. The listings are going down a bit, which is nice. So, I mean, yeah, it's a cool comic. I've heard other comic people talk about how it's actually pretty good. Let's see. Not bad with guitar. Ultra rare OG Devil Bunny? Question mark. When you guys just ask, like, when you guys just say the name of an NFT with a question mark, like, I don't know what you want me to do with it. Like, I'm gonna look it up, but am I looking at this as like a buyer or a seller, or am I looking to like flip it? I'll look it up for you, no matter with the guitar, because I do remember you. I know you hang out here all the time. OG Devil Bunnies again. I'm just not very bullish on any of the independent artists. Like as cool as I do think the art is, and I do think the OG Devil Bunny Black was my very first NFT I actually bought off the market on my account. Maybe it was the red. No, it was the black. It was definitely the black one. That was the very first one I bought off the platform, which is cool. And I think I made a tiny bit of profit, but yeah, for 1,800, you can get so many better things, in my honest opinion, for 1,800. But then again, like I'm not sure, because I don't know how Immutable X is going to play out. Are you going to be able to move your if you bought an NFT on Immutable X from Veve, like let's say you're a buyer, you're on Immutable X, you see a Veve NFT, you buy it. Are you able to bring it back to Veve, or is it stuck outside of Veve forever? That's another thing, and that's the other thing too. Is just the Immutable X catalyst of a lot of the independent artists. Will these actually sell for a lot off platform, or OpenSea or whatever it is? Possibly. I would still rather just stick with more brand name, internationally known IPs and superheroes that are more well known. I think people for quite some time now have strayed away from rarity and gone more towards popularity, and I'm part of that troop. I'm not saying if you have popularity and then rarity, that's where you can really hit it big. But if it's just rarity and like not a lot of people know it or appreciate it, then maybe not so much. J East Music, Spider Woman, FA 59 gems. Yeah, that is. Is there a dash in there? Spider? No, yeah, it's right there. It's 60 gems. Yeah. Everything right now is taking a dump. New Batman NFT dropping on Wax via AMC. May pump Batman. Maybe? I'm not entirely sure why that would happen. I mean, it's cool, but I don't think there's people waiting around like, I'm gonna wait for this other NFT project to release a Batman, and then I'm gonna spend my 2,000 gems on black and white series Batmans and the battle statue. Potentially, I could be wrong. Again, 2099 Spidey taking a bot dump look. Yeah, I saw that. I own one. I've been watching it closely. I'm like, what the hell's going on? But yeah, it is what it is. Like my entire vault is in the red officially, as of like this morning. Like my Goofy began going into the red, and then same thing with my Spider-Man 2099. Gregory Perry, curious on your opinion on this. Bought zombie Spider-Man for 350. I have 250-ish gems. Do I buy another zombie Spider-Man and sell one? Eventually it's gets 500 and get a rare Deadpool. Do I buy another Spider-Man and sell one when eventually it's 500, or get a red Deadpool or FA Goblin? I think either one is fine. Like, just doubling down on Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. I honestly, I do think the DC NFTs as of right now, like even when everything pumps, the DC NFTs in general are going to take a little bit longer to get up there because of the 2.5% fee compared to like Marvel and Disney. So I might lean a little bit towards the rare Deadpool over FA Robin. Are those like the same price right now? Let's do 76 because that is the Robin. It's 200, and then Deadpool 150. A little bit cheaper. I mean, hell, you can get this plus what's Storm at right now? I feel like she's probably still in this 60s. Yeah, I mean, I would do that. I would get like a Storm and a Deadpool rather than an FA Robin. In my personal opinion, over just the FA Robin, like I said. Polar D88. Oh, Polarity. I think it's Polarity 88. Can you check Marvel #1 ultra rare, hold or sell? I would just hold. Like everything is down right now. Like I'm not even. I'll pull it up. Like I'm not trying to be rude and like not look it up or whatever. But like just hold it right now. Like if you own it. Like if you own it, like there's honestly no reason to sell right now. Like I just don't see any reason to sell it right now. If the chart looks anything like the other charts, yeah, just hold it. Like the thing still has another $2 grand to go and go back up. And because it's an ultra rare, like you only need a handful of sales for the price to go back up. So that's a hard hodl right there, in my opinion, Polarity. Yeah, just hold this. This is great. You got the ultra rare version of the, the crown jewel that is the comics on the platform. Giorgio Codres. Spider-Man 29 SR a good buy or one of the golden moments? Pizza Planet truck. Iron Man, Homer Bart. I think they'll all go up. I think golden moments will pump a bit better. Honestly, I think SR Spider-Man would skyrocket if they announced any kind of gamification in the Veveverse. But like a close friend has told me before, like I don't know how people think like we're that close to the Veveverse. I mean, we could be, but like the gamification part is still so far off. I mean, we can't even view comics in our vault yet, and yet we're thinking like we're gonna be able to play some sort of like 64 player like Marvel Mighty like game thing. It's just like not gonna happen anytime soon. So me personally, I think I'd go with Iron Man over a secret rare Spider-Man right now. That's what I would do if I could. Like I even thought about that before. Like I thought about selling my secret rare Spider-Man 2 or 3 days ago for 2,900 and then just like getting an Iron Man. It's a bit late for that because now I'm in the red, and I don't like selling when I'm in the red unless I absolutely have to. But Ronaldo, no. Okay. Ronaldo Garcia, 89 Batman. Yes, that exists. I will look that up. That's Batman Who Laughs, right? I'm so like it's still one of my favorite looking NFTs, like by far and away. But it was so artificially pumped. It still happened. Like what it should have done was like during this week of it pumping, it should have stopped at like 400, probably closer to like 350 in my opinion. It honestly shouldn't have even gotten that high. With just like looking at the raw mint numbers and looking at how cheap it was for how long it was, like, it probably really should have never gone above 300. But I think there's a handful of influencers that were pumping it and all that stuff. And I mean, there's 17,000 mints, which is a lot. And so pumped up to 650, people immediately took profit, then it bounced back up. And so now it's just, yeah, people are just trying to get rid of it at this point. And again, like there's literally thousands of people that like people that currently hold it and like also been buying and selling it at below 200 gems. So at any point they're just like, yeah, I can just sell this for profit. So I'm still holding, like this is still one of my favorite NFTs on the market. Just visually, aesthetically, not even like for investment purposes. I'm gonna buy one again one day, but I'm gonna wait probably a little bit longer. I think this could probably run back down to somewhere between 250, 200. I think it can run down that low, to be honest. Let's see. Hamoon, didn't expect the bots dumping so many NFTs at the same time. Yeah, I could see that. Plus, I don't know, people are just, I don't think it's just bots, you know, dumping NFTs. It's also people just getting rid of them. Also, in my recent video, I also mentioned too that, like, basically Veve giving the okay for people to buy gems and or sell NFTs or whatever. Basically, any kind of op-app transaction is okay. Basically, they said, like, we can't track gems moving, we can't track any of that stuff. So if you do it, we can't help you. But yeah, they said, like, we're not going to lock your account, we're not going to restrict you, we can't do anything about it. So I think at that point people are like, why wait for MTL when I can just sell my NFTs for gems and then find an escrow, right? So I still don't even know how that escrow thing works. Like, I haven't bought any gems off app or NFTs or anything off app yet. I'm just more curious just like how that even works, because you can only move 600 gems a day. So would you like have one person put up an NFT that's usually really cheap for like a lot of gems and they buy it and that's how they receive the gems? I'm not exactly sure how that would work. AK Bash, so is it better to get ASM #1, Daredevil #1, all these #1s, or just buy Marvel Comics #1? That's actually probably a very good question for a comic book person. Again, it's kind of like, I mean, that's legitimately no different than like the stacking technique or just getting like a grail item, right? Of course, Marvel Comics #1 has the highest ceiling of any of those individually, but then again, it's like, all right, are those NFTs or those comics going to do better in the long haul over Marvel Comics? Not entirely sure, aka Bash. Like, I wish I could help you. And these are the kind of questions I couldn't. These are the kind of questions I couldn't. I don't really know the answer to. I would love, like, someone like My Collectibles would really know the answer to this, or someone that's like more versed in comics than me. Basically, is it better to get, wow, am I behind on chat? Jeez, there's a lot of people on here. Thank you so much for everyone showing up. My chat's like flying, I need to catch up. Basically, is it better to own a Amazing Spider-Man #1, Daredevil #1, and Fantastic Four #1, or just buy a Marvel Comics? I'm kind of curious how that would play out. You're awesome. Thanks. Thank you. We the people, I said a while ago, oversaturation to tank the market and get new people into buy at cheaper prices and rinse and repeat. It's all cycles, right? And I didn't necessarily see this coming. This is stuff I'm still learning, right? Like, honestly, what I should have done. I know some people like, oh my God, you keep the grails. Like, what are you doing? Like, there's way more flippers on the market than there are people holding. If there was more holders in the market, this wouldn't be happening. But because we have so many people flipping on the market, like when my Goofy, I bought Goofy at like, what did I buy him at? 3.6. When he went up to above, like what, 4.4K or something like that, I probably should have sold him. Just take the profit, and if I really wanted to, I could just wait a week and then just buy him again at a cheaper price than where I got him originally and just make free profit. Yeah, I mean, that's something I talked with one of my friends kind of closely and some other people in the community. I might have to start recording not recording myself, but like kind of keeping track, because I might start going more towards just just taking a profit technique, to be honest, because it just seems like the whole market is in cycles. And I mean, a day will come when certain blue chips or grails will just run away and kind of never be seen again. But I mean, even then, those things still retrace. I mean, look at Todd. Todd is retraced down to the 10K or whatever. I mean, where's he at now? I mean, he's touched 10K at least 3 or 4 times in the last like week and a half. Yeah, like he's almost gonna do it again. If I sell my secret rare Tales of Suspense number 57, if so, where should I put my gems? Not even sure how much that is. So let me look that up. I'm not even sure. That sounds like it's the first appearance of Loki, but I could be wrong. I still don't know like all these NFTs like the back of my hand. So you get a grand out of it. Which one is this? Oh, okay, that's the first appearance of Vision. That one's pretty cool. I'm not entirely sure. At least for me, like, I just don't know enough about comics. When people say, like, should I sell my secret rare? I'm always like, I don't know. Like, the mints are low. You don't have to deal with that many people, like, competition-wise for, like, selling your NFT. Plus, it's the best version of whatever that comic is. So if people really like the Vision or whatever it is, and it has exclusive art cover, like, they're going to want to buy it. So not entirely sure. Yeah, but what would you buy for 1,000? Part of me is also kind of bullish on the idea of buying some of the Marvel Mighty villains. I've been seeing some more videos coming out about Marvel Mighty's, you know, the gamification, all that stuff. I think those are just good to invest in regardless, because I do think those will go up in price, like the villains. But even if there was gamification, that would just help it even more, right? Oops, I'm still in comics. I need to be in collectibles. Jeez, Green Goblin about to get sub 700. I got mine for like 869. Like everything I own is in the red. I'm just like there. I'm right there with you guys. Like everything I own is in the red at this point. Yeah, I'm not really sure. So like, I mean, you can get some like the Mickey lenticular cards and stuff. I'm kind of curious how much the Mickey card is retraced at this point. Because Mickey was selling for, yeah, eesh. Kind of glad I sold my Mickey card earlier. I literally sold my Mickey card earlier today for like, I think like 790 or something like that. Just because I feel like everything is retracing right now. All the cards surrounding Mickey right now have been going down. I'm like, it's only a matter of time. And like, look at this. Yeah, I sold mine like literally right about here. And I'm like, I don't think this is gonna last much longer. So I'm kind of glad I got rid of it. I could have gotten rid of my Mini, but I think I would have taken a small loss this morning if I sold her. So I'm just holding on to her right now. Yeah, it's just another cycle of all this going through. But yeah, I mean, I think like with a grand, jeez, Jaunty Jig is pretty low. I think I'm switching my long-term hodls for more Disney and like Marvel. I kind of like what this other guy said in a video I watched of saving DC honestly for like flips and stuff, and using Marvel and Disney for your actual like long-term hodls. You know, don't just buy anything Marvel, but you know, try and get the Spider-Man, and if it's Disney, get Mickey or like the lenticular cards and stuff. So Donald Duck is like still pretty high. I feel like he could get down to like 850, maybe even like low 800s. That'd be a good time to pick him up. Jaunty Jig. Happy Whistle's actually still holding pretty strong, like between 900 and 1,000 for a while. But like what to pick up? I haven't looked at the Spider-Mans in a while, and it's hard when like you have the entire market moving at the same time. Like it's all going down, so it's kind of hard for me to like keep up with all of it at the same time. Spider-Man. Jeez. Zombie Hunter at 210. Ultra Rare has actually been doing a great job holding at 1,000. Ben Riley sub 600. Now it's at 550, which is absurd. I mean, you could get a Ben Riley as well as like a Mini or a Daisy like lenticular card. That's not bad. You could get a Mickey lenticular card plus a Zombie Hunter Spidey common. Where is it? Right there. Like that would give you just enough, because I think Mickey's at like 690 right now, right? So that puts you at 900. if you were to sell it, I'm on the fence whether you should sell it or not. Part of me wants to say no. I know it's also a harder sell too, because like not everyone's specifically looking for a secret rare vision. So I hope that helps, Neeks. I'm like, again, I'm not. I feel like I'm afraid to kind of give you bad advice. Like sell the secret rare, then it skyrockets up to 1,500 in like a couple weeks or like a week, and like the collectibles are still down. So Menace flips. I'll never sell my Supergirl. Yeah. What was Elsa's all-time high? Low or all-time high? Let's see Elsa. Let's check her out. Elsa. Come on, work with me. There she is. Wow, she's back down to 3.6. All-time high, all-time low. All-time high of, I think, 4,200, 4,250. All-time low, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, all the way back here is fine. But if we're looking over the last, like, 3-4 weeks, low is 3K. She's been doing an extraordinary job, and I think this is, like, the power of the golden moments, and I think people are sleeping on them. I don't say sleeping on them, but it's like the golden moments have done a fantastic job of holding their value. Like I made that example in my last video of like everything is retracing except for like Todd or some of like the Disney NFTs, or at least like the lenticular cards are different because they're pretty new. You know, they were selling for pretty low, then they pumped up, then people started taking profit, and then like, okay, it is what it is. But now if you look at something like Elsa or like the golden moments in general, like she's been retaining her value very well. The listings are pretty much flat. So I think her and Iron Man are gonna, all the golden moments are gonna go up, but I think her and Iron Man are gonna see the biggest explosion, as well as C3PO. I can see that as well. The Mickey hat, oof, that one I remember was taking a bit of a hit. Doom versus Green Goblin long-term hold. I personally, long-term as Dr. Doom, but he's like, isn't he almost double the price now of Green Goblin? Where is the Mickey hat? I don't know, it's at the bottom here. Gosh, Mickey hat's like sub 5K. That is nuts. At this point, like, Superman is above Mickey hat, which I think was like typically the case, right? For a while. Yeah, it's just crazy that, can't believe Mickey hat also went down to like 4.3 a while ago. I didn't even see that. I think Mickey hat could do some great stuff. For a long time, I thought Mickey hat was number 2, like behind Walt, for a long time. Now that doesn't seem to be the case, but I do think this is probably the most slept on golden moment. I don't think this one will probably take the longest to realize comparatively to like C3PO, Iron Man, and Elsa. And potentially Wally. Gotta give our boy Wally some credit. Doom versus Green Goblin. Like, that's the question now. It's like, could Green Goblin actually get half the price of Doom? If that's the case, like, I think just like doubling up on Green Goblins like could be the move. Okay, he's only at 1,000, and Green Goblin last we checked was almost sub 700, I believe. No, it's almost sub 6, right? Let me look it up. Just gonna put Gobbo, Green Gob. We had it. I might have to like refresh the page. Yeah, it's at 7. So is the difference of 300 gems. I would get Dr. Doom sooner rather than later, but you can't go wrong with Green Goblin either, and then spending the extra 300 gems on something else. Long term is Dr. Doom, by far and away, but Green Goblin is still pretty darn good. I think it'll be number 2, behind Dr. Doom, but ahead of Red Skull. Let's catch up here. I made a major move, grabbed another Superman. Dude, that's awesome. My collectibles. If I had enough fiat to probably afford a Superman, I probably would get one right now. I would either get that or the Mickey hat or something like that right now. I would get one of those personally. Both are great. Both are great. Mickey hat or C3PO? I think C3PO. Maybe like, I'm talking very, very long term. Like if we just get more Disney fanatics like on the app, in general. I think Mickey Hat wouldn't pass R2, but it might pass C3PO. But right now, I think more Star Wars people are going to find out about the app in general, and like even Disney fans like Star Wars too. Like there's some overlap there. So as of right now, I think C3PO, but there could be a time where like just Disney purists that just love the Mickey hat, or if we get a Fantasia release as part of that Mickey series, it could go up more. But I would say C3PO between the two, in my personal opinion. Rare Captain America 117 is cheap at 58 gems, and you get 2 MCP per day. True. OG Devil Bunny color is gorgeous NFT at True Collectible. Yes. I'm sure that you're not biased at all, Garrett. I appreciate that. Thanks for the wave earlier too. I didn't see that, but thanks. Yep. Again, congrats on getting a Superman. That's a huge deal. I could definitely see that one exploding and doing very well. Because it should not be where it's at right now, but I think it's just a coiled spring at this point, at least in my opinion. No matter with guitar, that's hilarious. While you were going over OG Bunny Ultra Rare, mine sold for 1,800. Quick flip, let's go. Thanks for the vibes. Or someone who bought it to listen to the stream. Yeah, exactly. Someone's like, I want to buy it. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that for my. I don't want to actually bring that up now. I'll forget it. Randy Warren, people buying NFTs and gems 50% off outside the market, and then who can afford to reduce prices when selling, driving prices down, won't stop until items are in the hands of holders. Pretty much. Yeah. There's just so many flippers on the market, and like, and it's the same thing. Like there are a lot of people that have, that live internationally. And I remember watching a documentary about people down in, gosh, I'm trying to remember where in South America. I think it was Venezuela. Like there was actually kids playing, they were making more money like selling RuneScape gold or like WoW gold than they were actually like working in the fields and like working formal jobs, right? So like they would just play the game, make gold, sell them on gold selling websites, and they would make money that way. And like I think part of it is kind of the same thing here. I'm not saying that's the only reason why people are flipping or whatever, or why people are selling gems for this or that. But it wouldn't surprise me either if that had like a small reason why we're getting that sold off. Like we do have people probably in countries like that where it's like you just sell for a heavy discount. Like it kind of boggles my mind, because people even talked about too, like, why don't you just buy gems for 50% off, wait for MTL, and then you can cash out and just make free money that way. I mean, that's a thought too. So my tablet. Wait, sorry, I skipped an area. Chase Hunt. It's like impossible to get the drops now, man. Dude, it's same. I haven't gotten a drop in like 2 or 3 weeks. And for comics, it's been like 3 months for comics. But blind box collectibles, I think the last ones I got was the Marvel Mighties, which I know this was only 8 days ago, but yeah. So there is that. But I get it, dude. I'm right there with you. No matter guitar, I feel like an idiot. I sold my 2 ultra rare Spider-Mans for $450 each. My rare for like $120. Should I buy back the rare right now or wait? I'm an idiot. I traded with Randy for a Pokemon card. Worst mistake. This must have been a while ago, because you're saying 2 of the ultra rare Spider-Mans. This was probably a while ago. I mean, at some point, if you can afford them. I mean, honestly, I think right now, I think Disney might serve you a bit better than Spider-Man. I mean, they're both great. But I'm a little bit more bullish on Disney than Spider-Man right now. Also, just long term, I could definitely see something like Walt actually flipping the Secret Rare Spider-Man. Like, even though the Secret Rare Spider-Man only has 1,000 mints, the Walt, even with 4,000 mints, 4,333, whatever, like everyone's gonna want Walt Disney. It's such an iconic figure, and like Disney's never going to do Walt again. There's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of more Spider-Mans, but like this could legitimately be the one and only Walt like on the platform, which does have its own value. Which that like inherently gives it a ton of value. My tablet, 6 Spider-Man, $20.99. Would you trade for all Minnie Mouse to sweep floor, long-term hold, or keep $29? You have 6 Spider-Man 20.99s, huh? I would just hold, dude. Like, they're all at a low. I don't know what your entry point was. I mean, unless you bought them unless you bought them all at their like lowest point, which I think was like 1.7. maybe 1.6. Let me see. Like it got pretty low right here. Yeah, 1.6, 1.7. So unless you got all 6 right here and you could like just flip it instantly, you get like 150 gem profit. Like, but then again, you have to sell 6 of them. It doesn't, I don't think there's a lot of sales going on right now because that floor is flying down. So for now, I would just hodl them because if Spider-Man gets anywhere, maybe just dollar cost average, like let's say you bought it at where I did, which is 2.3K. You just list one at 2.6, which would give you a little bit of profit, maybe 2.7 to get a little bit of profit, and then another one at 2.8. You know, another one at 3, another one at 3.3, like however you want to average cost it up, right? But I mean, that's a lot, dude. Yeah, that's a lot. My tablet. And sweep the floor. I've tried that technique before, like sweeping the floor and just holding long term. I mean, you could do that, but if you think you're gonna like change the market in any way, it's like that's not enough money. You need to add like a couple more zeros if you want to like really influence like the Minnie Mouse like card market. And the second you do, people are gonna immediately sell off their cards for profit. So, but for now, and even if you were to sweep the floor, I would target something like, I think gem for gem right now, Mickey's probably the best. But if Donald goes below 800, I would buy all of those. Your opinion on buying one SR Deadpool now? Best buy? It's entirely dependent on whether this gem squeeze keeps happening. At this point, it's like really hard to tell if this is like gonna continue. I should also probably like refresh this because this is getting pretty laggy. Oof, yeah. Let's try this. I probably got an absurd amount of well, it's not too bad. Deadpool SR. That's what we're talking about. Deadpool secret rare for 22222. I still think it's a great NFT. Again, when I make these recommendations, like as it is right now, yeah, it's a pretty decent buy. Is there other things that are better to buy for 2K though? Maybe. I'm trying to think of what those would be. I'm thinking like lenticular cards. I'm thinking like the Steamboat Willie. I'm thinking of some other Spider-Mans. At that point, I think the only Spider-Mans you could really get is like, if you wanted to like not do some hard stacking, you would get like what, like a rare Spider-Man plus a, you might be able to squeeze in a zombie hunter Spider-Man too. You get both of those. Or secret rare Deadpool. I still think secret rare Deadpool is good at this price. Like everything is down right now. Like I'm saying, like if the squeeze keeps happening, like I would not be surprised if Deadpool ultra rare, or sorry, the secret rare went down to like really low 2000s, even like 1.9. It legitimately depends on how long the squeeze is going to happen for. It legitimately, I think it's still a great NFT. It's still FA Deadpool at the end of the day. Like people are going to want FA Deadpool. But buy now, I would hold off. If you're gonna buy SR Deadpool, I would just hold off. I think if things start pumping again, it's not like SR Deadpools are gonna be the first things to pump. Like you will see Disney, you'll maybe see some of like the Spider-Man's pump, and when that happens, that will flow over into probably like Deadpool, maybe like a few days to like a week after, and that's probably the best time to buy. Is like when Spider-Man and all that stuff starts pumping, like that's probably when I would buy Deadpool. In my personal opinion. And it might even go down a little bit further because some people might liquidate their secret rare Deadpool to chase that pump of that Disney card or that Disney, or sorry, that Spider-Man NFT. So maybe even wait a little bit longer than that, but that's when I would buy. Nathan Scully, no, I'm gonna need to backtrack. Chase Hunt, I'm hodling all mine. This will trend up like a market long term. Yes, it will, for sure. Nathan Scully, do you think over time, 24 months, so 2 years, if we have 20 versions of Spider-Man, that FA will still matter over aesthetic? I would say so, yeah. Definitely, I think that would make it even stand out even more, in my opinion. Aesthetics will matter, and if there is some sort of gamification, again, with like the Marvel Mighty version, that will obviously give it a bit more value. It's still not going to be more expensive than like the rare Spider-Man or ultra rare or anything like that, but that will give it more value. So yeah, I think so. Brandon Britt, or Braden Britt. Pick up a common and rare off the drop Saturday. Flipped and sold Daisy to pick up Mickey at 790. Imagine if I waited a day. Yeah. Yeah, you would get a nice little discount. That's everything is trending downward pretty hard. And to be honest, like I said, until we get a significant IP announcement, the dip will be even harder when that happens, but it will recover. But we need something big, like soon. Because at least I don't see this trend happening or stopping anytime soon. But then again, all it takes is a couple different groups of people or communities or whatever kind of lurking in the shadows to be like, all right, you know, at 3 a.m. on Thursday, we're going to buy up all the floor of this or that NFT or these handful of NFTs. And if we get enough of those kind of lining up within the same week or a few days, like, then the market could do a small reversal. People FOMO like very quickly. Like there's including myself in a way, like there's a lot of sheep on the platform that like everything's trending down. Like, oh my God, sell. Oh, this is going up. Chase it. People just chase pumps like no other. And if something's selling off, people just continue to sell off. WhatsApp status. I bought Secret Rare Deadpool for 2,300. Is it a good buy? Are they gonna remove sweater? Sorry for too many questions. I really like your judgment. Of course. Deadpool for 2,300. It's great. That's where it's at basically right now. Are they gonna remove sweater? Probably. I can't say for 100% certainty, but I don't see a reason why. And with the whole snow globe thing there, you can already see that you can do it without the sweater. Like you can remove it or whatever. So it's already there probably in the code, but they, you know, until Veveverse comes out or whatever, it might take a while before they do any kind of like aesthetic things like that for, before they do kind of like any aesthetics like that for NFTs. But I think it's a great buy. Like I want to trip, even if it goes down to 1,900, just hold it. It's going to go back up. Don't worry. It'll go back up. Alpha Asian Chew 8. I don't know. Appreciate your previous uploaded video. Great job. Super helpful. No, glad to hear it's helpful. Those videos are even the ones that like don't seem that well edited or whatever, like it does take time. And the script and making all of it, and like, I don't know, people like Vivian3 and some of the other people in here, like My Collectibles, like their videos I think are a bit more entertaining and stuff. And probably like well edited and all that, but like I've kind of learned it doesn't need to be perfect. People want the information. And if you're anything like me, like a lot of the times I actually listen to, I usually like just listen to videos, like while I'm at the gym or doing something else. Like people usually just have you in the background while they're doing like chores or they're at work. Like they just almost have it on like as a podcast, unless like they're not watching every visual. I'm sure some people do, but I assume the majority of people just have you on in the background. Not everyone's watching every little nuance of your video, for the most part. Selling UR Spidey 400 under floor. Ultra rare Spidey. It's not, I mean, considering that it's what? Worth like what, 9K? Let me see. I don't think it's like that. It's not that big of a undercut, right? Like it's a still big undercut, but it's not like crazy. I don't know why I have to like put a dash to make the ultra rare. So it's at 8K right now, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, it's a pretty significant undercut, like 5%. We're doing 400 of 8 grand. What NFT car would you like Veve to have in the future? I would like a Kit Night Rider with the red light that goes back and forth in the black car. I've never seen the show, but I know the memes. I've seen the videos, and it seems like a really cool car. What car would I want? I don't know if Transformers counts. That'd be kind of cool, but I don't know. What kind of vehicle would I want? Vehicle. In my When Wednesday series, I did Jurassic Park, and I think having either of the Jeeps would be really cool. Jurassic Park Jeeps are like either the ones that are like the tan and red that are like for off-roading, or you do like the classic like green and you do like the green and yellow with like this like tiger stripes looking kind of thing on it. I think that would be cool. I don't know. I'm sure there's a vehicle I'm just like forgetting about from like some famous show or movie or something like that. I'm just like completely overlooking, but I just can't think of it right now. Yeah, I would say, I don't know, probably a Jurassic Park vehicle or something. I don't know. I'm sure eventually if they did something like Twisted Metal, they did some like Twisted Metal vehicles, that'd be cool. Having like the crazy ice cream truck with the clown head on top and stuff. That'd be pretty cool. Or like a motorcycle you can ride on. Motorcycle would be pretty cool. But that's a good question, Sirius. I like thinking about stuff like that. Jay's music, my collectibles. How many Superman you got? Do they got a Super Golden match? Possibly. I think he said he has one super, at least two. I think he said he had one earlier, and then he said he bought another one. So obviously he has at least two right now. Kevin Hernandez, can you check Marvel Comic #1 Rare and how much it pumped last bull run? Thanks, Vibes, for all you do. Of course. A lot of questions about comics. I'm kind of surprised. Or I should say I'm not surprised, but mainly because it seems like comics in general are doing pretty well. Gotta put the S at the end. And you said the rare, right? The rare, okay. Marvel Comics #1, the rare. I think it peaked at, let's go. And you know what? Funny enough, this is actually one of the comics in my collectibles most recent videos recommended. Yeah, it was at 1,000 for a minute. Now it's up 100 gems, but I mean, its all-time high is 1,400. Yeah, I like the rare. I think the rares in general, not only they're good for MCP points, but like aesthetically they look pretty good, and it's just like it's just like a step down from those like absurdly priced ultra rare and secret rares. I mean, secret rare Marvel Comics 696969. So there is that, but then it's like, all right, if you want Marvel Comics ultra rare, now you got to pay 2,500. It's like, oof, that's quite a bit. And like, I'm not a huge fan of that aesthetic. It's just like the whole thing is black and white. But then again, I have heard, comic book collectors that do kind of like that black and white like look for the most part. Either the it's like an early sketch of like the artist like doing the cover, or like, and they printed that out, or like the cover's just so worn away by just wear and tear, or by like the sunlight or whatever, that people will still buy it. I have no idea. But common is, I feel like, always a solid buy. It's actually down below 400 right now, which is pretty crazy. Pull up the common right now really quick. But yeah, that's this all-time high. Listings have been pretty much stagnant. They've been kind of fluctuating, what it looked like. Common pumped up to 700. I mean, the thing is, compared to its all-time high, it's basically at half price. I mean, if it goes down to 350, okay, now it's at half price to its all-time high. But we are seeing some resistance at like 488, 500. So what's telling me it's probably a little bit closer to like 500. But yeah, this pump is pretty crazy right now. But those listings, man, all-time high of like almost 700 right now. So that's pretty nuts as well. My collectibles. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Seller sends a cheap NFT to list for gems owned. Buyer sells. Okay, interesting. I'm sure that's taken into consideration, like the gems that are burned, like into the value or something. Or I guess it doesn't matter. William Robles. I sold my low mint 51 Hawk Girl and bought the whole set of Cover Girls. Good move. I would say so. Of the new Cover Girls, the whole set. I don't know if you mean like series 1 and 2, but either one, I think it's a pretty good move. I would say if it was like any other like superhero, I'd be like, oh, I don't know, but Hawk Girl is probably one of the least popular ones, and I just don't see Hawk Girl like recovering or just doing that well in general on Veve until she gets a show or something related to Hawk Girl. But yeah, I would say that's a pretty solid trade. Or that's a pretty solid thing. Plus you diversify, right? So now you can sell those off or do whatever you want with them. And I do think across the board, at least those cover girls would do a bit better, especially if you got that Supergirl, right? You feel me? David Orzoko? Orzko. I don't know. David, what do you think is the value of the Avengers 57 common mint number 288? It's oddly specific. We can look it up really quick, potentially. Anytime with those low mint numbers, more comic questions. I know. It's kind of forcing me to stretch up my limbs a bit and understand comics, or at least like look at the comic charts more than ever. You know, that's always good to do. Let's do this. Copy that. Give me a sec here. No, it's not what I wanted. I'm just gonna look it up on my phone while this is trying to like load up. So I need to mute all of this. Okay, close this. And then let me pull up Veve. The comics. When we said what? Which one is it? Avengers 57. Might take me a minute to find it. I mean, it's, you know, it sounds like a low mint. Not sure how low. 220. Hope I didn't overlook it. Dude, this is just such a pain to like go through these comics and scroll down very slowly so I don't overlook it. Tales of Suspense 57, Avengers 57. Okay. And it was a what? Oh, common? Okay. Let's check this out. Let's pull this up. I think this is it. Yeah, there we go. It's like really lagging. Holy moly. This is like really far behind. Okay, there it goes. I mean, it mint that low, so all I do typically, if I'm dealing with something low mint, I organize it by that. I put it on high instead of low to high. Low to high. And it was what, 228? I mean, it's basically right here. I mean, there's none of them below 200 right now, so 228. God, that's crazy. There's none below 200. Not even like a single listing for sub 100. 228. So what I typically look at is like this first page, right? Gosh, someone's actually selling a 401 for 200. I don't know. You would have to sell it for obviously less than 1.4. And if you want to compete with the people that are in the 300s, you'd have to sell it for, I don't know, maybe 750 or something like that. I don't know. I couldn't give you a total number, like an exact number. I would just, it's somewhere in that region. But the fact that is that like you would legitimately be the fourth lowest mint for the Avengers comic, or like the common. I don't know, like to me personally, like if I got on here and I'm trying to find like a low mint Avengers, I just wanted a low mint. Like me personally, I would grab the 401 because it's like the cheapest. Like no way I'm spending this much for some of these, but I don't know. Oh, maybe put it up for $1,000, see what happens. You can't go wrong just like throwing up numbers up there that are just like around the same level, right? At least like in my mind. Like just put it up for $1,000, see what happens, and like if you want to reduce it down every like week or so. Plus like the market is just down in general, like across the board, so it could sell for more later once the market recovers a bit. Michael Stevens, hey dude, how's your evening going? My physical Wonder Woman just showed up. Gotta find a Gonna go try to find the matching mint for it. Market's very interesting at the moment. Yeah, that's hard. Like, dude, that's gotta be really difficult to find the digital mint as well as the physical mint, right? Because if you start with one or the other, finding the other one's gonna be very hard. Pixel Trader, almost everything except certain golden moments are down. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just gonna say Palm Rush. If people are willing to cash out with a 30 to 50% loss with an escrow now, people tired of waiting. What does that mean when MTL is actually here? AMA pretty much gave the green light. Yeah, exactly. We just don't know when MTL is coming out. From what I've heard is like round 2 of beta testing, or like people that are going to try it maybe like next week, but who knows? I'm not holding my breath for MTL. Even if the MTL does come out, like I'm going to cash out like a very, very tiny bit. More curious how the process works, but more it's like, yeah, it would be nice to have like a little bit extra cash on hand, but like I'm still going to keep 95% of my gems or like my assets in Veve. What do you think about the secret rare Deadpool? I already covered that earlier. Tesu, I think right now is a good time to buy. I mean, honestly, everything is down right now. So at this point, we're just predicting like what is the bottom, right? And I've said this before, you're never going to be able to predict the actual bottom of NFTs. But the last person that asked that, if you're going to buy, I would wait a bit longer because I do think other NFTs will pump first, like the Disney and like Spider-Mans and stuff. Like if the market is going to do a reversal, those are the first things to pump. Because those are the things that have the most potential, right? And then Deadpool, Wonder Woman, I'm trying to think of like other NFTs kind of like in that same tier where they're like solid NFTs, but they're not like the most top tier. It's not like the first things that people think about, right? So, yeah, I think you can probably wait a bit longer if you're looking to buy. If you own it and you're not sure like what to do, just hodl it. If you own it, just hodl it and just sell it at a profit at a certain point, or hodl it forever, whatever you want to do. C Rios. I've seen both common 1650 mint. Should I hold for long term or sell and buy Daisy? I would just hold, dude. I don't know about selling and buying for Daisy. No, I would just hold that, dude. It's at its bottom and you're eating an 8.5% fee. I would hold on. Goblin Gang. Yeah, dude. I got a green goblin. Still hodling it all the way into the ground. I'm hodling all my NFTs into the ground. Batman versus Killer Croc. I think it's a good buy. Now that it's like at 900, which I think is probably a little bit more appropriately priced. I'm kind of siding with like people that understand the like comic and like the physical collecting community. Someone like, honestly, like My Collectibles is, you would know the best of anyone. And if he says to buy it, if I had the gems to do it, I'd probably buy one. My only hesitancy is like, it's just DC. Everyone has their thing. For me, it's like, even if I did want to buy it, I'm just afraid that it's gonna have to work twice as hard to go back up, right? But if we pull up the statue, I have to switch over to collectibles. The nice thing is, I think this will recover better than any of the, like most of the other DC stuff, because so many people bought it at a high price. That so many people bought this at a high price that I would hope that all these people are hodling. Like there's people that bought this for 1,700, 1,600, 1,500, 1,300, 1,200, and right now it's at 900. And so at that point, like even if it goes up to 1,200, like there's still a ton. I mean, there's actually a lot of people that bought it for above $1,000 right now. So if you bought it now, like, and you were to, I don't want to encourage like not quick flip, but or just in general, it's like even if you were to buy it and hold it long term, it's not terrible because there's a lot of other suffering holders right now that are just like, it kind of reminds me of Throg a bit. Like Throg was selling for the ultra rare. I think it sold at one point for up to like 700. And now I think it's chilling at probably 400 or something like that. But there's just so many people that bought above it that who knows? I would hope not a ton of people sold the Batman versus Killer Croc statue. And like I said, like it had like a really tough launch in the sense of it did really well, but then we're just like a day or two later, it was like, bam, Mickey cards, bam, Marvel Mighty Spider-Man. Then it was just like, it was just kind of getting bent over during this whole time, to be honest. So it had like just a really difficult launch. And it's interesting how Now thinking about it, how Veve did that, it was like a DC, then a Disney, then a Marvel. I wonder if that's on purpose, or if there's kind of like a trend there at all. So yeah, buying it now, I don't think it's a bad move either. The real question is like, all right, should you buy this, or like you could get like a Donald Duck, you could get like a Steamboat Willie, you can get, I mean, hell, you can get a Ben Reilly plus a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man common for the same price. Like, that's the real question. Like, are those going to be better? Are those going to be better than the Batman versus Killer Croc? Potentially. Not entirely sure. All right, let me double time it to get through chat, because I do think, oh, I'm not that far behind. What do you think about selling Joker, Iron Man, Golden Moment? I love these questions where it's like, I'm going to sell this, and I want that. But that's good. You should be thinking that way, though, if you're trying to go after something. Think about selling Joker, Iron Man, and Spider-Man common, okay, 800 gems, for C3PO. It sucks, because, like, literally everything you're selling is down, and C3PO is up. But if you did get lucky and you bought those like forever ago and they're all in the green, I would say pull the trigger. But if you're like, even then, like, even if you're at a loss, yeah, why couldn't you have asked me this question like 4 days ago when C3PO was like $4,000? While everything else was up in price, this has gone up in price as well. Would that even be enough? Because Joker right now, if you're talking FA Joker, right now that's at like 1.2, I think, 1.1. Plus that. I think you would still be short. You would have to make up like another like 500-600 gems like minimum. I wouldn't blame you if you did. I do think C3PO has higher potential than Iron Man, but like more potential than Joker, Iron Man, and Spider-Man. Not entirely sure. The hardest part is going to be selling all those and hope like C3PO doesn't keep going up. Like if the timing is off, you're gonna have to like throw way more gems at it. So not sure. I wish I could give you a better answer. That's actually really difficult. My instincts just says no. But it sounds like you really want the C3PO. Like, it feels like you're chasing a pump. I would hold off. I do think there will be a point where C3PO could go up a lot, but he could retrace, and like your NFTs are more expensive, or like they'll do better on the market. And plus, you can never go wrong just hodling, right? Thoughts on? Oh God, I don't know how to pronounce that. Zua Sing Fang. I got 2. Sold one when market opened at 400. Holding another one. Not sure if I sell and get a wallet. Yeah, get a Wally. If you're not sure, like, just, you know, if you sell them both, you might as well. I think Wally is a golden moment. I think universally a lot of people know Wally more than Xin Fang. I'm just going to say Xin Fang. Yeah. Is there a market for that? Yes, but it's going to be a while before localization comes in and before that market comes in. Like, I think Wally will pump not infinitely, but Wally will pump much higher before that NFT sees like a ton of traction. At least that's just me personally. But those are great buys. Like, sounds like you got some profit out of it. Like, that's actually really, really good. How did Wonder Woman FA get affected by the recent drop? She pumped up. We looked at it earlier. She pumped up a bit. But she immediately people were taking profits. So I think it pumped up to like 980. Then it sold off actually below 900. Then it went back up. So now it's chilling at like 920. Last I checked, like literally an hour ago. Now, matter with guitar, I buy gems off market all the time. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to figure out like how all that stuff happens. I've said it before, I don't have like a ton of fiat to like put into the app. So I'm kind of just like recycling or like reinvesting the gems I already have. So. Dion, hey Vibes, have you invested in any comics yet? Not yet. I mean, I still have, like, I'll show you guys really quick. Like, I used to have way more comics. And there's probably a few comics that I probably should not have sold. But I don't have many. I probably should have more, but I'm kind of waiting for like the Master Collector Program thing to like come out, to be honest. Before I like make a like pretty hardy investment, you know? Let's see. Do I have it up? There we go. This is all I have. I have 2 of the Amazing Spider-Man number 14s. I got an Avengers because I had Magneto on it, so I wanted it. Eternals number 1, Fantastic Four number 5. It's actually a pretty low mint, like 2,310 or 301. Fantastic Four number 13, New Mutants. Gotta have the FA Deadpool. Uncanny X-Men. I tried my best too to try and get palindromes as much as I could. Like the Avengers one is a palindrome, the Eternals is a palindrome, the Fantastic Four is a palindrome, the New Mutants isn't. I need to finish the rest of the Uncanny X-Men 308. I need to get the uncommon and rare. I just keep forgetting to get it. And then this other one, this like that's legit. I used to have way more. I used to have probably, how many is this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I think at one point I had like over 25 comics, but I just sold off a ton of them for gems and reinvesting and all that stuff. So that's kind of my take. At some point I do want to, at the very least, buy a Marvel Comics number 1, just to say that I have it, as well as like ASM number 1. Like just get the common version of the cheapest, just the cheapest version of all 3 of those, like the big 3. But I do want to invest in more. Me personally, I'm waiting for the finalization of the Master Collector Program to come out first before I start heavily investing in comics. John, is it worth selling anything at the moment? Seems like everything is tanking. Not now, not until we get like an actual announcement. Not personally. If you do have some stuff in the green and I think it's going to tank even more, that is a viable option. That's what I did with Mickey earlier today. I sold him for like 790, 780 or whatever he was at. Now he's below 700. Not that like, obviously the lenticular card Mickey is great, but I'm out like, I would also rather just take the gem profit and like, if I really wanted to, just rebuy it a few days from now and just make a free 100 gems. What's happening, Vibes? Stephen Longo, thank you for stopping by, sir. Sorry, I'd like need to stretch. Oh. Shout out to your soothing and informational voice. Thanks. Every time I hear myself, I want to I don't know, not hear my voice. I don't know how else to say it nicely. Supergirl is great. My collectibles agree. Stephen Longo, hey Vibes, what are your thoughts on when this squeeze ends? Next pump being even higher of a push? One that surpasses everything we've seen thus far? I would say so. It wouldn't surprise me at all. It would mostly start with the grails, you know. If we get a big announcement, Star Wars, whatever it is that's coming up, if and when that happens, you know, people are gonna be buying up the NFTs. I think almost immediately after that, like even the day before. Because there are some people that are going to be ahead of the curve, or just whales that are like, I'm going to buy up the stuff now before the drop happens, like a day, even like a day before the drop. To start buying stuff because they know like immediately after the drop, it's going to be a frenzy on the secondary market for people trying to buy what they want. And in the background, Spider-Mans are going up, Mickeys are going up, the Batmans are going up. So some people actually might be preemptive with that strike and just buy like, all right, I'm going to buy my 2 Batmans right now before the drop even happens. And do it then. So, but I could see things like Todd and some of the other like Spider-Man, Steamboat Willie, the lenticular cards just skyrocket. Like it would not surprise me if we just see, and of course it wouldn't happen overnight. It's not like Todd would go from 10 to 16K overnight, but it could go from 10 to 14, and then over the next few days it goes up to 16, then it plateaus, goes down to 15, then like it goes back up to 18, and it's just like, gosh, when is it going to stop? Like, it's almost the exact same thing that happened last time. But the pumps that do happen with Todd do get bigger. I remember the first pump was like 1,500. The second one was like 3.5K. And the most recent one that he had was like over 10K, or just like, which is pretty absurd. So, John, could you pull up rare cover for Final? I keep wanting to say Final Fantasy. God, Fantastic Four, number 13. All right. Got a lot of comic questions. I dig it. I dig it. It's forcing me. Maybe I mean, this is a sign. People are asking about comics. And they're like, hey, you should probably get on those damn comics. VV vibes. I'm like, all right. Maybe I should. I don't know. It's okay. Thought the music was wigging out there for a sec. What'd you say? Rare cover. Fantastic Four, number 13. I was trying to be lazy and just put in 13, but I guess I'm gonna have to put in Fantastic Four. No, it's right here. Cool. What about it? What do you want to know? I mean, I can give you like the all-time high listing, all that stuff. Cool looking cover. I like how the it seems like the color is focused on like their abilities or like the things that are like emitting energy, like Invisible Woman's hands and like the Human Torch, but there's like nothing emitting from the Thing or Mr. Fantastic. So interesting looking cover. Yeah, I had an all-time high of 450. I had a retest here and it did very well. Went up to 428. Gosh, this thing went to, I don't know how this thing just went from 450 all the way down to 250. Now it's at 200. So it's probably somewhere around this region. Now that I'm like looking here, it's probably somewhere a little bit closer to like 275, 350. And like once it hits here, if it can break through right here, it could start running. The listings have been pretty stagnant. Again, it's kind of hard to, how many listings does this have? 2,350. Okay. Listings have been like pretty stagnant, just kind of going between 70 and 80 just for the last 2 weeks, something like that. Yeah, I don't know as to like to buy it. I think I would assume it's a pretty good buy, but to sell, I would just hodl it. Like it's kind of where I'm at right now with everything. It's like if you own it, just hodl it. If you're in the red, if you want to buy, not a bad time to buy. Like, where's Biscuits? I think she's hanging out with my roommate right now. Like when I started the stream, Biscuit was on her own, and then my roommate came home like an hour after I started stream. So she was fine being alone. Just shoes on stuff. Had to grab a Mickey Sorcerer hat. Feel like it'll be back to 7K next pop very easily. I've been saying that is one I think that is being slept on as well. I was like, if we get some Disney fanatics on the platform or like huge Mickey fans, like that one will do very well. I don't think it'll pass like R2, but I think it could do better than C-3PO, potentially Elsa, and like for sure Iron Man, in my opinion. It could take the number 3 spot, I think, if we get the right people, or the right fans, I should say, on the app. More of them. What's better, Omi or Veve? For now, like I legitimately don't own any Omi. I would love to own some. I'm actually like working with a friend to kind of like help me get that set up. I might buy like a tiny bit of Omi. Like I would love to just, there's been times where I've entertained the idea of just like cashing out all of my NFTs and just putting it all in Omi. But I just like playing this game too much. And I feel like I could help more people by actually investing and flipping and looking at charts and stuff with Veve. So I'm just saying Veve because I don't have any Omi right now. There was one person that was really nice and said like, he'll give me some Omi. Like, I think he was going to troll me, just give me one Omi, which is still fine. Hell, I'll take any Omi. But I'm very bullish on Omi. It's just all my assets are tied up in Veve right now. And I think right now Vive's probably better, but given if it's on enough exchanges, and if we get Omi to NFT very soon, like I could definitely see Omi over Veve in a way, you know. Just bought a new super goal. She's climbing. Really? I guess have we looked at super? If not, I can pull it up on my phone really quick. Yeah, she's been doing pretty well for herself. Being attractive does sell. That is there is that. Where is it? Am I just like DC? There it is. Let's see. Let's find out where she's actually at. Where she is. Yeah, she is climbing. Earlier when we looked, I mean, the listing reflects it. But yeah, I mean, she's up 40 gems as of 24 hours ago. It seems like people do like this one. I mean, there's a lot of FA holders, but I think people that do like Supergirl would also probably get this one as well. Let's see how big the wall is. Yeah, there's a pretty decent wall. So that's what, 11? Gotta wait for more to load. 22. Okay, so about 27. Yeah, there's about 27 listings. Maybe a bit more, probably like 28. At and around 30 gems. So that's, you know, that sell wall could take a little bit of time to go through. Let's close this. So yeah, that could take a little while to get through it, but yeah, Supergirl's doing great. Everyone loves Supergirl too. Cosmos, Marvel Comics #1. How much do you see the prices going in 5 years for Secret Rare, Ultra Rare? I don't even know what's going to happen 5 hours from now, let alone 5 years from now. So I honestly couldn't tell you. It really depends on if like Marvel really wants to push these like comic NFTs, if they start advertising it, if it gets on OpenSea, if the Veveverse is huge by then, if comic collectors get on the platform. Like there's so many different catalysts that can make it do extremely well, especially Marvel Comics #1. Yeah, I mean, sure. Secret Rare $1 million, why not? Ultra Rare 100K, Rare 50K. I'm literally just throwing numbers out there. Like there's legitimately no way to know, and especially like comics, that's like my least this thing I have like the least forte on or whatever. I forgot to put up my little VV things up here. That vault value is, as you guys know, is not accurate or doesn't matter. I think I haven't updated that in a while. I think one day I might put it up to like 4 million and just see if people notice or will like say anything about it. Because I usually have the VV signs up there, but I forgot today. So I'm just going to leave it off today. Not that it matters. I think one day I'll just put I'll just have like $4 million worth of NFTs, or at least like that'll be my vault value, and just see if people notice. Supergirl, yes, I agree. Madness Flip. Supergirl is gorgeous. Stephen Longo, which Batman Black and White would you watch closely and hop on? Probably, honestly, let me pull up the Batmans really quick. So I kind of have like a weird theory. Not even like a weird theory, but it's more like, let me pull it up on the app because I think it might make a bit more. Right, this might take me a second to like get to, but I'm just gonna scroll down for a bit while I look through. Michael Stevens, I don't think now is the time to sell a lot of things that are down. What number is your Joker? Oh, yeah, that's a good question too. All very green. Iron Man for 60 gems. Spider-Man for 200. Joke. Yeah. Got R2D2. I want to try to get the set while I can. I mean, you seem pretty adamant about it. Yeah, because that's the real question is, if golden moments go up, who knows, C3PO could maybe only go up like 500 gems, but like Iron Man could jump a K, and then Joker jumps up, 500 gems, and then Spider-Man goes up to wherever it was before, right? So you sound like you're a very early adopter, Taisu, of on VV. It sounds like you got the box price of pretty much all of them. So yeah, not entirely certain on that. I don't think it's a terrible move by any means. Is it a lot to sacrifice? Yes, but it will also simplify your vault, which is another thing I'm a fan of. It's just like, okay, so let me pull it up here. So you said, which black and white series Batmans would I look at? Of course, anything series 1, like if you can afford it, whatever. But I kind of really like the inexpensive ones. I think Joker would do really well, obviously, like the FA version. But I like the, I kind of like, so Dick Sprang right now is like the same price as, not this one, I think it's the next one, as this one, I believe. That's Batman 71. Yeah, like they're pretty close in price, and there was another one too. But I'm probably gonna pick like these black and white series ones because they're part of season 1. Like all of these are technically season 2. Not that like they're bad or anything like that. Like these are still good. But in my opinion, like these are all season 2, series 5 NFTs. So like part of me like wants to keep a close eye on like Dick Sprang, because I heard that, not Dick Sprang, what's the other one? Is it this one? Darwin Cook. I heard like the newest Batman that's coming up is more focused on like the Darwin Cook like storyline or something like that. That's what I heard. I might not be entirely certain. So there is that. And there's even a small thing to kind of mention where if you're just talking flips, I don't think it matters too much. But if you're talking about like hodling for a while, I do think that the Batmans that are surrounded by like other good NFTs like FA Joker and stuff would be good. So I don't know. I guess I would say like FA Joker, Darwin Cook, and what's this one? Is this one Darwin Cook? Because season 1 ends right here. If you go above that, that's season 2. So I'd pick those over these, in my opinion. But I mean, they're all going to be good. I don't think it matters like season 1, season 2. If we're talking like everything's going to pump at the end of the day. But I really think like the more inexpensive, I think the less expensive Batmans will pump pretty well. Of course, you have your Becky Cloonan, you have all those, Joe Mad, like those are all, like I said, series 1. I think Gary Frank, like I in my opinion, I think actually the cheaper Batmans will pump the most percentage wise because they're just cheap and more people can afford them for the most part. That's just my take. Don't chase the pump. I agree. The absurd hero, that's what I've always done, is like don't chase the pump. But I do think like honestly, I think Veve has so many flippers and just people that are not experienced with just like the market or just like anything related to things related to the market or stocks or wherever you want to call it. And people like do chase the pump, which is why I think a lot of NFTs like go up plateau, and like eventually they just fall off the face of the earth. And then it just like never recovers. But yeah, I mean, like the fact that Dick Sprang right now is like below 200 gems is pretty crazy. He had all-time high of 600. Yeah, he's legitimately, what is that, 66% off? And I realize that that's an absurd peak. I kind of would rather see one. Again, I still like this Batman quite a bit though. I think it's the lower mints, even though it's like a season 2. So for 40 gems more, this one peaked at not even 600. But there's at least some resistance on the way down. There was another one. Dick Sprang. I could have sworn there was. Darwin Cook. I think this one. He's just around 200. But I just like the activity on this that we had. I just like looking at this activity more, that like it shot down and people really wanted to buy it again. I'm not sure what this like crazy yo-yoing effect is going on here, but this just is way more activity. So I think Darwin Cook, I think just the sheer amount of activity, I like it a bit more. But across the board, like all the Batman Black and White series are just across the board. They're at like all-time highs. People are trying to get rid of them. 2.5% fee. People have been buying them for super cheap for a long time, especially like Darwin Cook, like below 100. For a long time. So for a lot of people for a while, as long as it's above literally 110, they could sell for a profit. So it is what it is. Let's see. What do you think the new Supergirl will go up in price more? Will it come down, do you think? It's close to flipping your Harley. I like the fact that it's flipping the whole set due to quality alone. That is interesting. That is a good point to be like just quality alone. Yeah, we'll call it that. We'll call it quality. That is the main reason why it's just flipping Harley. Yeah, potentially. Flip Harley, yeah, but will it calm down? I think so. I think there's a lot of people right now like starving for gems. And just trying to find any angle to make profit at this point, because like there's just not a lot of ways to make profit in this market that's just like crashing. So at some point people will start taking profits. Like you saw that huge sell wall at 300. If it can't break through that, it's just going to start going back down to to 290, then 280, then whatever, like, but even then, if you did buy it at 300, it's gonna go back up. Like, I wouldn't worry too much in the grand scheme of things. 2727. Oh, that's cool. It's that palindrome. Steph collects. So we got what? We got Kobe collects and then Steph collects. Steph Curry collects. People sleeping on Disney cards feels like GM all over again. Yeah, those will take off. Don't get me wrong, but they're just heavily retracing. Market is just extremely bare right now. Could be because of crypto. Could be, you know, because crypto's pumping. It could be because Star Wars is around the corner. It could be because there's no IP announced. That's no IP that's been announced for a while. It could be bots selling off stuff. It could be Veve giving the green light for people to basically just freely sell stuff off app. You know, they said just gems, but like, how are they able to track NFT transactions and stuff either? Like, I doubt it. So, John, Fantastic Four number 13 is the first Veve exclusive that I've been thinking of buying one. Oh, okay, that's why. So, like, that's just something I just don't know. Yeah, dude, that's sick. Yeah, if that's the first rare exclusive, the first exclusive cover for comics, that's a pretty big deal. Yeah, that's cool. Sure, that's awesome. That might be one I might get myself. Need one more cover for the Craven Saga rare set. That is cool. Not huge on the comics, but I could definitely see the appeal, and it is pretty cool having all those comics and like the cover. It's like having 2D art, but it's cheaper, and it's actually by like known artists. Like, a lot of people know Jack Kirby and stuff like that. Like, a lot of people know those people rather than whoever, you know. That's just my take. I'd rather have a comic than like the 2D art. Like, you can just have your comic be the 2D art. Is it better to buy more or just get grails on the rise? Benny John. That's basically stacking, or do I want you want stacking or grails? You can do both. That's the kind of technique I've done. I've done a little bit of stacking, mostly flipping, and then when I can eventually afford a grail, like an ultra rare Steamboat Willie or whatever. I won ultra rare Steamboat Willie, which is nice, but if and when I can afford a grail, have enough extra gems so that when you do buy it, you have enough extra gems where you can go back to flipping again, right? So you can do a bit of both. There's legitimacy to each style in their own way. If you're very active on the app and you do a lot of flipping and you're confident with your knowledge and your ability to like spot stuff, yeah, I would say do stacking. But if you're not on the app a lot and you just feel more comfortable just buying one NFT or a grail or, you know, a blue chip and just sitting on it, then that's your way of doing it. Abby S, I'm thinking of picking up all rare Spider-Mans from the recent 6-part series. What do you think? Sure. Yeah, of the Craven Saga, that'd be sick. Those are, I think those are also like the cheapest too, right? I think a lot of people were just like getting rid of it for the most part. So, Mr. Planet Prophet, YTBR. Hey brother, what's up, dude? Thanks for coming here. Execu Speak, my man, what's up? Hey, how's it going? Sold my Becky for Simpsons Gold of the Moment. I would say it's a pretty good trade. Even, you know, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Homer, it's still like a golden moment. It's still really good. And Becky, it's gonna keep retracing. I will say the golden moments have held their value very, very well compared to pretty much any of the other NFTs on the app, like right now. Golden moment. We'll pull them all up really quick. And I'll show you guys if this will load. Like if we pull up Homer actually went up a bit. Homer and Bart. He went above 2K. So like while literally everything else on the app is crashing, the golden moments are doing this. Like that in and of itself should say a lot. Same thing with you know, even like Wally, like some of the quote unquote lower tier golden moments, like they've retained their value very well. Like things like Becky Cloonan haven't for the most part. But Funky Cold, I think that's a good move on your part, like long term. I think the golden moments are going to be very, very good. Dion, correct. The new Batman movie is more based on Darwin Cook. Yeah, that's sick. That could be why, but I think just black and white across the board is just getting sold off. Like people just want profit. Rab Young, what's up, fellow Veve fam? What's up, guys? I love this activity. I'm sorry if I seem a little. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hold on. This might take a while, and it might be a tiny bit awkward. Standing desk. The egghead rises. I'm gonna stand so I can project my voice and get a little bit more energy. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. General thoughts on zombie Captain America? Meh. I don't know. I think it could be good. Captain. I should probably just typed in zombie. That would have been better. Zombie. I don't know which one you mean. As at least for stacking, like, I'd rather pick Storm. Sorry about that. For stacking, like, common Captain Americas, I'd rather pick Storm, to be quite honest. I don't think it's like a terrible stack or anything like that, but I'd rather pick like Storm for stacking instead of like they're like the same price. Storm has like the double FA, and you know, X-Men and Storm. And I believe it has, I don't know if that has more mints or less mints than Storm. I think it's the same. Ultra rare, not too bullish on it, to be quite honest. I'm not sure what you could get that's better. It's $350 for an ultra rare. That's got to be like one of the cheaper NFTs, right? For like an ultra rare to be $350. Unless just like one I'm just like completely overlooking. So $350 for that. 369 Wise Mind Crypto. I'm in a VVOG. I love your show. I've been waiting for a show like this. I'm following my collectibles and getting another Superman. That's awesome, dude. And dude, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I need to find a way to like make this cool, or like do an alert, or you know, do some like double monkey backflips or something like that to entertain you guys. But yeah, like I'm here in the mud, digging through the market, trying to give people advice on what to buy, sell, trade, and all that stuff. So you know, there's not too many content creators like that. I don't think that makes me any better or any worse than any other content creator. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses and what they know. I've just happened to be a person that's just done this a lot and has made a lot of gems and thrown away a lot of gems as well. And I have my biases too. And even my mind has changed on certain things. Even just talking with like Crypto Chris and other content creators about just like the market and just the ways of viewing new drops and this and that. Like even the new Pilly drop, Pilly Fantasy, yeah, that one's done pretty well. Even though I wouldn't be surprised if people were already taking profit on that. But at least for Zombie Captain America, I'm not too bullish on the idea, to be quite honest. I picked Pilly. But again, thank you. 369 crypto, or Wise Mind Crypto. Thank you so much for the $5 dono, dude. I really appreciate it. And VVOG, I would love to talk with some VVOGs more just in general. I remember I used to be, in a way I still am, you can't help but be a little bit jealous of like VVOGs, like, God, you were so early. Why don't you just buy a bunch of Jokers or buy a bunch of Todds when they were out? Like, I'm not sure how early you were. But then again, like you guys, you only knew what you knew. Like the community, the way community viewed things is vastly different now than what it was back then, right? You know, I don't think anyone's trading 2 Todds for a Nightwing anymore, right? I think that's kind of come and gone at this point. So let's see. Zinfang, I think he was at like 650 earlier. The rare was almost at like 180. So a bit of movement. Some people, it's actually retaining its value decently well. We'll have to see though. There is a lot of moves that seem to happen like overnight though. Yeah, it's actually holding its value decently well considering like the listings are down, as well as yeah, it's actually pretty impressive. We'll have to see though. The real test is next gem squeeze, next big announcement or whatever it is. Will it retain its value? That's going to be the real challenge for this IP, at least in my opinion. Get the music back in. All right, let me, I think I skipped some chat because I read the super chat. John thoughts on Zombie Captain America, that's what I said. FA Joker so cheap. Dude, Hog, I bought a Joker, an FA Joker, I think for 1,700 like a few weeks ago, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna keep going up, and then, you know, a couple days later, they made a series of announcements, and then everything just kind of crashed, so I'm still holding my FA Joker. It is a 6942, which is kind of a cool mint. I didn't realize that was the mint when I bought it, but it was a 6942, and I'm like, I like that, I'm gonna keep it. But yeah, it's that, I'm gonna pull it up here. It's, I remember telling Chris, as well as just like people in general, I'm like, Joker's ever below 1,200, you buy it immediately, but now it's just chilling there at this point. Like, it's just crazy. The listings are at an all-time high at like 186. Again, I'm still not sure what happened here. Someone told me that like VVD listed a bunch of listings because it was like more than 30 days old, but I thought they didn't add that until like late November or like late December. I think it was like late December they talked about doing that. I don't know. I don't remember it happening. I mean, I started during Golden Moment, so I actually started like middle of November, maybe second week of November. That's when I started VV. But yeah, like, dude, Jim Lee is so cheap. And like, I really think if the sentiment of the Marvel Mighties plays out, I did watch a video of a guy saying that, yeah, there's going to be gamification, but there's also a reason why there's way less villains than there are heroes, is because, I mean, obviously more people want to play the heroes, but if you want to play a game or if you want to do whatever with these NFTs, like, you only need one villain and you need multiple heroes to make it happen, right? Although it would be kind of weird, at least, I don't think the Black and White series are set up to do any kind of gamification, but if that sentiment does follow in Marvel Mighties, it could bleed over to Black and White series. Even though it has no gamification, people are like, yeah, you're right. Actually, it's probably good that there's 59,000 Batmans, but there's only 11,000 Jokers, that I should probably get a Joker, at least, especially the FA one, because there's only 7,500 and there's 3,000 of this. So I think they will have their day, but I think just DC in general is just like, unless you're like a grail of a grail, you know, unless you're like a high tier, unless you're basically, even if you're in series 1, it won't save you, right? Like, look at Becky Cloonan and Joe Mad. Like, they're just getting sold off so easily. I mean, they're crumbling under dips right now, and they're part of series 1 with Rizzo as well as Todd. So like, basically, unless you are Rizzo and Todd, like, you're just gonna crumble under the dips, right? So I do think Joker will do well. He'll probably be one of the first DC people, in my opinion, that will rebound the hardest, but we'll see. What up, bro? Have you done mini low of 550, now 2 from 600 with no walls till 700? I would still say it's still gonna drop. Unfortunately, like, I see this running all the way through the week, potentially, again, until VV hits us hard tomorrow with some sort of Black Panther or something crazy. Even Black Panther, I don't think will save this market dip. Like, people will get excited about it, buy it up, but like, it'll just go right back to dipping. And even if there is a big announcement, the dip would happen even harder, right? Because people are trying to liquidate what they have for potentially Star Wars or whatever it is. So we need a big announcement sooner rather than later to kind of help save the market where it's at right now. Yeah, that's just my take on it. Like, we need something like that to happen. Because I think right now some people are hesitant to buy, because if there's a big IP, people want to have gems for that to buy, right? But then once that's done, people are like, okay, VV did a huge announcement. We're not going to get another one for potentially 2 to 3 months or 1 month or however long it typically the cycles is. All right, now I'm going to buy up all the stuff, and the cycle continues. So, by the way, love your channel. I just don't talk much in here. It's all right, dude. Michael Wiggins, you're more than happy to just lurk here and just, you know, do whatever you need to do. Do one of these. Just watch my stream like this. I really don't care if you lurk or not. I see. I would have never known if you didn't say something. So, what up, bro? Oh yeah, Babs, #1. How to get my hands on R2 before he pumps to 20? That's a good call. I would love any Simpsons one. Yeah, something, anything. Got Homer tattooed on my arm. I would love anything Simpsons. Really? Okay, so you're physically invested in Homer and Bart. I see. Get Homer before he's 4K, brother. make that play if you can get, yeah, if you like, dude, Simpsons right now is a very good play. I showed it earlier. It's retaining its value very well, which just means that the next time there's a pump, it's just going to do even better. So I do agree. It could definitely hit like 3.54K pretty easily. I think there's a good chance that all of the golden moments see a significant pump next recovery or whatever it is. And I think Elsa and Iron Man's are going to be the biggest, as well as Sorcerer Hat. Your background is trippy in a good way? Thanks. It's just like one of those skylight things I bought on Amazon. I'm pretty sure I already broke it when I bought this like 2 or 3 months ago. It fell off like my table at one point, because I think at one point I had it on a table. And it fell off, and like it still kind of works, but like the lights would be much brighter. The lights used to, like the colored lights, I should say, like the green, the red, and the, what's the other one? Green, red, and blue? I think there's a blue, I think. Those colors used to be much more vibrant, and they would like really pop. But now I think the lenses are kind of messed up, so I might buy another one, but it seems to function still just fine. So I'll be honest, I'm one of those people that, like, you could probably tell with my computer setup as well as this, like, unless something is just like physically no longer to do its function, I will just keep it. Like, I remember I had a phone, like the screen was cracked, it was just messed up. I had it for like 3 years, and people were like, just get a new phone. I'm like, dude, it still works. Like, no way. Like, even now, like, you know, I can't afford one right now, but I should get a new computer. And like, even if I did get a new computer, I'm like, dude, I still have this old computer. Like, I can still use it for, like, I'd find some sort of way to like make use of it or still like use it. So like, I will use stuff until it's like actually broken where I can't physically use it anymore. So I guess that's just my weird analogy for my skylight. Like, it still works. It's just not as good as it should be, but it still works. Again, thank you, Wise Mind Crypto, for the dono. I'm gonna catch up with chat. Rab Young, I really would if I could have. It's a big buy at that amount. I'm hoping they release a few other Simpsons related in the near future. Yeah, they could. Where would you put 90 gems? Right now, if that's literally all you have in your wallet, I would just hold it. Just play drops, play comics, do that stuff. But for that cheap, I would say comics. Like, I'm not even sure which comics exactly. I'm sure there's some other people in chat that could help you out. I'm not a huge comic guy. Like, I don't know if there's like, oh, there's an undervalued comic at 20 gems that will go up to 35 eventually or whatever. I don't know. Kripkins is also a good thing, but if you're like, if that's literally all you have in your wallet, I would just hold off on it. But at the same time, but at the same time, I would, yeah, not sure. Bobby, you can add this to your laptop fund. Holy shit. $50, dude. Thank you so much. Add this to your laptop fund. Should I get a laptop? Have that like to be my chat or something like that? Dude, thank you so much. That is huge. It's a lot of Taco Bell burritos. I mean, I shouldn't have said that out loud. That's a lot of something I should get. Dude, thank you so much for that. That's really huge. I feel like I should be doing like a song and dance, doing push-ups, sit-ups. I've been watching a lot of Dino recently. If you guys don't know Dino Lang, he used to be named Meet Kevin. I forgot like his old name, but now it's just now he just goes by his actual name. But he was doing like squats and push-ups and stuff on stream for money, which is funny. So I always thought that was pretty funny that he was doing that. So like, I feel like I should be doing something, especially if I get like a huge dono like that. But dude, Bobby, thank you so much. I really hope I, at the very least, helped you get at least like 50 gems in profit at some point with my recommendations or things to buy into. So I really appreciate that. All good, man. You will get lucky to keep at it, bro. Yep. Those little big boots and chupacabras are dope. They are. Bigfoot. I was like, big boots? What? Hold on. I need to like clear my throat. They're dope. Just collect what you love and try to flip your way up. Yeah. Make sure you all smash that like button. Yes, listen to Veve in 3. He is the most wise of all of us. Rab Young, what is it? What's what I do currently? I'm also trying to get some of the serial killers. Yeah, me personally, I'm not a huge fan of serial killers. like I said, if you only have 90 gems, like I personally just try and get the comics and or just hold off until you can like get a drop or something. That's just my take, but if you do want to at least see some like growth, or you want to feel like you're at least investing in something, I think comics could be the way too. Is FA Supergirl still a hold? Yeah, why not? I mean, I'll pull it up really quick. Like right now, everything is down. Like if your thing is down, like I'm just holding. Like that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. I say Superman. I guess it's Superwoman. There's a space in between, huh? Supergirl, my bad. Oh my gosh, I'm like tripping. Bobby got me all discombobulated. You get it? Discombobulated. Maybe I should do that. Every time you donate, I'll be like, oh, I'm getting discombobulated on something weird. Supergirl, yeah, I would just hold this, dude. Dude, I'm down, like my entire vault is down right now, but I'm just hodling. I'm just hodling until it goes back up. Oh my gosh. Dude, I can't believe she actually pumped to 2.3K. She also kind of had some, she had a retest here and like actually went up to 1800, which is nice. Some more resistance here. Like, yeah, dude, just hold her. Like the listings are high, but like, it's not like there's a ton of listings. I would just hodl her. Be confident in your less attractive, be confident in your less attractive Supergirl. I know it's just, I'm sure she has a great personality. Just hold on to it. Just hold on to it. Is Daisy a hold? Why is she so low? I think it's just because of all the cards and price wise, she's probably the least popular. I think more people like Donald than Mickey, and more people are familiar with Minnie than, you know, Donald and all them. Maybe less so Daisy. So again, I don't really pay attention to rarity or mint numbers. It's a lot of it is popularity. Even when it comes to Disney. Like, I mean, you're seeing it now. Like Daisy, let me pull it up. It's like Daisy has less mints than all the other ones below. I mean, she's the rare, but just because she's the less popular, that's just her take. So 575. So she has, let's just call it 9,000 mints. But Minnie has 14,000. He has 10,000, and he has 10,000 or 14,000. So I think it's just strictly a popularity thing. I mean, she's actually not that much cheaper than Minnie right now, right? So she's not that much cheaper than Minnie right now. Yeah, I would just hold. Where was she at before? I'm trying to see like where her all-time high was. Yeah, she's gone above 700, above 650 for a while. Yeah, and if people want to complete the set, they're gonna have to buy her eventually. So just hodl, don't sell. I mean, I don't know what your entry point was. I don't know if it's down here at 400 or if you got really lucky 350. But even then, I would still hold. Cool. What else is next? I skipped yours. Hogney. Dude, I do not know how to pronounce that. Joker got listed for 999 gems. WTF, dude? I'm thinking the same thing. What the hell? Someone need to quick sell it that fast? Maybe they're trying to make a move. Who knows? Quentin Davey. What do you think about Spider-Man 2099 position as a grail? I don't know about a grail. It's significant. I would put it in like a very high A tier NFT category, but with like, until we get some sort of what's it called? Until we get some sort of like gamification or whatever, like he'll do fine. I think all the Marvel Midas will pump a lot. Any news about Viviverse that it's coming closer, or there's a hint of gamification, or literally anything, like the Marvel Midas will pump a little. But is it a grail? I would say no. It really depends. But then again, it could. I would definitely put it in. Yeah, I'll probably put a high A tier. Because in my mind, like this is something I'm still trying to figure out myself. Like there's grails, blue chips, and then there's like high A tier stuff. I'm still trying to figure out in my mind how to differentiate that, like all three of those, or at least those two things for the most part. Is it a good investment right now? I would say it's not bad. I personally right now rather take a golden moment like a Homer and Bart, or if you can afford the extra couple hundred extra gems, like just get an Iron Man. Iron Man's like extremely solid. But that'd be my take. Like I'd rather take a golden moment over those, like in my opinion. Plus I just see golden moments taken out. Like I think golden moments are gonna be one of the first NFTs to just skyrocket after whatever the next pump is that's gonna happen. Go back here. Drew Pair lurking. I don't know why, but like when you say lurking, I think of like, I can't do the stance because I'm doing the waist up, but like someone that has like their hips forward and they're like leaning back and just like, I don't know, just being super awkward. I don't know. Drew Pair, you may continue to lurk. I like it when people watch. Tremendez 83. What's the best investment under 750? Steamboat Willie. I think he's that cheap now, right? Steamboat Willie or Mickey's not that cheap yet, right? Mickey is a good solid pickup at this point too. Let's look at the Spidermans, and I'm sure under 700 Ben Riley. Yeah, the Ben Riley. I was about to get to that one. I mean, hell, you can get a Ben Riley plus a zombie hunter common for that if you really want to like double down on that. Yeah, pretty much. You can get Ben Riley plus like a Darwin Cook Batman if you want to like do a Marvel and a DC. 750. What else? I think the uncommon's also that cheap too, right? Uncommon's like closer to 7. Yeah, you have some options here, and again too, I'm sure there's, you know, a handful of commons or like rares or secret rare comics you can grab up as well that will do just as well. So that'd be my take, but like those are all the ones I would pick. I'm trying to think of like maybe one other NFT that I think would do well, or especially one that's just like absurdly discounted for how much it is. I'll think of something below that. That's another thing. I need to like reevaluate all my suggestions because like prices are just dipping and just moving so much. It's like hard to do certain suggestions sometimes. Wonder Woman still at like 900. I'm really curious where the Captain America, like the ultra rare. Curious if he's like holding his value. He's at 900. Yeah, I'll think of something, but like those are the suggestions I would have. Steamboat Willie, Mickey card, or you know, Ben Riley plus common zombie hunter Spider-Man, or you can do Ben Riley plus like Darwin Cook or something like that. Like those are all solid. Long-term price prediction for FE Pluto. Aries less ass. Long-term, I couldn't tell you. Like, again, like as someone that studies or like looks at the market as much as I do, and you see how erratic it is, and like a single tweet could just like completely flip a section of the market on its head, or just like cause 2D art pieces to just skyrocket just because someone wants to pump it. Like anything can happen, you know, or literally next week, Disney could be like, they could show all of their collectors. They could put it in their Discord. They could put it on Twitter. They could put it in the actual theme parks. Like, hey, by the way, have you heard of Veve? We have these lenticular collectible cards on there that has a Pluto, blah, blah, and it shows the pictures and be like, oh my God. And like 2 weeks from now we have a flood of 100,000 more Disney obsessors on the platform. They're going to buy up all the, like literally anything can happen between now and whatever long-term technically is. So, like end of year, it could be anywhere between like, it could fluctuate anywhere between like 4 to like 8K. Like it wouldn't surprise me. On the low end, like maybe 4K, high end 8K. Like I just genuinely don't know. I honestly just put those numbers out of my ass. I wish I could give you a better suggestion, but like long term, like it's weird because it's, I don't know if you guys ever heard of the, it's not a fallacy, but it's a thing where it's like the more you know, the more you realize, like, what is it? The more you know, the more you realize, the less you know. It's something like that. I think you guys, I don't know if you guys have heard that quote before, but it's like, the more you understand a topic, or like the more you know, the more you realize like you don't know a lot. Actually, it's the people that think they know it all. Like those are the people that actually know nothing. But it's the people that know a lot that are like, dude, I don't know, like this stuff could happen. Like I don't know what that term or like that quote came from, but I remember hearing that. I'm like, dude, that is so true, especially like in a new space like this. Like anyone that claims they know long-term stuff for Veve, or like they know the exact price action of this like NFT or whatever, or anything like that, especially like an exact date, right? Like it's hard to do that. So you can go off a few different things, but especially when it comes to NFTs, like maybe Omi, like that's kind of like a different thing. Because that, I mean, that could, I mean, how it sounds like we could get $1 Omi, $10 Omi, 1 cent Omi, like whatever it is, much sooner than we think. What do you think about the Pilly Pump? Should I sell this? Should I sell the set now or wait? Nog All-Star, Noggy All-Star, I think that's how you pronounce it. To be honest, like me personally, and like this is not financial advice, like just based on my experience and what I've seen so far, me personally, I would just take the profit and just like, I don't know how much profit and what you entered in at. I would just take the profit and like just be done, because you don't know what's going to happen. But then again, it's a new IP. I'm completely unfamiliar with the IP, so that's probably another reason why. Because I mean, if even things like lenticular cards, Marvel Mighties with Spider-Man, like if they're not safe from the dips, like I think it's only a matter of time. I think this is a short-term pump. I do think people will start taking profits over the next 12 to 24 hours. It wouldn't surprise me at all whatsoever, because that's what's happened to every other thing on the app. It's hard to imagine that. I'm not trying to dump it, but it's like some like international like puppet show thing. It would do like better. Though I do realize it's a very popular show in obviously the Southeastern Asian market and all that stuff. And VVM3 did like a great breakdown of the show and super popular. Like the characters sound interesting. Like I would love to learn more about it, but I just don't see that like surviving this this dip apocalypse. Like this is the only thing that survives, but like Disney and everything else is just like dipping. I don't know. That's just my take. But then again, if you hold, it could pay off. In the next 24 hours, it could jump up another 100 gems, 200 gems, whatever. So who knows? That's just my personal advice. So like take advantage of this while you can, because I do think a lot of other people will as well. Rab Young, I can't remember, but and if it runs up, Najee All-Star, yeah, it's your NFTs at the end of the day. I can't press the sell for X amount of gems for you. I can't remember, but seen something sell for 500K today. I believe it was a Spider-Man. Was it like a legit sale, or was it just like a delisting? Like someone had it listed and then it was like removed. The big difference. Babs 1, yep. FA Ben Riley under 700, still FA Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2099, big rail in the future. There needs to be gamification in Veve, and if that's the case, and if it's like genuinely one of the only secret rares on there, I would say so. And that's something I said before. Like I literally thought if there wasn't like that weird market listing issue, and if we weren't dealing with bots and just like a lot of backlash on like Veve's part, I thought the what's it called? The Spider-Man 2099 would go closer to like 3.5K. Like that's where it would be at like right now, and like everything else, and it would go higher. Then again, I think we have just different definitions of like grail, right? But depending on how the movie and stuff plays out, I could see that. I could see it becoming a grail, because gamification now has more exposure in the movies. We see more appearances in like modern media. I could see it, and the low mints does help too. 89 Joker, Batman. Looked at that one earlier. I'll pull it up again. Uncommon Dragon Girl is superb. I do Rusty Wren. Dragon Girls, as what you guys mentioned, actually both the NFTs that I probably like most aesthetically on the app. I like the common and uncommon Dragon Girl because it actually shows like the tattoo work. And then I also like 89 Joker for the story, and it's the most unique looking Batman. So I say 89 Joker. 89 Batman is the most unique looking Batman of any of them. obviously. So we have 89 Batman here. I would still hold off. Like the artificial pump, like with the amount of mints that this Batman has, like I think all of the Black and White series Batmans, there's not a single one with more than 10,000 mints, I think. And this one, like they always have like 7,500 or whatever. This one has 17,000 mints. And you can just see it here that like, I think it was pumping up and then like, it just started artificially getting pumped. Like people were tweeting about it. I'm trying to remember who it was. Might've been Ray Fixie as well as some other people. Just hyping it up to no end. And went all the way up to 600, like based on like the mints and the rarity and a bunch of other things. And like, not a ton of people know the Batman left's like, this thing should have never gone above like 250 in my opinion. Like maybe 300 at the most, but it should have never gone up to 600. And now that that's the case, I mean, we have people for, when did this release? May 20th. So we have people from May 20th buying it for under 100 gems for now coming up, what, on 9 months, that are more than happy to sell it for a profit, because a lot of people probably bought it for, you know, 60, 70 gems, 80 gems, 90 gems. And as long as they sell it for above 110, they're in profit and they'll take it. So I legitimately think this thing could run down to somewhere in between 250 to 200. It could just keep going down. And like, and the listings are showing that too. So I would wait to buy. It's a great NFT. I do want to buy it at some point, but I'm just going to wait. And then Dragon Girl, yep. Superb. Deadpool FA, comic massive. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard with that. Oh, we got some people in here. Let me double time it through chat. Yeah, the New Mutants is really cool. I think a lot of comic book collectors and just people in the community have said like people are sleeping on it. I mean, hell, even what's his name? Gary V has a like a 9 point whatever rated New Mutants like in the back of his place. I think that was kind of a meme that people did, where he was like talking about NFTs and stuff. And he was like, you know, people could, you know, do this or that. And he was like grabbing a bunch of like random things. And like, he's like, dude, that comic that's behind you is literally on Veve right now. It's already on, it's already an NFT. So the New Mutants, that's pretty funny. I have one, I probably should get a few more. It is probably undervalued. New Mutants 14, yeah. Rab Young, I personally have bought every comic that is cheap. They all went up in price compared to my buy from the market. Yeah, dude, that's, you know, it's, someone made a good term. Like if you have, if you buy comics, it's the equivalent of having, you know, just long-term investments like bonds or something like that. Tesu, LMAO, all my friends bully me for not upgrading my phone. I got an iPhone 7, which still works fine. Got like another 10, got like 10 other iPhones. 10 to 12 that I'm flipping but won't use. Sorry, I'm done with my grapefruit now. Yeah, all the comics are good long term. Do you guys ever think we'll have a time where there's a comic bloat? Where there's just so many just like meh comics on the platform that it's just gonna like, who cares? Or will the Master Collector program always prop it up? Like just for the fact that they're worth points and you can get, you know, random free stuff with it off like the raffle system. Comics will always inherently have some value. Babs. But if you get your hands on, I think you mean the Hood comics. I don't know if you meant the good comics or the Hood comics. Meet Kevin Padawan, that's what it is. Dino is dope. Dino is really cool. I do think it's funny. He was talking about the other day. He's like, dude, like it's actually a really good idea. Like my wife would love streaming. Like I'm on here, I'm making money, and I get in shape. You know, until, you know, 6 or 7 pizza mukbangs later, maybe he won't be saving, maybe he won't be losing a bunch of weight. We'll see. He's a great guy. I think he's hilarious. He's one of those guys that's like, there's no filter up there. Like you ask him a question or you tell him to do something, he's like, what? No, I want to do that. Like, I think me and some of my friends were kind of not trolling him, but just having fun with him in his chat, you know. And God, I'm trying to remember what my friend asked. Something about like, if you could run full speed at someone and tackle them, you know, dead or alive, like who would it be? And he's like, he took the question so seriously, like it's a question he gets on the daily. He wasn't even like, well, that's a weird question. He was just like, if I could run full speed and tackle someone, dead or alive, he's like, well, I would want it to hurt, but then it'd probably someone bad. Like I'd probably tackle like Hitler or something like that. I'm just like, what is he saying? Like he just the way he thinks, like he's so hilarious, and I love the guy. I would love to do a collab with him at some point, and I'm sure he's down for it. And me and him have I've hung out in his chat quite a few times, but he's a hilarious guy. He loves Star Wars, so if you talk up Star Wars with him, he'll talk all day about it. New streaming rig, let's go. Keep up the great work. Yeah, let me get my laptop. But that would be I still really appreciate that, Bobby. I don't know if you're still here or lurking. I love me some lurkers. So a comic I grabbed last night for 14 gems. Current floor price is 15.6, so it's already a gain. Yeah, pretty much, Rab Young. Pretty much. Clint Cap, Superman is pumping. 47 to 5,200 in an hour. It's cool. I mean, to be honest, it did that like a day or two ago. It actually went up to like 5,400. Then it immediately went. So I'm not saying this is not the stop of it or whatever, but it could go down. Because you know what? All those people that bought it for 4,700, they're already in the profit. They might just list it again and just start undercutting again. Because there are people, like I mentioned before, there are people on the platform that will buy like a $4,000, $5,000 NFT and flip it for a 200 gem profit. Like there are people that will do that. Because the funny thing is, like, even if they're wrong, they're still holding a Superman. Like if you're wrong, like you're still holding a Superman. Just give it enough time, it will be profitable again. But if you do get undercut to hell, like who cares? I'm just gonna hold it for. I'm just gonna wait till tomorrow, and then I can just undercut again. If I only had 90 gems right now, I would go to the DeLoreans and keep refreshing it over and over and over until a 4-digit comes out and sell it. Possibly. I don't know, like I think that technique works better when there's like a new drop. I do that all the time when new drops happen. I try to snipe like a lowish 4-digit mint and put it up. I'm just not sure like how often people are going to the DeLoreans page and like trying to find like a 4-digit mint. I could be wrong, like a low 4-digit and like buying those up, but that's not a bad it's not a bad plan though. Nogi All-Star, is it Nogi All-Star or Nogi Nogala Star? I don't know, I could be butchering her name. Resale, what's up? Just tuning in. What's your top picks? Also, could Gem Squeeze be because crypto's bullish right now when crypto drops and MTs rise? Yeah, we talked about that earlier, Resale. I think it's just happened once, right? So at this point, it's just a coincidence. But you need something to happen more than once for it to be a trend. One, you know, I don't know what the term is, but like one's a coincidence and like two's a trend. Like you need to have more than one instance of it happening. Unless it happened like earlier in like 2021, I could be wrong, but something similar needs to happen again. And then if that is the case, people can start preparing for it, especially if Veve seems to like lag behind on that, right? Like crypto dips, Veve NFTs are skyrocketing, then when crypto goes back up, Veve's behind like a week, and then things start crashing. And then people figure out that trend. If it happens again, we could, like, if crypto starts crashing, we could start seeing people just immediately start selling stuff off. Not exactly sure why. Maybe people are liquidating NFTs to invest in crypto, and then they do vice versa. When it's crashing, they try to liquidate. Their crypto to get. I have no idea, but that could be. There's a correlation there. It's not causation, but there's a correlation. We have to wait one more time. Rusty Ren holding here 5 Iron Man and 4 else. Dude, Rusty, my man. That's sick. That's actually really, really cool. And I hope, and I do this too whenever I have stacks of stuff. I always start with like my highest mint or like my whatever mints first and like sell those off and then save like my best mint or whatever for last. I'm not sure. I'm down 55% on my common alligator Loki stack. Let's fucking go. Dude, same. I only have 1 common alligator Loki. I'm kind of upset because when I invested gems to invest in alligator Lokis to get on Randy's wall, I think I paid 100. I was paying on average 100 to 105 per alligator Loki. So I gave him 17 of them to last the year. And me and him struck up a deal live on his stream. And then legitimately like 2-3 weeks later, they went all the way down to like 65 gems, 50 gems. I'm like, maybe not 50, they're 50 now, but I think at the time they're 65. I'm like, oh, I could have saved, I don't know how many gems that is. Like, like 400 or 500 gems. Like that would have been nice, but it's still worthwhile. Like I'm on the wall. Randy's an awesome guy. He has a great community, and even after I was on the wall, I would say like every other day, someone would say they found me on the wall. That was kind of shortly after. It's kind of slowed down less recently, but I don't expect everyone to tune into my stream and be like, hey, I found you on Randy's wall. Like, I used to sell, I used to work for like a software company that did digital advertising and stuff like that. It's a pretty big company. I don't know if I want to say it on stream, not that it matters, but like, I used to do that. And I used to call business owners and convince them to advertise on their platform and stuff. And like, they would get upset even when after they advertise, like, well, people didn't come in and say they came from here. I'm like, not everyone that walks into, you know, Bob Frank's Pizza is going to say, hey, I found you online. They're just going to like, they just want pizza. You know, same thing here. It's like, not everyone's going to say like, hey, I came from Randy. They're just gonna like, I'm just here for the ecomi wiki website and watch your bald head. Like, that's what I'm here for. I don't know. That was kind of a small tangent, but that's just whatever. Barta, can Mickey Ultra Rare reach Walt at some point? I don't think so. I mean, I know that Walt will always be above it, but it can go. No, it's not gonna touch it. Like if Walt hits 100K, like Steamboat Willie will probably be at like 20, something like that. I don't think those prices. They're not. I don't think the prices of either of them are like tied together in any way. But no, I don't see Steamboat Willie touching Walt anytime soon. Plus, I mean, like, Walt also has the FA Mickey. It's a FA Walt and FA Mickey. Like, I realize Steamboat Willie's a huge deal, iconically, but, yeah, Walt is too much. I got Pluto on drop. You think I could sell him for a better grails? Where's he at now? Better grails. I mean, you're only getting, what, a grand? 900 at this point? So if you sold them... Whoops. So if you sold them... You would take what? I mean, you would be getting like a grand out of it, right? With a grand... I don't know. You can't really do much with a grand right now. At least like I think on par with Pluto. Like I don't think you could do better than Pluto right now. Like you can maybe play the angle of like Ben Riley, like something with like that's really low with like extremely high potential. But the question is like, will Ben Riley reach up to that point like it was before, right? Same thing with like ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man or something like that. Like do you think that let me pull these up here. Like, if you have an extra 100 gems or whatever, like, if you have the gems to make up Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, like, do you think that basically Zombie Hunter Spider-Man can reach up to, like... Because Pluto's already hit 1,500, 1,300 a couple times. Or, like, he's been up there, I think, twice. He's hovered around there. Basically, do you think, like, Ultra Rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man can hit 1,800 before Pluto? Even though he has history of doing it, I'd probably say no. Ben Riley, I think, has a better chance. Like, you can get 2 Ben Rileys at this point, and like those went up to like 1,100. So you can argue like, all right, well, Ben Riley won't run up to 1,000, but all I have to do is run up to 800, and now you have 1,600 total. That's a potential move. Like I think, like you have to like, it's kind of a risk because I mean Ben Riley had an explosion, and he's heavily discounted right now. So even if he lands somewhere among the middle at 800, I mean you're making 250 each. If you had to sell Pluto, that'd probably be the move I'd make. But in my honest opinion, it's just safer to just keep Pluto. Sell him at the top of next pump. It sounds like you're not married to the idea of keeping Pluto, because you might not have the set or something. But I think next pump is a better time to sell him. Even though everything is discounted right now, it's like I'm trying to find a way to like make up the difference, or like if you can make more gems. And grail wise, like ultra uncommon Steamboat Willie maybe. Probably not Wonder Woman. Possibly Wonder Woman. I don't know. I would just hodl. Doesn't sound good. Resale, I 100% agree. Yeah, mine crypto, I think that could be the case, but I think we need one more instance of it. But then again, people might have already just married the idea that like, all right, well, when crypto goes up, NFTs are down and vice versa. It could be a self-fulfilling prophecy where next time crypto goes down, people are going to delist their stuff and it goes up. And then when crypto goes back up, people are just going to start listing all of it because that's what happened last time. So whether that's actually the cause of it or not, it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So, I mean, maybe that's the angle I'm going to take next time. Who knows? Maybe I should actually start paying attention to like Ethereum and Bitcoin and all that other stuff. Do you have a spreadsheet of your buys and sells for taxes? Or do you not worry about that stuff now? I pretty much always just look at what I bought it for, and I'm always just looking for, you know, like, all right, am I gonna get profit on this? Okay, cool. Like, I'm not a huge guy, and like, even though I'm looking at graphs and stuff, I'm not a huge fan of like hyper crunching numbers and trying to like, all right, can I get as many percentage points or like dollar amount or gem amount or whatever out of this as possible? Like, it's mostly just a feel for the market and like where the numbers are going in general. I don't know, but I know all the fees already. It's like Marvel Disney is 8.5%. I could have sworn 007 is like 4.5%. I could be wrong. Maybe 8.5. And then U.S. Postal Service is 4.5, and like everything else is pretty much 2.5 for fees and stuff. Yeah. A brand. Lujuan. I think that's how you pronounce it. But no, I don't have like a spreadsheet or anything. Zach of all trades, zombie Spider-Man. I do like zombie Spider-Man. I do like it. I bought like 9 of them when they were at like 280. I sold quite a few at 400. I still had like 2 left. And you know, they're in the negative, but I'm just holding on to them until they go back up because I know they will. Harley Quinn FA, if you can get her for 750, that's a good one too. Harley Quinn. I just see Steamboat Willie and some other stuff just like going up before her. I don't know, kind of getting a little less bullish on Black and White series stuff, to be honest. At least if it's like not series 1, but we'll see. I'm curious how that plays out. Part of me wants to use like honestly DC as a way to flip and not so much as a hodl, just because it seems like DC has to work twice as hard for the price to go up because it's a great IP to flip. Well-known superheroes, you don't have to wait for the price to go up that much to get profit. Yeah, that's my take. Long term, don't get me wrong, but like right now, with just the way the market is, it's just people are just focused on flipping. Bobby, send you another collectible since I gotta go. You can sell this one if you want to, dude. Thank you so much. I'm terrified to open it and see what it is. What did I get? Thank you again. I would love to double up on that NFT. Thank you so much. Drew Pear, I flipped Spider-Man 2099 on drop for Iron Man. I'm glad I did it. I had my eye on him, and then poof, there he was. Yeah, dude, Drew Pear, I think that's a pretty good move right now. Is there a time where Spider-Man 2099? I think he just leans a little bit too heavily on like Veveverse and like gamification. Like he'll still do very well, don't get me wrong, but I just see golden moments. I just see golden moments making a massive move before Marvel Mighties in general. That's just my opinion. I just see golden moments just doing extremely well, either end of this month or early March. And like Marvel Mighties, I think they're a little bit too tied up with like gamification. Like if there's anything announced with gamification, Marvel Mighties, they'll all just fly up in price. But I still think Spider-Man 29 will do really well. Shakespeare the Third vibes. I hope your day is going great. I'm thinking about just selling Harley and picking up Donald. Worried about the spicy drop though. See, like, exactly. I think people are like really over interpreting like everything they say. Like anytime basically any employee says something nice about Veve or like a future drop, they're just like, oh, what is it? Like, I hope it's something good too. Spicy, like, I mean, can we break down what spicy is? Like, what does that mean? Like, what could be spicy? You know, could it be I really hope they didn't like take a month to prepare for this, but like, okay, could it be the Human Torch because he's like on fire and that's spicy? Like, I'm just like looking too much into it, but yeah, like even Alfred Kahn, like when he says like, oh, there's great things to come, I think he's just being nice. Like, I don't think, you know, I think he just want to keep people interested in VV and just like he's, you know, just to say like, oh, like there's great things to come. I don't think he's being like, oh, keep your eye out. Poke fans, like keep an eye. Like I think he's just trying to be nice. Like he wants to end his tweets and stuff like on a positive note. Like that's just me personally. I don't think Pokemon's gonna come out at the end of this month. I know Kobe Collects. I was watching him earlier. He agrees. He's like, I don't think Pokemon's gonna come out this month, or even like the next like couple months or something like that. He said he'll put down a Walt statue for it. So he said like if someone wants to bet me a Walt statue between now and like the next month or 2 months or whatever, if that Pokemon's gonna come out, he'll bet a Walt statue. He'll match you 1 for 1. And if he's wrong, he'll give you his. And if you're wrong, you have to give him yours. So. Babs for let's go, baby. What a move. Yeah, I do like that. I do like that move. Golden moments all day. I think so too. I think the golden moments are gonna make bigger moves first before. I'm not saying Marvel Mighties won't, but I just see golden moments making a move first. Oof. All right, let me double time. And oh my gosh, $5 from VV3. Thank you so much. You've been going for 2 hours. Jeez, haha, you're the MVP. Did you check Discord when you start streaming? I didn't even have it up, to be honest. Why, did you want to hop on? Let us see. Sorry, my Discord is... And yeah, I'll have to open that next time. We need to do that planning stuff that we talked about, you know, last week. Or was it last week? Yeah, technically last week. We have to start planning for that or doing something soon. I don't know, all of you guys are infinitely more busy than I am, but thank you so much, VV3, for that. I'm opening up Discord right now. My computer's just taking a while to do it. It's blowing my mind. Let's see. DJ DS, 2 Iron Mans or 1 Superman. Anything else good to stack for 5K budget? Anything else to stack for a 5K budget? 5K budget. I mean, C3PO. You can get a C3PO for 5K. Between those two, I would go with 2 Iron Mans over Superman. I think they just have so much more room to grow. Like Superman does too. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, not entirely certain. I'll probably pick 2 Iron Mans and then anything else is stacked in the 5K budget. Like if you want to stick with the golden moment, hell, like you can get C3PO. Or you could do Elsa plus... I think Elsa is also a very solid pickup. Oh, come on. Did I get logged out? Oh. That's like a throwaway email too. Let's see. What was I saying? Golden moments. Like you can get a C3PO, which is very solid too. And still have 500 gems left over for a small stack. You could do Elsa and you could do Elsa and Wally. I think that's pretty good too. I think I'm gonna put you a little bit over budget, but that's fine. Like by like 100, maybe 150 gems. 2 Iron Mans is good. C3PO plus, I don't know, Jason Fabok, Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, common. I'm sure there's a few other options I'm forgetting in that range. You could get, good God, is Deadpool ultra rare? Is that below? Is that around 500? It's below 500. So you can get like a Deadpool ultra rare if you're like a big Deadpool fan. What else? I'm just giving you options. Honestly, they're all solid. I really like Elsa. I think she'll probably go up more than Iron Man, but like more than 2 Iron Mans plus is something else. Not entirely sure. I wouldn't care if I had all my Star Wars set. Yeah. So I hope those suggestions helped. I mean, there's also Steamboat Willie, common 750. The uncommon is like 1,000, so you could do Elsa Steamboat plus some like maybe like a FA Harley or something like that. Like any combination of those honestly is fine. Yeah, that'd be my take. So if you want like more of clarification, if you want me to give you like an exact answer, just ask again really quick and I'll get to it, like, because I'm gonna go through chat pretty quickly. I want to careful manners. 2K, what will you recommend? Meat Angel, I kind of said a lot of them, like around 1,000. If you're bullish on Wonder Woman or ultra rare Captain America, you could get like a Wally plus a Secret Rare Deadpool. If you could afford the extra 500, I would love, like, you could get Iron Man. Homer and Bart is around a 2K. And again, like, I'm not sure if you're going for like long-term hold or for a flip or whatever. 2 Iron Mans, but Superman has way less tax though. True. It also just, I think it's just gonna have to like work twice as hard to go up because there's gonna be so many people flipping it, in my opinion. Gooseneck, the Mickey and Friends. Oh yeah, there's also the Mickey and Friends cards too. Mickey and Friends look like they're getting ready to moon. Yeah, I say so too. How's Donald looking? Yeah, let me pull up Donald real quick. Donald's, what the? Donald. Sorry about this, guys. Cool. All right, Donald, let's check him out real quick. He's down to 900. Oof, I'm really glad I sold this dude at 1.1K. Not too long ago. I feel like these are just retracing. The listings are still very high. I see these just continuing to dip. I mean, this is pretty much what is happening, which is across the board. If and when the market does recover, I mean, it will. I'm saying if. When the market recovers, I do think the lenticular cards will probably be one of the first ones to recover very well. So just kind of like be ready for that. But at the same time, I think these are just going to keep retracing. Like Spider-Man 2099 already retraced down to the negative for me. Same thing with Goofy. Like they're all just going down right now. So the Rocketeer. So this is what it looks like right now. So it's you know, if you weren't able to sell it back here, or if you bought it for more than 900 or whatever, like I would just hodl at this point. It's gonna go up, don't worry. And it's also gonna be one of the first NFTs that are gonna go up once the market does recover. So the idea of having viewers tagging you in a post on Veve with their vaults and giving them non-financial. I still think the idea of viewers tagging you in a post on Veve with their vault and you giving them like non-financial advice. Yeah, I like that idea too. Like either they send me a screenshot of their vault or they you know, they say like, hey, this is what I own and I'm trying to get to this. Like I'm trying to help them like get to a goal, right? I'm trying to get to this. What should I sell? What should I flip? You know, whatever it is. So I kind of like that idea. I do have a lot of ideas I want to do for the channel, make stuff more community based, like I talked about before, having that account, that hedge fund account funded by the community. So when people donate money, it goes to that account. And then we basically make all of our plays, all of our market plays together, either via Twitter or we do it via YouTube. I'll have to ask like both on YouTube and on Twitter, like, would you guys rather have me post this stuff on YouTube or Twitter? Or maybe I just do both and take like the average of both consensus and like make a decision there. I'm not entirely sure. So I guess you could vote twice, but it's like, whatever. Mr. Locknet, hi there. Are the Veve vibes coming soon? They are. The vibes are here and they are really giving it to me and everyone on Veve right now. So that's interesting. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Mr. Locknet. It's always nice seeing you. I like seeing the usual names. Abraham Luan, can you show us your Veve collection? Rather not. Not just because I mean, you can kind of check it out if you look at my account, but I've like liquidated not a lot of stuff, but honestly, people are kind of personal about it. Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I don't know, like I kind of just like flip and move stuff so frequently. Like I don't There's not much to show. I don't know. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not even trying to like be weird about it, but it's like, maybe it's too late for that. Anyway. Wise Mind Crypto. Once the real comic heads convert, I think the comic will have the most blue chips on the app. Wouldn't surprise me. There's still a lot of like really popular comics that are coming too. And I said this before, like comics are not something they're going to do like more runs of. Like, they can keep making Batmans and Spider-Mans and Mickeys and literally anything else they want, but like, they're done making runs of Fantastic Four #1. They're done making runs of Marvel Comics #1. Like, all of those like Grail or those blue chip comics, like, they're not making any more of them. And then that's it. Like, I don't know how many Spider-Mans are on the app, but like Batmans, I know there's over 60,000 total Batmans like on the app, like of all mints. You know, of course, they're all the different kinds. But like, that's still more than some comic runs, you know, especially of like Marvel Comics and stuff. So it's pretty interesting. But I agree. Once the comic heads get in here, or once the Master Collector program's finalized and like people get the full gist, like myself, like I do want to invest in comics, but I'm kind of waiting for the Master Collector program to finalize so I know exactly what to buy. Because right now rares are the best, but before that it was more incentive to collect the set rather than like just stack one thing, or like, you know, you buy a rare and then you stack uncommons. That's like the current best way as far as I know, to get Master Collector points, but it could change. Like Veve's done it before. David Anderson, what are your thoughts on Ben Riley Ultra Rare? How far is its potential considering it's an FA and only 616 editions? It has huge potential. I'd probably settle it. It's up there close with the ultra rare Spidey. I think you could actually, in a kind of in a way, like overtake it, just out of just sheer rarity, like the ultra rare version of it, like the normal ultra rare. I don't know. Let me just show you. Like this one. How much did this pump? Good God. This thing at one point was at 2,400. It's just crazy. Yeah, it has a ton of potential. And comparing it to what? Just in general? Let me see. Yeah, there's a ton of potential with this. Like, I mean, it's had an all-time high of 1450 or 14,500, and it's been hovering around above 13,000. Like, there's multiple candles around it where it's like it's done well. It's just retraced a lot because honestly the pump was pretty aggressive. Like this pump happened within what, 10 days. And same thing with like Todd and Superman and all that stuff, and like Superman's getting the same treatment. Todd went down, but then he's kind of chilling at like 10k, so he's like chilling up here. This is where Todd's at, because Todd hit these kind of numbers for a tiny bit, not as long as Spider-Man, but because Todd is Todd, he's just hovering around 11k right now. But Spider-Man, Superman, not so much. They retraced quite a bit, but I still think the upside of Ben Riley, the ultra rare, is really, really high. I think a day could come, which I think already has, surpassed like the normal animated, like Spider-Man ultra rare, but it won't touch the secret rare. Got it. Crazy potential on the ultra rare. Yeah, I agree. Daniel Jovic, prediction: Walt would be worth more than an SR Spidey-Man 5 years. Golden moments are top tier. That's pretty much almost exactly what I said to God, what was his name this morning? Who was I watching? I was watching, it's a guy that's like not online a lot. He's like a VVOG. Kyle, God, I forgot his name already. It's terrible, like his last name. Kyle Wilson. Yeah, Kyle. I was watching Kyle Wilson this morning. I said like the exact same thing. I was like, I think Walt will overtake like Secret Rare Spider-Man. It'll take a long time, but I think it could do it. One more question. Ben Riley, common or ultra rare Deadpool? Huh. Let's look at the numbers. Let's see, Ben Riley. Part of me is like leaning towards Ben Riley, because again, Spider-Man, and if people do want a Ben Riley, this is the cheapest one. I think with Deadpool, like a lot of people just opt out to just get the common or uncommon, like if they want a Deadpool for the most part. or the rare. I mean, they're all like almost like the exact. The common and the rare are like the same price. Uncommon's like the cheapest. Yes, the common Ben Riley peaked at 1100, and of course, just getting sold off. Let's see what was the comparison? Ultra rare Deadpool. Like, and to be honest, you honestly can't go wrong with either. Like, both are very good. Both are very popular superheroes. Come on. One thing that is nice is that, I mean, you would be saving like 40-ish gems going with the ultra rare Deadpool. I'd probably still pick Ben Riley Spider-Man personally. Kind of don't have to deal with the whole like sweater thing. I mean, that could be some people holding off on it. This thing is, Ben Riley has more history. Deadpool hasn't, I mean, the peaks don't really matter, but there also just seem to be like more resistance with Ben Riley's and stuff too. So I would say Ben Riley over Deadpool. Not by much though. Like, even if you bought Deadpool and like you got a Deadpool plus a Groot, because that's like the equivalent price thing, like I think you would still be fine. I don't think like one's significantly better than the other. Oh god, I'm so behind. Tremendous 83, thank you for all the help. You've been spot on and super helpful. Of course. Roman Torres, I have around 1100 gems debating between a Batman 97 or a Goofy card. Any recommendations? What is Batman 97? Joe Mad. I will admit, this is just my bias. I'm a little hesitant to like buy into the black and white series unless you're gonna do flipping. It's like the listings are at like we're at an all-time high, but then again, like it has a very high point, but it's gonna have to work twice as hard to get back up. That's just my take. I don't know. Goofy card, I think you mean Pluto for 1100 instead of Goofy. I'd probably take Donald instead of Pluto right now. I think Donald, percentage-wise, has the highest upside. Like, if Donald goes below 800, I would definitely buy it. And I think he's on track to potentially do that. Even if he gets below 850, I think he has a potentially bigger upswing at 850 than Pluto does at, like, 1100 or wherever Pluto's at right now. That's just me, personally. I'm trying to think, like, what else you could invest, like, instead. I'm a little bit more bullish on, like, ultra rare zombie hunter Spider-Man potentially than Joe Mad. Like, I know this thing has like way bigger upside, but I just have a feeling like people have kind of figured out to just do nothing but flip black and white series Joe Mads or just black and white series stuff in general. So I'm not sure. I don't think you're wrong for taking Joe Mad. I just think like the Disney stuff and Marvel stuff, even if it only delays the flippers, at least it's better than just dealing with it on the front end and it just gets exacerbated like this, like terribly. I don't know. That's just my take. Yeah, that's my take. I hope I answered your question. Like, I'd rather do like Donald plus like Zombie Hunter Common Spider-Man. And I guess if you wanted to still get a Batman, you can get like Darwin Cook plus, you know, Donald or whatever. Or you could do Steamboat Willie plus like a Jason Fabok or something like that. I think both of those together are about 1100. So if you still want the Batman, like if you like Batman, like I said, you could go those routes. Get Donald plus a Darwin Cook, or you can get like hell, you can get a Ben Riley plus Jason Fabok. That's like the same or whatever. So I hope that helps. I don't know. I'm just trying to like give options here. It's also hard too when like the prices of some stuff has already changed significantly in the last like 24 to 48 hours. So Specimen 80, I think Supergirl is about to break at 300 and go to 500. I only have two, selling a mini to get another. It's not something I would do personally, but I don't know. I really don't think Supergirl is going to run that high. That's just me personally. Like, the walls are thin, but it also means 2.5% fee. People, you know, people can list stuff and start taking profit fairly easily. Rab Young, Roman asked Babs, haha, he seems pretty knowledgeable with the picks to grab him. Yeah. Supergirl has a unique fantasy quality that no other collectible can match. probably. I think there's some other qualities that she has, but yeah. Waldy Rentas, would you let go of an R2D2 for the lenticular set? No. No. As much as cool as I think is the lenticular set, no. Hodl that R2. It is the FA Star Wars, and every single Star Wars fan will want it. Yeah. That is the equivalent of, like, you know, not just because it's golden moments or whatever, but it's the equivalent of Walt to some people in a way, for Star Wars. It's the FA, it's the golden thing. Like, I wouldn't let it go. Hold on to R2. You're gonna experience dips and stuff, but like just no. Pixel Trader, can you now buy OMI with MetaMask swap? You can now buy OMI with MetaMask swap. Interesting. I don't know what I have MetaMask, but I don't know what the MetaMask swap. I don't know what swap is. Austin, I still need to like brush up on all this stuff. I've been spending way too much time in Veve and like the markets. Austin White, a good tip is to flip new drops the first couple days, helps you learn the market. Exactly. That's pretty much what I do. You know, and if it's a big, like, I'll be honest, like, like, I'm very bullish on Wolverine, and so is a lot of people. Like, Wolverine is one of my favorite characters of all time. If Wolverine dropped tomorrow, I would probably buy 5, 6, or however, not as many as I could afford. I'm not going to throw my entire wallet at it, but yeah, I'd probably buy a lot when it's low, and if it pumps, I'm going to sell them off. I'll probably do all but one, maybe like the lowest mint one I can do, but it's like, I'm going to do that because the market just has these trends it follows every single time. You know, depending on how many delivered, it starts super high, then it goes down. Once all the stuff is delivered, people realize that they're not relisting anymore. Then it starts flying up, then it goes back. Like, it just comes in waves. And if you know how to time those waves really well, and those waves always happen, but sometimes it takes course over a few hours after the drop, or sometimes it gets extended a day or so after the drop. Just depends. It also depends too if there's like another drop happening the following day, like the lenticular cards, like the Marvel Mighty drop. A lot of different stuff, a lot of different factors that go in it. But Austin White, that is a good point. Rab Young, I picked up OMI. Dude, it's great. Congrats. David Anderson, you hear about the new competitor, Palm NFT, coming soon, spring 2022? Well, I hope they, I mean, we're already literally hundreds of NFTs ahead of any of our competitions. So it sounds cool. Like, I'm not gonna shit on any, I'm not gonna like dump on Recur or Palm NFT or whatever. If they got cool brands, or if they're dropping some FA stuff, like, and as long as it's not absurdly expensive up front to like get started or whatever, and you don't have to worry about gas fees or anything crazy like that, yeah, maybe I'll like look into it. I doubt it's like stuff I'll like cover actively on my channel or anything like that. I mean, my channel is called VV Vibes, but I think it's cool that there's other NFT projects going on. I think it's also healthy for VV to have competition. If VV was just left to their own devices, I'm not saying they would get lazy, but I mean, occasionally companies kind of get their feet held to the fire. They need to see other examples of, if this NFT company messed up in this part of the business model, then VV can learn from it and implement it, or vice versa. If one of the other NFT projects is doing well, they can adopt that system or whatever they're doing as well. So I think it's good that VV actually has competition. Grabbing OMI at the price it is now is the move. I agree. Steven Duarte, Boba Fett has the spice in the desert. They always talk about the spice. Are we talking about Dune? The spice. Pixar, holy cow, Green Goblin almost in the 600s. Yeah, I bought one at 870 and I thought it was a good deal. Guess not. Yeah, it's really low right now. I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Has the golden moments not run up a lot? Nope, they've just been held. They've been just holding their value, which I think in and of itself says a lot. Like they're just holding their value. Like almost all of them, just across the board, are just holding their value like very well. Golden moments. Golden mom. So R2C3PO has actually gone up in price. R2D2 is chilling. Come on. Cool, cool. Yeah, R2D2 has actually gone up during this basically bear market. So has C3PO. Hello. Taking a minute to load. Yeah, C3PO's gone up quite well. And then Iron Man, I think he's gone up and down. He's pretty stagnant. But he's not doing what all the other NFTs are doing, which is like, if Iron Man was pulling what all the NFTs are doing, would be doing right now, he'd be at like 2K. Maybe like 1900 if he was doing what all the other NFTs were doing. Really? It's hard to believe that Iron Man was actually going for like 600 gems for like the longest time. It's just crazy to think about. Same thing with like Elsa, like everything, they're just kind of going plus or minus 200, 300, 400 gems, and that's it, kind of like in the middle of the last like 2 weeks, which I think again says a lot. Like instead of them just basically just getting dumped on the market, they've actually been holding their value. Like look at Elsa, she's actually been steadily going up, but I think more plateau. Damn, you're right, brother. Boba Fett for the end of the series. Yep, I'm betting on that. Why the prices are going down? People are just, I have a video talking about it, why the market is crashing, but it could be bots selling off their NFTs. Basically, people got the green light to do trading off platform without punishment. Pokemon announcement, Star Wars was like another one I talked about in that. Golden Moments 2 point. Like people are just kind of waiting for a big announcement to have or whatever. But yeah, if you said Boba Fett for the end of the series, yeah, dude, I haven't seen any book of Boba Fett. I take that back. I've seen the first 2 episodes and I just haven't caught up to it since, but maybe I should catch up if they talk about the spice. I don't know, like now you guys got me speculating. Like I have to look at every little word that they just verbally say or every adjective and like make a connection. And you know that meme with the guy from It's Always Sunny, I think, with like all the cork board with like all the lines, like all the stuff. Like that's what you guys are getting me to at this point when you start thinking like that. But sometimes you have to speculate like that. That would be huge. But Brana Karthik, if you haven't seen my most recent video, I would check that out. That will explain. Just put on ×2 speed. Dude, I watch all my YouTube videos on like 1.5, 1.7, or like ×2 speed, depending on how slow the person is talking. That's why I put it on everything. Like, I just need to absorb information faster. Sometimes I'm just impatient like that. Complete set. Yep. Steven Longo. When you evaluate your collectible/comics, is it wiser to compare based on floor or search market and compare based on closest mint range price? Mostly if you have a unique mint, so sub 100, sub 1000 for some. If it's very close to like the upper end, like if you own the Pizza Planet truck, literally 63333, like you have the highest mint, which is cool, so you can ask for a premium. That's more of like a do mint numbers matter kind of question, it seems. I would say yes. Like if you own the 6969 of Elsa or something like that, like yeah, that could probably go for a small premium, but you're not going to be asking for double floor or something like that. Not likely, but someone might take it. Who knows? Unlikely, but just double check the mint if it seems like a unique thing. And it has to be related to the character, right? You can't just, I have an Elsa and it has 1776. That should be more because that's, the US like independence or whatever. It's like, it doesn't matter to Elsa, but if it's like Elsa's like birthday or something like that, or if it's like the month and like the year, I don't know how it would work, but I don't know. I've not seen Frozen. I will be honest. I've not seen Frozen, but I've heard the song enough, and I've seen enough memes to, I think, kind of loosely understand Frozen. Nuggy, sorry. Hey, earlier when you asked if I should sell my Pilly set, you said yes. I listened. Now everything is dipping. Thank you. Yeah, I figured people are just going to take profit. I'm like, this is my opinion, but I think people are just going to take profits and just go. Like, that's what I would do. So, nice move, but dude, that's not me. It's that's you. Like, I could say whatever I want, but like I said, that's why I literally said, I'm like, I'm not the one that's going to like list the NFT and put the sell order. You have to do it, right? So, and I think most people that come on here, like, of course they're asking for advice, but I think they need, I don't want to say validation, that's the wrong word, but they need confirmation, or they need like a second opinion to be like, all right, I'm thinking about doing this. Like, could you say yes? Could you at least just give me a maybe? Like, okay, cool, I'm going to go do it. Like, so. Steven Duarte, yes, I'm lucky I have all the golden moments. Dude, that is sick. That is awesome. Did you guys see that Kobe Collects gave his Kobe golden moment? I'm like, what? No, that he gave his Walt Disney Golden Moment to Dino, because Dino was at I think Disney World. Was it Disney World or Disneyland? I don't know which one. I commented on the post. But yeah, Kobe Collects gave him his wallet to just loan him because he was standing next to the partner statue. He's like, hey, I'll give you mine. And Dino was like, don't do it, I'm nervous. And he delivered it to him. And so he took the picture, which is super cool. Yeah, dude, you know what just scares the shit out of me a little bit? Is like, if people know what Veve is or whatever, like, if someone just like ran over and just snatched their phone, it's almost like, especially if like a Walt on there, like people just snatch like 40 grand. Like, I know it's like a random like messed up thought. I'm just imagining the person that's like holding the phone like this with like the partner statue on it. People are like, I can just run by and just like take that phone. Like, it sounds super effed up, but yeah. Anyway, long story short, it was a cool picture. Check out Dino's Twitter, or at least like my Twitter or whatever. You'll see I responded to it, and yeah, he delivered it back. So it's really cool that Kobe Collects as well as Dino. There's that level of trust and you know, love in the community, which is really cool. Let's get some music going now that the ad's over. Nomad with guitar. Veveverse will start this year. That's what Veve's website says. You said, I don't know. Now you do. Okay, I know it's going to come out this year. It's mostly like, what level of integration and compatibility and gamification are we going to have for the most part? Sometimes I just say I don't know when I really do or whatever. I'm not exactly sure what I said, but I just have a distinct feeling that the Veveverse initially will just be like, you can walk around in your vault. Maybe you can do some small mini games. Is it going to be one giant single shard server? Maybe. Is it going to be multiple private servers? Who knows? Like, is it going to be like WoW where there's like, oh, pick a server and you're going to join? Or is it like one mega server like EVE Online and everyone plays on the same server no matter where you are in the world? That can make it very laggy for some people. Is it going to be like more like Minecraft or some other games where you can host a private server and only your friends can join in? I just have a distinct feeling it's going to be kind of like a glorified VR chat where you can display your stuff. You can maybe have your avatar be like very specific NFTs, but it might like clip very poorly and like look awkward. Like, I don't know. It really depends on if it's just the Veve team working on it, or did they like outsource it to Niantic and they've been working on it behind the scenes for 3+ years. If that's the case, I like the idea. It's very bullish, but if not, like, yeah, that's just my take on it. Like, I am bullish on the Veveverse, but I just have a bad feeling like people are going to stock up on Marvel Mighties and we're going to see the Veveverse. There's going to be no gamification. There's going to be like no games at all, what to speak of. And people are going to, you know, start getting upset. They're like, what the hell? I thought we were going to have gamification. I figured Veveverse wouldn't happen, or like we wouldn't have gamification till 2030. You know, I'm going to sell my Marvel Mighties. Like, people are going to get upset and start like, you know, who knows what's going to happen legitimately. But like stuff that like relies on the Veveverse to like give it inherent value, like mostly like the DeLorean and Ecto 1, like those are still popular, like rough kind of popular NFTs, but like their biggest catalyst is like, can you drive it? Like, when can I drive it? And until then, there's just better NFTs to invest in. Same thing with Marvel Mighties. Like, Marvel Mighties are just cool to collect. They're good right now. But like their biggest catalyst is like, when can I play with these? That's going to be the biggest thing. So that's just my take on like the Veveverse. Like, I'm very bullish on it. I'm probably more bullish on the real estate aspect as well as the renting out aspect of it. But other than that, like, until I see a reason to buy stuff, and like, I guess you could just buy it now, just game plan that it will work. Like, it's not a matter of if, it's just when. But in the meantime, instead of spending $4 grand on Marvel Mighties, I'd rather just spend that $4 grand for flipping or just other stuff. Rant over. Sorry. Purchase based on low mint and budget. Give myself, yeah. Let's see. Sorry. Waldy rent test. R2D2 trade for lenticular card set and gem left over. I still wouldn't do it. I guess it depends on how many gems left over, but even then, I don't know how many gems left over. No. Like, the cards are dipping right now. The cards are still going down. Your R2 is going up and cards are still going down. Like, I think it could legitimately get to the point where you're like give it like a week, and like then that whoever's offering it to you will be like, all right, lenticular card set plus a Wally, and like give it a week, and like that could be the new offer. And at that point, maybe, but even then, I still want to take it, to be honest, because the cards are still dipping. Like if you give it a week and stuff is still dipping and there's like no huge announcement, like I think the offer would change. Like, all right, my lenticular card set plus Wally for your R2D2. Like just give it time. Like yours is going up. Whoever's doing the trade, their stuff is going down. I purchase always based on limit. Yeah. Pixel Trader says Veve has been way behind on almost all their timelines. They might get a rough beta verse out this year, but I'm not expecting Ready Player One level quality for a long time. Yeah, like I think because this is something I asked Cavell Anderson, because he's had a lot of experience just like on hand too, just developing games and just working with game companies and stuff. I'm like, people are talking about Veveverse like this year. I'm like, at what point do you think we'll actually have gamification and all this stuff? Because I knew he would have better insight than probably most content creators or just like people in general, because I don't think people realize how much development it really takes to make a game. Like there's AAA game studios with like 150, with literally hundreds of developers. It still takes them 2 to 3 years to come out with certain games. And like we're talking Veveverse, so we're talking like an extremely small team at Veve. Like I don't know, and we're talking like NFT integration and blockchain stuff and renting, and yeah, that's all of that. I think Cavell said something like 2025 is. I'm like, yeah, it's could be somewhat accurate, and that's like if they're actually working on it. Like 3 years from now, we'll have probably some decent gamification by then, hopefully. We'll see. Let me catch up with chat. I know I've been saying this every time, but I think I'm actually going to catch up with chat. Watch this. Stephen Duarte, I think it's smart to get at least one common cover of each of the comics. Veve is saying that you'll be able to display them, and having the original comic cover will be high in demand. I think so too. I probably should go back and just buy, I think, 2 commons of every cover, you know, 1 to buy, 1 to sell, or, you know, it's just hard in my mind to think like buying a common of every cover, like, all right, it's only 20 gems, and then you get to some that are like 400 gems, 100 gems, 80 gems, 60 gems, and then like you start adding it up and you're just like, wow, I just spent $2,000 just so I could say I have the cover of every comic, and it can add up. So that's just me personally. Maybe I will at the very least get like the big 5, you know, ASM #1, ASM keep saying Final Fantasy, Fantastic Four #1, you know, Marvel, like, you know, get the big 4 or 5. And maybe some other ones I like aesthetically, but then like that's it. Like I don't care to own every comic available. That's just me though. Pixel Trader, I think MTL full release and Omi to NFT will really shake the market the most this year. I think so too. Plus the queue system as well, right? Those are 2 big ones, but I think the queue system will really shake up the market in general. Like MTL will do a little bit of bear market stuff. Omi to NFT will definitely reward a lot of the OG like Omi holders or investors. I know someone like Randy Chavez would just go full ape into some NFTs, but at the same time, Q system I think is really going to flip the market on its head. Krusty Krab Pizza, should I sell my Miles Morales? Probably not. I don't know, I'm not a huge comic person, but from what I've heard, like Miles Morales is going to make some big appearances like within the next 6 months to a year, and like the movies and shows, like just all the entertainment mediums with like Marvel. I think it could happen soon. Get one of each. Why they are all overlooked? Krusty, no way. Or Krusty, yeah, I don't think so either. Like there's going to be, there could be literally a Miles Morales NFT announced this month, like in the next 2-3 weeks. Like there could be one released, and like that would make the comic go up quite a bit, I would think. Steven Longo, yeah, I've actually been doing the same thing with comics. Good shout. Yeah, like it's a smart move. Me, I don't know. I still want to collect, but at the same time, I don't think I need every comic. I'd rather just collect the ones I really like, mostly like the X-Men ones, and maybe, like I said, the big 4 or 5 at the top. Gooseneck, I would never sell a Superman. This jumping around for the new hyped NFT is a mistake. No, don't sell Superman now. No. But I mean, there are people, like I said, there's a bit of margin that people like buy it for 4,700 and they flip at like 5,000. People will do that. So like people that, you know, I wouldn't do it. Like it's just way too much to risk, and like, I mean, and again, like if you are wrong and it just dips down further, it's gonna go up eventually. So it's actually a pretty safe NFT flip in my opinion. Pixel Trader agreed that comics are one of the few things left you can stack for cheap. Once they get some utility, they should pump and never come back. I think so too. But then again, it's also one of the first NFTs I think a lot of people look at to sell off, right? Especially since it's one of the most stackable things, like you said. So there are people that might be willing to sell it for, you know, not at a loss, but definitely don't mind undercutting on the market to just kind of have enough for the next drop or whatever. Steven Dort also stacking the Mighties. Should be a good move since they too will be in demand since they're going to be playable in the Veveverse. Plus most, if not all, are FAs. Yeah, I think that is a play that Marvel is doing, that they want most of the FAs to be these playable characters. So when you have them and they come out with a game that requires Omi or whatever you need to do to burn to play the games, like that's gonna be like a big deal. Yeah, I agree. So stacking Marvel Mighties isn't like a terrible idea. Plus, I think like there's a reason why they did that. It's like they want people to buy the NFTs that are gonna have utility, that's gonna create more burn or more fees and stuff for Disney and Marvel, right? As well as Veve. And plus, like those Marvel Mighties have that classic, not even classic, but just that cartoony look that ages just like really well. Like look at like World of Warcraft, look at Team Fortress 2, look at God, what the hell is it one? Fortnite. Like they all have that cartoony look that it's like, even though those games are, some of those games are decades old, but it still ages well because it's just, you don't have to update the graphics so much, you know? Like those like cartoony graphics are actually like ageless in a way. So even if people play those cartoony Marvel Mighties or Marvel's United or whatever it's called in the Veveverse, even if it's 5, 10, 15 years from now, like it's still going to age very well. C3PO is holding its own. Oh yeah, I think it is getting pulled up by R2D2 for sure. Like that is definitely happening. But yeah, it's all the golden moments are holding their own. Like none of them are going down, which is a big deal. I'm holding a Minnie, Mickey, and Donald. In your opinion, not financial advice, should I hold or sell and stack literally anything else? I'm kind of scared at this point, dude. Don't be scared. Braden Pitt, I don't know what entry point you had for those cards. If you're anywhere near like a tiny bit of profit, or like especially if you're in the negative, just hold. But even if you're like tiny bit of profit, it's just not worth it. Just hold it. Dude, I legitimately think after this market shakes itself out, the grails, so like Todd and Ultraverse Steamboat Willie, maybe not like the other Willies, like they'll probably lag behind. But like I really think like the cards are probably gonna be like one of the first NFTs, like literally the first day of the pump. Like the cards will be one of the first NFTs to pump because everyone knows the collectability and like how hyped they are, and how much like Disney fans will love them, and they just like look awesome. Like it's just like, it's almost like the best looking 2D NFT that's on. I mean, it's technically 3D, but for the most part 2D like NFT on the platform. That's not like 2D NFTs shitty, in my opinion. I think those will be literally one of the first ones to pump. So it's not like the market's gonna pump and you're like, oh my god, I'm still behind. Like yours is gonna be one of the first ones to go up, in my opinion. So I would just hodl, dude. And you got a great lineup too. It's not like you have like you know, three daisies, and even then that's not bad. Stephen Duarte, if anyone's thinking on selling their golden moments, I would highly rethink that, or sell them to Steven. Maybe he'll buy them off you. If you're gonna sell them now, like you're like, sure, I'll take them. Barry did an oopsie. The dumps are crazy right now. Someone listed 94 listed 94 DeLorean in the market, like a number 94 DeLorean, or does one person list 94 DeLoreans on the market? Let me see. I gotta check this out, whatever it is. I would actually laugh if someone listed 94 DeLoreans, but I feel like they would just form a wall. Like, why would you do that? So it had to have been a sub 100, right? So Back to the Future. Not sure which DeLorean you're talking about. Probably not that one. Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about. And like, it's probably gone by now. Like if there was legitimately a sub one. Wait. Oh my god. Look at this. This is DeLorean, by the way. Let me move this down so you can see. This is nuts. What's that mint number 82? Look at this. Ugh. And he has like the price going up too, like 92, 90, like why even bother? That's actually just funny. And the funny thing is like people are gonna blame him for botting. No, he's not botting, he just bought a shit ton of DeLoreans like a long time ago. Like that's just what he did. Like he's not botting. He had more than enough time. If he was especially early on the app, he has more than enough time to buy that many DeLoreans and relist them. Technically, any of us do. Like at any point, like any of us could just like, I could just go on the market. I could just buy 50 Bigfoots and just like relist them all. And people are like, sure, you can think I'm a bot, but having a massive sell wall does not make you a bot, or having like a private account or whatever. Zombie Spidey, I don't know which one you're talking about. I don't know which zombie hunter Spidey I should say. All-time high, if we're looking at the common, even though the market says it's only like 440, I remember legitimately selling one for like 480 or something like that, or like 475. It did go higher than this. It almost pushed 500. And if we're talking about the ultra rare, I think this one was 1600, maybe 18. I'm gonna say 18. Yeah, 18. And it had a kind of a candle at 15, then a retest here, and then it started just having some resistance. So yeah, if you're talking about the ultra rare, it's 18. It's this all-time high for the most part. Yeah, if that's what you're looking at, I showed you both. And if you need me to show you again, just let me know. Keanu M picked up Ben Riley Spider-Man 500 to 500. That is nutso, dude. I cannot believe those are going that cheap. Did someone just like relist it for super cheap? Not relist, but just like heavily undercut the floor? They must have, just to get rid of it. That's just crazy to think of. To think that, especially since Ben Riley, like this thing ran up to 1100 at one point, very briefly, but it did run up to 1100. It's just crazy to think. Yeah, it went up to 1100. Has a lot of resistance, which I like to see, but even then, it's like, it's legitimately a cap price. It's legitimately 50% off. And again, like, you don't always compare it to the all-time high. Like, I'd probably more closely put it in like the 800s, because it's basically where it peaked there, and then it has all these resistance like around 800 or like 850, so I'd probably put it closer to that price, but even then, that is just absurd. Only sell a golden moment if you're using it to get another one. I've learned my lesson. Yeah, I would say so. Golden moment, or if you're going for basically another grail, you know, ultra rare Steamboat Willie, or if you're trying to get, if you're trying to secure something else massive that you think is going to do better long term, or something like that. I don't know. Like if you got to get rid of, I don't even know. I would not. I don't even think I would sell R2 for Steamboat Willie. I mean, if you had to sell, I don't know why you would do this, but if you had to sell like, I don't know, five Wallies to get a Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare, I don't even know if I would do that. So yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. It's definitely a case by case basis, but that's not a bad rule to go by. If your dip theory is correct, that means we will have a big crash when MTL comes. Saul, yes and no. I think the big crash is going to happen, whatever the next big IP announcement is, Star Wars, whatever the hell it's going to be. And then MTL, I think we'll definitely see a dip as well, but it's like just the mere announcement of MTL will cause a dip, and then it'll start plateauing off or go up a bit. Cause like they even said like MTL is going to be released slowly to thousands of people a day. I don't know about thousands of people a day, but even then, like even if they give it to a few thousand people a day, like it would still take them like 3-4 months to get it to everyone. So as long as they just slowly release it to people to certain people. Did I remove this? Okay, I did remove. But as long as they just slowly release it to people, I think it'll be fine. Yeah. A lot of people are trying to buy Omi tokens, thinking it will moon once it gets on Coinbase. That too. There is, and I've heard it 10 or 12 different times, like the Coinbase effect, that the first, I think 72 hours when a new cryptocurrency goes on Coinbase, it goes up in price by like 94%. So it basically doubles in price on average. And especially if the amount of hype behind Omi, it could be more than that. Could be triple, who knows? Let's see. Meet Angel. I sold my Avengers logo for a skateboard. Is a low mint and a first golden moment. That's sick. I think that's an upgrade. I would put Avengers logo and skateboard like roughly on the same tier, but the fact that you got a low mint out of the skateboard is pretty nice. Yeah, that's pretty good. Caleb Leak, been wanting Mojo Jojo lately. What do you think? Should I go for it? Such a sleeper. It's super limited. I mean, that's, everyone says that about Adventure Time and Powerpuff Girls and how's the type of Adventure Time? Powerpuff Girls. That's where he's at. I mean, if there's a time to get one of these NFTs, like now is the time to do it. Like everything again is like heavily discounted. Where's he at? 450. Again, like this is just one of those NFTs that. Too bad he didn't get him at 400. I don't know. Like hell, I mean, Ben Riley could get to this point. I would just spend the extra 50 gems and get a Ben Riley. I mean, I know Ben Riley's not at 500 right now, but that's what I would do. Or spend sub 6. Or get like a. I'm trying to remember what the ultra rare Deadpool was at. Is that sub 5 right now? Yeah, it's at sub 5. Like I'd rather get an ultra rare Deadpool. I'd rather get a Ben Riley for sure over Mojo Jojo. Like they've all had higher peaks than Mojo Jojo. If you want to do it for the memes, like oh, by all means do it. Omi Kong, Ape No Hurt Ape, Ape Strong, like all that deal. Like dude, go for it. I think it's not a terrible investment, but I just think there's other ones that will perform better and have history of performing better as well. That's just my take. Gooseneck, 40K phone. Yes, I know what you mean. Jin Slayer, sup fam. Choo choo. Viviverse will be VR chat in your vaults at first. I think so too. I think it'll be a glorified version of that, and like maybe we'll play checkers and chess and tic-tac-toe, and that'll be like like the gist of gamification initially. Maybe some like janky arcade games and stuff, but other than that, I don't think so. When's the new drop system coming? No one knows yet. If I had to make a wild guess, like mid to late Q2, if I had to make a wild guess. Superman is really pushing me to the edge. I'm thinking of selling and buying another Steamboat Willie. Marin. How much you buy it for? I would just hodl Superman, but then again, I don't know. I don't know what your entry point is on that. Me personally, I would just hodl it, but at the same time, I totally understand the frustration. I would hodl. I think that thing could do very well. There's a lot of VVOGs that have their eye on it, and I think they're just waiting to make their move. So don't be on the other end of it. Prediction: animated characters plus Mighties will be able to use in the Vverse. Animated characters plus Mighties will be able to use in the Vverse. Others will just be statues, but who knows? Yeah, anything can happen. I'm not exactly sure how that would play out, but that's the thing. It's Vverse in a lot of ways is too much speculation for me. That's why I'm not too bullish on the idea of it. LB on bats. Everyone's sleeping on Voltron right now. I'll pull it up. I haven't looked at Voltron in a minute, to be honest. I've kind of just thrown Voltron and Ultraman to the side. It's super low. I'm really glad I sold my Voltron for like 685 like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I sold it like here, wherever this is. Yeah, like right there. Or like 650, it's something around there. It was definitely, yeah, it was like 650. I don't know exactly where I sold it, but I sold it around there. Because I don't remember selling it like at the peak, but it's somewhere in the middle while it was going down. I guess, I don't know. Again, we don't have localization. It might not come till early next year. Yeah, I'm not too bullish on the idea of what's it called, Ultraman and Voltron. Really, Just like way too many things need to fall into place in order for it to work. And like Voltron has the same issue as Ultraman, or it's like, as far as I know, this isn't the OG version of the show. This is like the Netflix whatever, like remake, rehash, whatever it is, like series 2, version 2. So will it just flop once the Southeast Asian market gets on? No, but it would probably perform a whole lot better if it was the original version. Sleeping on this. Don't sleep with Voltron, undervalued. I think it's a good flip opportunity, but I don't think it's like a long-term, like, again, I could be wrong. Everyone's got their opinions. I'm sure there's another content creator like Market Guy that's like, you're insane. Voltron's amazing. Like, sure. I don't know. That's just me. That's actually what makes Veve interesting, is like people are bullish and bearish on different NFTs and topics and aspects about Veve. That's actually that's probably the thing I enjoy the most, because I've actually had my mind changed on a few different things. AR Bollywood Bangers, what up, brother? Hope you're doing good. Dude, I'm doing fantastic. I got you guys here. I got Daniel Marquez with the Rockets. I love it. I love it. I bought a battle statue for 1.6k, sub 250 mint. Have I made a mistake? No, you just have to wait. I've said it before, battle statues came in at a really rough time. As you can see right now, it's at 900. Just hodl it. It'll pay off, and especially since, you know, I literally talked to someone four days ago that bought it at 1.75. So they bought it high, and it wasn't sub, you know, 250 like yours. At least they didn't mention it. So they're in a rougher spot than you are right now. Yeah, just wait, just hodl it. And I do think the battle statues will take a bit longer to recover compared to other NFTs when like the market does correct, but it's not gonna like stay sub 1,000 or anything like that. I do think it'll reach 2k at some point. It just might take a while, because there's a whole lot of people that bought it above you or around there that are all hodling just like you are. At least I hope they are, and they're not selling for a 500, 600, 700 gem loss. So that kind of works in your favor, because you have a lot of people above you just hodling, which in my mind would make it go up faster, because there's a lot of people that bought above 1k. You know, once it hits 1100, you'll probably see some resistance, because there's a lot of people that bought here, and are probably just gonna get rid of it as soon as they can once they see profit. So it's a long journey. It's not like it's never gonna get there, but it's a long journey, because you have to get through all these people that bought here, like during these like weeks. Once you get rid of those people and you start going up, it's a long road, like, I'm not gonna lie, but I do think there is some cool aspects about the statue, which some people talked about, like the artists, and like if battle statues keep coming out and if the right collectors get on the platform and stuff, like it could be a big deal. But I think it'll take a while though. So just hold on to it. I don't think you made a mistake, just hold on to it. It's only a mistake until you sell it. Daniel Marquez, Rockets, let's go. Edward Garcia, Ghost Spider is so undervalued. I think so too. It's like hugging what, low hundreds? I thought she was gonna, and I said it before, and I still think she'll do it. Like she'll hit 200 pretty easily once the market corrects. Like she'll hit 200 for sure once the market corrects. I was gonna make a video or talk about it where it's like, at least as of right now on the Veve app, like technically everything is undervalued. Like not only because, oh well, 5 years from now this NFT is gonna be worth 1 million gems, but also like we're just at the bottom of the market right now. Like literally anything you buy, if you give it 6 months, it'll go up. I'm glad you like that. Bro, I've been watching your videos since you had 200 subs. I subbed at 500. Love the channel. This is my second time watching your stream though. Nice. Thanks for stopping by, Babs. I thought your name looked familiar. But now I know for sure. I'm glad you waited 300 subs to give me some. I'm just kidding. I'm glad you waited 300 subs to sub to me. Got an R2 for 7.7. Had to get rid of Homer and Bart, but I got it for 550. So yeah, exactly. If you're getting profit anyway, even if you have to take a small loss, like I had to do that too. Like I literally, before the lenticular cards, I sold one of my Jim Lee Jokers for a loss. Like I bought one Jim Lee for 1,400, and I think I sold it for, no, I bought it for 15. I think I sold it for like 1,300 or 1,200. So I took like a 200-300 gem loss, but I invested that extra 1,200 gems into basically 2 Mickeys, or basically into two it's 2 Mickeys, or it's like a Donald and a Mickey or whatever. I don't know. It just went into my pool of gems that I'd used for lenticular cards, and I'm pretty damn sure like I've made up the money, because I managed to sell Donald decently high, and I sold one of my Mickeys decently high. So it made up the profit. Like, it's just fine. I end up with more money than I did before. So occasionally you do have to bite the bullet, just take the loss, especially if you do see something like lenticular cards. And I only did that because I knew lenticular cards were going to be huge. I'm like, all right, I have, you know, a couple thousand gems, but I would like to have more. Yeah, I'm going to make this move. LB on bats. Anyone got a common Deadpool recently? I remember when it was over 250. Now it's below 145. Yeah, you just bought it at its peak. That's exactly what I did with my other Joker. I bought my other Joker at, I have to look it up. Also, is that my thing still up? No. I bought a Joker at like 1800. I'm like riding it all the way into the ground. Like, I'm literally down 600 gems on one of my Jokers. I sold the cheaper of the two Jokers to like ease the pain before lenticular cards. But yeah, that one hurts. I basically bought Joker almost at its peak. So I'm feeling the burn right there with you. Got a 3PO for 900 and needed to complete the set. Yeah, of course you got to complete the set. Rare Deadpool would be better long term. Yeah, plus I think like if you could remove the accessories, that Deadpool, the rare one, is the only one with his weapon out. And he's like doing an action shot of like hopping over a ledge or something. Like, I like that one infinitely more than him doing this or like doing a Christmas dance. Like, I don't know, like even if you could remove the, what's it called? The festive stuff. It's, maybe you could remove the festive stuff. Like, he's still doing festive stuff and just very, I admit, like Deadpool is the one that could actually pull it off. But then again, I do like the rare a lot. Congrats, Babs. Yeah, dude, that's huge. My collectibles is back. Sick. Got that one too, and it's definitely a steal, Babs. Yep. My collectibles, Veve. Some people are waiting for a MTL dip. Got it. Sorry, I got distracted. Waiting for MTL dip to buy grails. What are your thoughts about this perceived MTL dip? If it will exist or not. I personally will wait to buy a grail. I wouldn't wait to buy. Yeah, I mean, I've always said this. It's always better just to buy and secure it than to wait, right? Especially if you don't have a ton of money. Like, maybe the whales can afford to wait because they're just like, I want to get as many as possible. And even if it does go up, or if I don't buy it at its absolute bottom, it's at least I can still afford some, right? I do think the MTL dip will come, but it won't last as long as people think. And even then, like NFTs can only go so low. Like, people have bought so many of these, like they can only go so low before they rebound up, or there's a big announcement or something. So, and I do think owning an NFT as well as some other factors will help offset that as well. But owning an NFT, at least from what David said in the last interview, he said later this year, which in my mind, based on the delays that we've seen over the last 14 months, probably means like mid Q4 in my mind. I could be wrong, could be earlier, but that's like my thought. But yeah, even then, even if there is a giant dip, like the whales are going to scoop up the floor, so the dip's not going to last very long, in my mind. So, and maybe people were already kind of preparing for MTL right now because I think a lot of people thought it was going to happen before the end of Q1, which it doesn't sound like it's going to happen anytime soon, at least according to like the most recent AMA. So, could it happen? Yeah, it will happen. Like, there's going to be a dip. Even just a mere announcement of MTL, like, hey, by the way, we're still working on MTL. We're thinking it's going to happen at some point in Q2. There's going to be a small dip just from that mere announcement. But then once they actually release it, they're like, hey, by the way, MTL, we finalized the MTL beta tests. Everything's squared away. We're going to start on Monday. And it will be slowly released to X amount of people and will be fully released to everyone 3 months from now. That would still cause a huge sell-off initially. You know, just people on Veve in general are just like very quick on the trigger to do stuff. Cause I mean, the market is extremely volatile. Like, I mean, shit flies up 300-400 gems in an hour when its base value was 500. Like, stuff goes up 50 to 100% or goes down 40% in an hour. Like, it happens. So. Let me catch up with chat. Now I got those two. I'm tempted to get the uncommon, but I gotta save my gems for Luke Cage comic. Yep. I really want the rare Luke Cage comic. That one looked really cool. Collectibles, you have an amazing content. Give great advice for beginners. I've watched you and Sleeping in Comics forever. Yeah. Great guy. I really like his most recent. I like it when people actually give recommendations on like comics and collectibles, because I'm like just a collectibles guy. That's all I know it very well, but that's all I know. And if someone asks me like, hey, what comics should I buy? I'm like, I don't know, buy the number ones of stuff. Daredevil, Amazing Spider-Man, Marvel Comics. Just buy the number ones of stuff and you'll be fine. It's Babs 1, boss man. At least you've got a Joker. I can't afford any black and white right now. Maybe you can. If you got 200 gems, you can afford, I think Dick Sprang. Ooh, that would have been bad. I think you can afford a Dick Sprang. But yeah, if you don't have 200 gems, you can't afford any of the black and white. Yeah, right here, Dick Sprang, 195, which is crazy to think about. Might have to refresh this after we look up this chart because it's going really slow. Everything's on sale right now. Yeah, I've been telling people that for a while. I mean, this thing is literally 66% off, at least according to its all-time high. I don't think it's like actual value. It's not gonna like reach up to 600 gems in no time. It's gonna creep up. It's probably gonna chill around 400 for a good amount of time before it goes back up. But yeah, Digital Sniper is like literally everything's on sale. People are like, is this a good buy? I'm like, literally everything is a good buy, you know, at this point. RAR Bollywood Bangers, if you had 2K, what would you buy for a quick flip? Quick flip. Anything like DC, to be honest. That's around 2K. Someone was talking about Joe Matt earlier. Like, Joe Matt's almost like 1K. Not 1K, but you know. He's at 1200 right now. Not sure how much activity actually happens. Actually, I need to refresh now. Not sure like how much actual activity is going on with Joe Mad. Also, this is still not right. Whatever. I got 140 gems, hoping there's a collectible on the weekend that I can flip. Yeah, there probably will be. I think maybe a pretty safe comic bet to get right now is probably Miles Morales. There could be a Miles Morales drop this month. So if you grab one of those, the price of those comics could go up pretty significantly. I guess, again, that's like speculation, but just keep your eye on it. If there is a Miles Morales announcement, I would get the comics if you can. I don't know what comic the Miles Morales one is. I'm sure someone in chat could help you out, like what that one is specifically. But that would off the top of my head, that's just one I can think of that you could do quickly. Joe Mad. Hello, Joe Mad. Are you there? Earth to Joe Mad. There you are. Yeah, I don't know his price action stuff right now. Like everything is dipping so hard. Like I don't even know if there's a legitimate way to like, oh, quick flip. I mean, maybe. I'm sure some of the black and white series might be decent. Like Adventure Time is like pretty volatile just in general. Like a lot of the Adventure Time NFTs. Like Finn and Jake the dog, but like everything is just down right now. Like I don't think the play right now is like the only way to get like good quick flips right now is to play the new stuff, like the comic drops, the new drops, whatever it is. That would be my take. Is it's hard to find, at least in my mind, find quick flips like right now on the market. Everything is going down, especially if you buy something right now. Like the likelihood of you holding it as a bag is like pretty good. Got a Joker for 550. He went down to 440, then blasted to 2,200. Sold at 1280 for the R2. Definitely have the. Oh yeah, dude. That's it. It did its job, right? You got it cheap. You sold it high. I think people need to start looking at it as like, it's just an opportunity cost, right? It's just Just gave you the opportunity to get an R2, right? That was its journey. It did its job. It gave you the master collector points. You enjoyed it in your vault. And it's a good story to have too. Luckily, I didn't have to sell my penguin. Yeah. Gem squeeze for that potential Pokemon announcement. I think the Pokemon hype is going down. I think it's more likely Book of Boba Fett related or Star Wars, but Supergirl is pumping. Is she still going? If she broke above 300, I'll be very surprised. No, I think she's still chilling there. I mean, the market update is in 10 minutes, so maybe we'll check then. Let me check on my phone. Heck, there it is. Pull it up for you guys really quick. Me struggling to find the DC cover girls thing. I was like in alphabetical order, but I'm just like, what? Am I just like overlooking this? There it is. Yeah, I mean, she's still hovering. I mean, she's where she was at earlier. Yeah, she's definitely like pumping, but I don't. There's such a massive sell wall of 298 all the way up to 300. I think we counted earlier. There was like 27 listings or something. Between 300 and like 127 or something. So it's gonna take her a while to get through that. And in my honest opinion, I do think people will start selling off and taking profit, almost identically to what they did with the new Pilly drop. But Keystones, yeah, she was pumping. Do you have Star Wars set, brother? Yeah. I'm a mega Star Wars fan. I'm a collector here, both real and invention toys. Dude, that's sick. Let's go. That's awesome. We have to talk Star Wars sometime if you want to. I've been a fan since I was 6 years old. Nice. What do you think about Coca-Cola Polar Bear? I think that's actually another NFT that could be good for flipping, but like right now, dude, everything is just down. Let's pull up the snow globes. I do think that's another pretty decent NFT for flipping. Because again, like, I think some of the easiest NFTs to flip are the ones that are like popular brands, but have that 2.5% fee. And that's exactly DC and like Coca-Cola. Let's look up the polar bear. Could have sworn it was like cheaper at some point, right? Ooh. Are you telling me it's going back to Christmas prices? Ugh. All-time low of 137. Oh, this isn't looking great. I mean, it did go up, and it did have some resistance at 250 and 210, kind of. Not really. Yeah, I mean, quick flips. I don't know. Everything is just pulling back so hard, and like, there's a good chance like if you buy it now, like it could go down to 150 and just chill there for a long time. So, yeah, quick flips outside of the newest stuff is going to be kind of risky, in my opinion. Ice King is the first villain on the app. Is it? I guess so. I don't know if people like... I don't know if people jump on like the Veve app like, I'm looking for the first villain. What is that? What is this Mojo Jojo guy? Or not, I'm not Mojo Jojo. Mojo Jojo's Powerpuff Girls. Ice King, like, I want to buy Ice King because I just like villains. Unlikely, but that is like a cool like stat though. Sometimes I think people overlook it, but also overvalue it as well. But that is true. Ice King is cool. I think I owned Ice King at one point. Maybe it was my friend, and he did like a flip on it. Should I buy Spider-Man FA Common? I would say yes. That's a pretty good one to pick up. That, or you could do like Ben Riley, plus some other stuff. Dude, appreciate you, man. Now make me feel better about owning the set of Lenti cards. Now make me feel better about owning a set of Lenti cards. It's fine, dude. I'm curious how many more gems. Obviously at least 5 more gems because you just gave me $5. I like I said before, I do think the lenticular cards will be one of the first ones to rebound. I do think R2D2 is probably he will go up, but he's not gonna go up 20-30% like the other golden moments. Like I think at any point the golden moments will just go up 30-40% with Iron Man Mickey hat as well as Elsa having the highest percentage. R2D2 will have a small pump, but like he's already pumped so hard, so he has room to, like, short term, not a lot of room to grow, but long term, sure as hell yes, in my opinion. The Lenti cards, I do think we'll see a pretty significant pump as well. There is a small chance you might be able to flip the cards and just get your R2 back and like still keep a Mickey card or something. Who knows? I'm trying my best to make you feel better. But I do believe everything I said. I'm not just making shit up. Like I do believe everything I said. You know, R2D2 is already pumped. He doesn't have much room short term. Long term, he'd be fantastic. But so does the Linty cards. So I'm kind of curious, like how many extra gems you had left over on that. But it doesn't matter as long as it sounds like you're instantly regretting it. But like I said, oh shit, I'm fine. I just spilled my my Bang energy drink, so I'm chilling. Yeah, I think it's... let me catch up with chat while you reminisce or think about what you've done, Em. Stop looking at my vault account value. Yeah, well, my value on here is like not accurate. I haven't updated it in months, and I kind of gave up because I just flip stuff so quickly, or it's like, plus like I'd rather just, I don't know. What I will do is I will keep that accurate if we do make a community based account, and I've talked about that before. Where if I might do a separate thing where like the community will run an account. All I'm gonna do is give you guys the options of things to like buy and sell. Or like to buy and then, you know, when to sell or whatever. But like, I'm just gonna do it through Twitter and YouTube posts. And I'm gonna say, hey, like the recent donations we got this month, we have an extra 300 gems or whatever. We can either buy, you know, 6 storms, or we can buy Zombie Hunter Spider-Man plus this. Like, I'll just give a bunch of options and you guys vote for which one is most likely. So it's like a community like account. And then once we hit certain milestones, we'll give away certain NFTs that we got along the way, which I think would be pretty cool. My guess is Pokemon ain't coming until next year. Veve got too much on their plate right now. Pretty much. Yes, the comment is that the only Spider-Man in the first set that is Amazing Spider-Man with the title. That is true too. Plus, it's on the loading screen. I actually thought about buying every NFT that's just like on the loading screen at Veve. I feel like I have to keep reclosing and reopening Veve, but there is I'm trying to remember, but like there's certain NFTs that are on the loading screen. I'm like, it would just be kind of cool just to own them. Because every time you open up Veve, there's a new NFT, right? So there's Spider-Man. Like I got the Spider-Man one this time. I'm just gonna like keep closing and like reopening it. Let's spill my damn drink again. Is it different each time? I don't know, I just did it twice and it was Spider-Man. It's not Spider-Man each time, right? Or you know what? I think it is Spider-Man on the front initially, but then when you click OK or once it's done loading, the continue button is like a different NFT. Like there's one of the Myrmicornos, I believe. So I think it'd be kind of cool to have all the NFTs that are part of the loading screen. I think that'd be kind of cool. It's the only Spider-Man I can't ever sell. Yeah, like I think that's legitimate too. Common is still a great pickup. I think there's a little bit more profit to be had with like Ben Reilly plus something else, but the common is still great. Batgirl was a mistake. What? Why did you buy one like right now? And Let's set will blow up. Yeah, it'll do fine, dude. Like I said, I do think short to midterm potential. Like I think Lenti cards have a bit more potential than R2D2 because R2D2 already pumped like really hard. But I don't know. I could be wrong. It could go either way. Digital Cyber's Invisible Woman Ultra Rare is at 279 right now. It had peaked at 648. I just don't see it going back there, to be honest. Batgirl FA is low right now too. Let's check it out really quick and put on the music. Let's check it out really quick. Batgrill. Batgrill. Hope I actually put Batgirl. This one? Or he said FA. Yeah, FA is really low. Hell, she's almost getting to the point where I can recommend her again. Like, here's the NFTs below 100 gems I recommend. It's kind of getting to that point. Not yet, but yeah, she is cheap. And she did get this pump because the CoverGirl announcement, you know. Can't believe she actually went up to... She's at 167. I can't believe she actually went up to 240. That is just nuts to think about. Holy shit, that's cheap? Yeah. But I still want to buy it. Like, I would still rather... I'll be honest, I would still rather have a black and white series, something or another, or Zombie Hunter, Spidey, or... Yeah, like any of the black and white series Batman's around that range. Me personally, I just don't think Visible Woman will do that well. Good pickup short term for 350 gems. Short term. Pickups short term. So I'm assuming you mean flip. I've said this before. I think literally anything black and white series, or just DC, Adventure Time. Let's look at the Batmans really quick, just see which ones have had some like decent margins going back. I don't know, everything's just selling off like really hard. Like, dude, I bought both Jokers. So so remember when I told you I bought the Jim Lee for 1,800 and I'm still sitting on it? The hell is the other Joker? That's where it went. On the white screen of death. I bought the Dick Sprang Joker for 750, 800, and now it's at like sub 500. I'm just like, good God. Yeah. I bought Dick Sprang for 800. Now he's legitimately almost 50% off. Like, just bend me over harder, daddy. Great. Yeah, I mean, I would honestly... All right, let's look at Gary Frank. It's like, is there any margin to be had here? It said 350, right? Yeah. Okay, there's a slight activity here. It's hard because it kind of goes like hour per hour, right? Where is he at now? There's just not a lot of short-term like I mentioned this earlier, there's just not a lot of short-term profit to be had unless you're playing the new drops, because everything that's currently existing on the app is just going down. I'm also curious too if like someone said the Pilly drops are going down. Is that still the case? Kind of curious. Yeah, they went down a little bit. The rares went down a bit. Ultra rares, yeah, went down. Okay, cool. And then, what was it? Go to the black and white series. Let me pull this up so you guys can see. Also throw this on the left side so you guys can like actually see. Which one do I pulled up? Gary Frank. Should also pop this out so you guys can see what the hell it is too. I'm just doing this out of just genuine curiosity at this point. What's that? 285. Chart says 282. Some pretty big jumps on the floor for the most part. Like there could be, I mean, we're talking such tiny margins here. Like if you bought this at 285, you can maybe flip it for like what, 294? And make, I don't even know how many gems you would get. Not that many, like single digits. Like there's just not a lot of room to be had right now. And plus, like if you bought it for 285, it could just do this, go down to 250 and just chill there. Right now, I think short-term plays, personally, like just isn't the move. Also, like what's, oh, it's my chair. Chair's blocking the screen behind me. Thought there was some horrible creature behind me ready to eat my face. But yeah, so right now I just don't see short-term plays being the move. I just played the new drops, and if you want to do flipping like the Luke Cage like comics and stuff, like I would do that. At least if you have experience with it, Knight Rider. if you're going for flipping. If I'm wrong and you're trying to find something medium to like long-termish for 350, let me know and I'll give you an answer. This woman ain't getting no love until that Fantastic Four movie comes out. Probably. Didn't sell R2 for them, bought them outright. Oh, okay. Oh, you bought them outright. Okay. Well, yeah, dude, that's fucking awesome. Dude, you wanted a perfect point. I'm still holding one of my cards. I sold no, I'm still have my Goofy, which is in the red right now. But dude, you picked a fantastic time to go in. And don't be surprised if it goes down another 10, 15%, but they will, those cards will be one of the first ones to moon for sure. Or just like of the Disney stuff. So I was gonna I'll probably still make a video about this, but I think by the end of the month, the first things that are gonna moon is like Todd, a lot of the Disney stuff. I think Steamboat Willie might lag behind a little bit, but I think actually the cards, as well as the golden moments, will be like the first things to just moon. Probably golden moments first, and then cards, and then Steamboat Willie. That's just my take. But they're all gonna go up within, like once the market corrects, they're all gonna go up within the first couple days. She's not FA either. That is a big deal too. Yeah, that as well. Crypto Pool Sharks, Invisible Wonder Woman reminds me of Hillary Clinton. Kind of. I don't know, let's pull her up, let's see. Come on, dude. God. I probably made the stupidest face right there. Which one is like the most Hillary Clinton looking thing, I guess? Look at her. That's her trashing all her emails and throwing that hard drive in the toilet. That's her throwing action. I don't know. Don't want to talk about politics really, but it's just kind of too funny not to. Drew Pear, I thought I heard something about new Pokemon Go trading card game this summer, Niantic, Veve, and Walmart in the same breath. Well, I just said it in the same breath right now too. I don't know. You got me curious now. That would be cool. Krusty Krab Pizza. I'm in between Spider-Man FA Common and Steamboat Common. Probably go with the Spider-Man Common, to be honest. As bullish as I am with Steamboat Willie, I think the Common Spider-Man will do a tiny bit better. It's hard to say. Both are great. Don't get me wrong. Let me at least look up the Spider-Man Common. Where's it at, like, right now? That's what I want to know. Where's the Spooderman Common? 840. Okay. It's 100 gems higher than Steamboat Willie. Not that that's a huge deal. I'll probably still say Spider-Man. You know, as much as, you know, you can save the 100 gems and get like, oh, a Steamboat Willie plus 4 comics or something, I would probably still say Spider-Man, the common. Let's see here. Goofy or Golden Moment hat? I would go with hat over Goofy. I would get the Golden Moment hat. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Yeah, I'd say Golden Moment hat. In my opinion, Goofy, since it's got the music with it, it's lenticular, so many additions, and it's technically a first appearance. Shake and bake. I mean, so is the Mickey hat, right? Mickey hat's first appearance. I mean, they're both things at the end of the day. I think more people want... I don't know, it could be wrong. I just think Golden Moments are just gonna pump really hard. And, oh, come on. Why you do this to me? And again, I don't think you're wrong with either one. I just have a feeling that the hat will have more room to grow. I know it's pulled back a bit, and I think that's probably a good point for it, is that it did pull back. Also, like, aren't those two NFTs like Goofy right now is like that's like 1,000 gem difference. So I mean, if you can afford both, or one, I mean, obviously. I think the hat still has a lot of room to grow. I'm just very bullish on it, but that's just me. I just got 40 common and uncommon comics. The prices are super low. Dude, that's awesome. I might make a move like that at some point, just waiting on the Master Collector program, but by then it could be too late. Who knows? I could be completely wrong and waiting around and not making a move now, but dude, that's awesome. And now you just got a ton of Master Collector points. So that's awesome. Crypto Pool Sharks. I got lucky and got a Pluto on the 1104 rebound. My best drop. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, so 4 minutes. Dude, I've never gotten a rebound. It's always exciting to hear other people get rebounds, but I've literally never gotten a rebound on Veve. I've tried every technique, every tip, trick. I've watched literally half a dozen videos on how to do it. Like, none of them work. So I've kind of given up on it, which I probably shouldn't, but... Drew Pear, did you hear about the comic book drop technique where you press and hold the price, the whole area grays out? I tried that on Veve Vault's stream, I think either last comic or the comic before. It didn't work at all on my phone. Has potential if you see no lag between the timer and the ending and the buy button appearing. Cool. Hey, I'm going shopping. I got 9.2k gems. Can you recommend some collectibles with MCP in mind? I'm building up my MCP. Let's get at least 2 sets out of it. Thank you so much, Daniel D, for the $5. Are you for comment? You're gonna have to like this. I really appreciate the donation. I want to make sure I give a good suggestion, especially now since I've caught up with chat. Are you looking to like, get comics at all? Like, part of me just wants to put us like, part of me just wants to just like get you sets or just get you NFTs that are gonna make you money, and then just put like 500 gems aside or 1,000 gems aside just for comics, you know, because I do think sometimes full sets might not, just because you're trying to complete the set, like certain NFTs in that set, like might not do that well.
Pretty amazing.
Sorry about that. But dude, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Where do you put Goofy? Do you think it's a must buy? I don't think it's a must buy. Like, I don't know. I would rather stack up on some of the cheaper things. I'd rather stack Mickey or Donald than buy Goofy personally. That's just my take. It don't matter? Okay. What do you think has the most potential to be a lot of gems? What? Don't give up rebounds? No, I'm not going to. Like, I'm going to keep trying. My best is Elsa, 62. Got on drop. Should I sell and buy a bunch more or hold? If you got a 62 Elsa, dude, I would just hold the... I would hold that. All right, let me look that up really quick. Then I'm going to help Daniel with his recommendation. So, like, what are the other Elsas even going for? Honestly, like, if you have like a low mint Elsa like that, like, it's gonna be hard to pull up. But like, dude, I would like, me personally, only maybe just because I'm a YouTuber and like, it's not like I even have like any crazy connections, but I mean that might be like a Mr. Pags thing or something. Like, that is crazy. I don't even know where I would price it because everyone that's sub 100 is asking for 5 mil, 32k, 19k, 5 mil, 250, 69. Yeah, like, this is what everyone's asking for, sub 100 Elsa. If you legitimately got a 62 Elsa, I don't even know. It's kind of crazy how the number 45, like the lowest mint one, is actually asking like the second cheapest price at 25k, and like all the other ones are just like absurdly higher. I don't know. That's such an like not even an anomaly, but it's so hard to judge. I mean, you can get, if you can sell that for like 20k, I mean, you can get a lot of good stuff for 20k. But even then, I part of me just wants to hodl. I know it's hard to tell. Finish season 2 more corners. Well, first thing we're gonna do is pull up this bad boy. I'm sure you already know what the hell this is, Daniel. Veve set list, based on the current I'm gonna start from the top and go down. Obviously, because there's the cheapest MCP per point. But I'm gonna say like which sets I think are actually gonna do like well, or like hold decent amount of value, like longish term, at least in my opinion. So already got season 2 Murmurcornos. That's great. With an emphasis, like I'm not very bullish on like the like MCP points, but I get what you mean. So what I'm thinking here, can you guys see this? I hope I'm not like covering part of it up. All right, whatever. You guys don't need to see my face. Let's switch it off. And we'll zoom in one more time so you guys can see it a bit better. Yeah, you guys don't need to see my face. I don't blame you. So what I'm thinking here. Also, I feel like I also need to get that little cursor thing so that like when I hover over something, like there's a little like yellow circle around my cursor so you can see what I'm highlighting. In my opinion, like just off the initial look, just because it's relatively cheap, is like holiday group. It's like pretty inexpensive. Lunar New Year stamps I think are pretty legit. I'm sure you probably have that. Like this, like these 2 stamps are pretty cool. I think they're pretty, like, I mean, you can get the whole set for less than 200, and that's a lot of MCP. Under 400, that's a lot. Let me get a calculator out so I'm like, I'm just throwing numbers together at this point. And you said what, 9 grand? I'm just gonna go off 9 grand. And then how many MCP points is that? That's what? At 15 so far. It's gonna take a bit of math. I'm gonna be behind on chat, guys, by the way, so just we're just gonna go through this. I'm just literally throwing numbers together. Yep, okay, so I already have the stamp collection. So, and there's like diminishing returns, right? You can't get like multiple copies of the stamps. All right, I'm just gonna fly through this. Eternals, not big on the Eternals. I'm also trying to think of like in the future too, like what would be a decent like payoff. Gosh, it's just crazy how much the value of these MCP points like go up as you're going along. Hoverboards wouldn't be too bad. Especially if you're, I mean, it sounds like you're hodling long term. I mean, those would be sick for Veveverse if they do something with that or whatever. God, it's just the price goes up so exponentially. Let's organize it by just general price like this. Maybe not like huge focus on points. Like we'll check the points like afterward, but. I feel like Throg is decent. Kind of relying on like Pet Avengers and stuff. Like, I don't know, not too bullish on like Throg, to be quite honest. I'm invested in Throg, didn't pay off too well, to be quite honest. So maybe that's a pass. Maybe not Bombshells. The MCP points seem pretty low. Ghostbusters isn't terrible. Cthulhu Idols. I don't know. Like, to be quite honest, if I was really to just min-max my MCP points and still get a return, I would just get I would just get comics. Like, if I really wanted to min-max it, but obviously you want to find a nice balance between min-maxing your MCP points, but at the same time getting value out of the items themselves to potentially sell off at some point. Like if all I wanted to do was min-max, yeah, I'd buy a rare of like every comic, at least one that's in this, you know, price range or whatever, and then like stack a few uncommons and do whatever else. But it sounds like you're probably not too interested in the comics, or maybe you've already pulled that off. All right, let me do this too. What the hell? Oh, it's the movie ticket. start down here. Actually, let's do this. I know I'm like, sorry, I'm like a little all over the place, but I'm just trying to. This is like the upper echelon. Yeah, Ben Riley is just crazy. Kind of just like eliminating stuff now off the top of my head because I'm like waiting for it to pop up, going the other way down, and I think it's actually better to start top and go down. Jesus, Spider-Man Marvel. I guess it's because of the Spider-Man 2099, 16 points for $3,000. God, it just seems like points are really high. Deadpool Christmas isn't too bad, actually. And I think that actually Deadpools have a ton of room to grow. I would actually say for 3,500, like Deadpool Christmas isn't bad. I'm honestly just going to pick some up, like point out stuff. And like, I'm going to let you crunch the numbers. Like maybe I just like point out something and are just like, oh, that's kind of cool. You know, comics can be added and actually looking for some. Okay, cool. I appreciate the additional $2. Yeah. It's on, I'll be honest, it's so hard. Like with $9,000, part of me is just like, just get like, I'm like, just get R2 or like get Elsa and get like golden moments or like get like some of those things and like just stack the rest. Like, yeah, you might not be able to like, because I really think, to be honest, the sets are just like not like just the price per MCP is just god awful. Like other than I shit you not, like the stamps, it just gets terrible. And it's like, I'd rather just spend $8,000 on NFTs, either a few of them or one or two or whatever it is that's going to give you the most price like return. And that's the thing too. It's like if you tie up a lot of your value, not value, but like if you tie up a lot of your MCP points like in the sets and stuff, if you sell the set and break that chain, like then you lost a lot of MCP points, right? And then you're kind of thinking like, all right, do I just sell the rest of the set or whatever? Like I'd rather just spend $8,000 on just very solid NFTs that are going to just be worth a lot in the future. And then just stack comics, like just spend like $1,000, $1,500 on comics. I'm sure there are people that might know more about the comics. Because like, look at this, like, because remember, because we look at this, the MCP points, it just immediately jumps up like 40, 50, 70. There's not even a 60, it jumps up to 70. But if we look at the comics, I think it's like 20, 27, 30, 30. So I was like, I think you're better. I think you would actually get more MCP points too. Just spending like $1,000 on comics, just getting a rare of each, because I think there is diminishing returns on comics. After you get, for rares and higher, I should say. If you get one rare, you get 2 points. If you get 2 rares, that's only 3 points, because the second one gets half points. So I think you're better off actually just getting one rare, as well as, you know, just stacking uncommons or whatever. So like you could probably not go wrong with just like getting rare, just stacking rares. And like these are going up in value too, right? Like Daredevil 131 isn't going to stay at $60 forever. Like it's going to go up in value eventually. If you do decide to sell it off, you're only losing 2 points and not breaking like not only the MCP points of the NFT, but also like the, what's it called? Like the set chain either, right? Okay, let's do that then. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. So for comics, dude, like if you want very specific comics, at least now you know the general direction. By the way, this site is called vvsetlist.com, so you can like check it out yourself. Do you think that Batman Killer Croc will be 10K this year? Probably not, to be quite honest. So what you typically, so what I would do is get a rare. It's probably up to you price wise, which rares you want. You can get it on based on cover, or whichever ones have the highest potential to sell higher later. But then you start stacking the uncommons. Because how much are these? Yeah, so you're better off getting a rare of however many. Let's start with like actual like NFTs first, I would say. Whoops, wrong one. What do you have NFT wise? Like, do you want golden moments? Do you want would you like like, are you more bullish on like Marvel, Disney, DC, anything like that. Or I'm trying to think like what else. Would you rather have like one NFT, like one big one, or like one or two big ones, or would you rather have like, you know, 2 or 3 mid-range ones and like a small stack of something else? Like, God bless, my lenticulars are bouncing back. I shouldn't have checked though. I'd wake up and be sad again. Yeah, like it's hard, but like try not to, you know, check those incessantly. I want to make sure I hook you up, Daniel D. So I know there's like a lag on the stream and stuff, because I'll go ahead and start making moves. So like I'm gonna assume, let's try and keep the budget for the gems or like the comics at like 1.2K. Let's do that. That can still get you a solid amount of comics. So we have 8,000 to play with. Like, I would say get Elsa and Wally for when the movie comes out. Yeah, I would say Elsa, Wally. Yeah. Don't you get MCP even if you sold the NFT? I don't think so. I think it needs to be in your vault to like continue and get points. Then that's what I mean. Like I'm thinking Elsa. Okay, so Babs, you're saying like put like what, 3 grand in comics? Not if you break a set. I thought like the NFT had to be in your vault to like continually get points, right? And like you get the one-time set bonus. Like if you complete the set, you get the one-time MCP bonus for completing the set, but then you get like a small bonus for the set continuing, right? But if you break the chain, then you no longer get the set bonus. I think Iron Man is great, Eric. I think Iron Man is great. I think he will pump very hard soon. Like, I mean, shit, you could just get R2 and then spend the last grand. No, just thinking like those 2 moments in the other flips. Yeah. I mean, you can get R2D2 and then just spend the last grand on comics. Like, that's not bad. Like, then again, like, I want to make sure that I recommend something that you're very like bullish on. You know, I want to make sure you invest in something that you're comfortable with, or that you think that's going to do well long term. Golden Moments, Marvel Comics, okay, cool. How about, I think you could do Iron Man Elsa, which puts you at 6 grand, which leaves 2 grand left over. Let's get you some Marvel. If you get Iron Man Elsa, which leaves you with 2 grand left over. You can get amazing. You can get the common, any combination of like common. You can get like common and Ben Reilly, which puts you at what? It's hard like not to recommend the rare. Like the rare is just so good. I think it has a ton of upside potential. I don't know how you feel about like the Marvel Mighties either. Comics and a Ben Reilly, yeah. Yeah, I'd say Iron Man Elsa, and then we have 2 grand left over. Then I would like grab some Spider-Mans. Ben Reilly, yeah. Exact same time, I love that, yeah. Part of me wants to like fit in some like lenticular cards too, right? 3 Amazing Spider-Man, 1 common, or 3 Amazing Spider-Man 1s common, or 1 Marvel comic uncommon. That's hard, dude. I don't know. Like that's like, it's hard to tell. He could pass Peter, then flip for a Peter. Amazing play. You could pass Peter, then flip for a Peter. What? I mean, what do you think? Ghost Spider is a great buyer now, based on the charts? I would say so. So we got 2 grand left over. So what I'm thinking is like you could get, I feel like you got to get like the common Spider. You got to get like the cover art or like the loading screen Spider-Man. Like he's up a bit. You can maybe, I mean, he might go back down a bit. So that's 6 grand. And then I say we get 340 plus 540. puts us over by a little bit. I think if we go over on the other budget or whatever, God, I feel like you should get like a lenticular card too, like a Mickey at least. But that's like, I feel like you should, like, yeah, you're getting the golden moments, but like I think I would still pick a lenticular card over like Jaunty Jig or something. Music? Oh, we got music. I'm gonna hook you up. I'm gonna type this all out too afterward. At least one lenticular. That's what I'm thinking. Or blast. Soon as your right vibes. Yeah. It's just hard because I'm gonna have to like either exchange a Spider-Man or like we're gonna have to like really eat into our comics. I think comics, again, at the end of the day, yeah, black and white came up, but golden moments are, yeah, that's golden moments are, they're golden for a reason, right? Kind of just get Mickey, as much as I like Donald. Like, but that's gonna really put us over budget. So like 7. Less. That still leaves us with like 1,000 left, I think. 2 moments for sure, yeah. Long term. So this is what I'm thinking. Okay, so what the hell was Ben Riley again? I forgot what the hell his price was. Ben. Even though it just says N Riley, it should still pull up. Give it to me. Hell yeah. So 540. Okay. All right, so this is what I'm thinking. Let me share screen, not share screen, but just, oh, that's cursed. Okay, it's gonna look brighter and like kind of weird, so I apologize for that. I'm actually gonna turn off this. That might make it a bit better. Sorry if the screen's like super bright, but, or at least my face is. So this is what I'm thinking. So we're gonna crunch some numbers here. So golden moments, we're gonna do Iron Man. It's 2,500. Where's Elsa? Down here. Where's Elsa? Plus, let's do 3625. Spider-Man. It's 480 plus, let's just say 540. Plus the Mickey is 750 right now. I think that's pretty good. Like, we still have 900 left over to spend on comics. So we'd still have 900 to spend on comics. And I think, like, so that's what? 82.55. I think you just, and I'm not sure how many, like, because a lot of these comics, let's just take the average. What is it? Shoot. Like, I'm really crunching the numbers here, and then we divide that by, like, what's the average here? Let's just highball it and just say 70. So you get 13 comics, 13 rares, which gives you 26 master collector points. And that's me highballing it too. You might be able to squeeze out like an extra 1 or 2 comics. So it gives you 26 master collector points, plus these ones each individually, right? Like, holy hell. What the hell is that at the bottom? So Elsa's giving us 1, so that puts us at 27. It's another 1, so 28. 29. I think they're just 1 point each, right? Like, yeah, 29. And then what the hell was the Mickey lenticular card? 30. So we're getting 30 master collector points. Like, I'm just curious to see like the lenticular set. Is it on here? No. Yeah, like if we bought the Mickey and Friends series, we'd get 16 points and we'd spend like the majority of our money. Yeah. And I still think Elsa, Iron Man, Ben Reilly, Spider-Man, plus 1 lenticular card. Even though like there might be some sets we might get like a tiny bit more, like 1 or 2 more master collector points. I think overall, like, yeah, you have Murmur Corno Season 2, you already have that. Like, that's amazing value. But that's what I would do personally. I hope that helps. That gives you like a rough outline. And if you do want me to like review it, or like just say it in chat, you don't have to donate again. But if you want me to review it, or if you're like, hey, I like this, or can I swap that for this, or can I get more comics, or instead of getting a bunch of rares, could I get like a couple rares and a bunch of commons? I want to be able to sell those off, you know. But that would be my take. I mean, you got Marvel, you got Mickey. I mean, you got Spider-Man, you got Mickey, you got Golden Moments, you got comics. That's what I would say. And of course, like if you really don't like the idea, like if you also want a Batman, maybe get rid of Ben Reilly and get like a Jason Fabok. It's still a Batman, but I would still pick Ben Reilly over Jason. So I hope you got all that right. If I went too fast, or if you want me to go over it again, just like let me know. But that would be my recommendation. Elsa, Iron Man, Amazing Spider-Man, Ben Reilly, Mickey lenticular cards, and just 13 or 14, maybe 15, any of the rares. I'm sure there's, you know, below 70 gems ish. That will probably give you the best return. And I'm sure there's some comic collector guy that could tell you like which comics will probably give you the best ones. Y'all write them down? Yeah. I hope that helps. Like, that's the best I can think of. And I think Iron Man and Elsa are going to do really, really good things in the near future. And I think having a little bit of diversification with like Spider-Man and having at least 1 lenticular card, I think is not getting at least 1. I think is kind of a shame, you know. And when people ask me like if you're going to spend $9 grand, anyone that kind of comes up to me, they're like, hey, I'm going to spend $9 grand or $5 grand or 10 grand or 15. I'm like, dude, like spending even $5 grand, like not picking up an Elsa, like just feels bad. Like not picking up at least an Elsa, or if you just hate that, like pick up an Iron Man, like pick up one of the two if you're going to spend like 4 or 5 grand. But yeah, I was running them down as you went over it. I love it. 30 MCP is great too. Yeah, dude, that's day over day too. That's really solid. And that's, of course, you get the, you know, the rares. You have to get like, you're gonna have to get 13 different rares. So not sure how that would play out, which is why I kind of overestimated the price, right? Because some of them will put you over, some might put you over 30 or whatever. So I guess you could just literally just buy the rares off this list, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 15, 16, 17. Like you could probably pick up 15 or 16 of these that are all below. Like, you know, I think these will all go up in value, given enough time. And maybe you can even pick up this Daredevil 25. I don't know. It seems like, how many extra points does that give you? 3? Yeah. The other trick too, I heard too, is like if you can manage to snipe a low mint, I think it has to be bottom 5%, right? That's probably just too expensive for rares, but like if you get like a sub 5 mint, it like doubles the points or something. That's what I heard. I could be wrong. Or it gives you 50% more points. For the rares, you know, if you bought a low 5% rare, it would be triple, quadruple the price, which I don't think is worth it. But these are cool comics too, and I'm sure I'm sure there might be a rare like down here or something like that. That's actually like, that would pay off longer term. But if you're trying to just stack master collector points. And like I said too, like these aren't just going to stay at these prices forever. These could go to, you know, these can go to 70 gems in a month and then up to 100 gems by the end of the year, or 200 gems, like who knows. But yeah, I think that's a solid lineup, and if I got Bab's approval, that means it's good. Yeah, pick a lenticular because I completed Steamboat. Okay, you already said you completed Steamboat, so that's sick. Yeah, get Mickey. That's the most iconic one. And again, if you really like the Steamboat, not Steamboat, but if you really like the lenticular cards more, you could probably swap the common Spider-Man for a not Daffy, but for a Donald. So if you want like a Mickey and a Donald, but still keep Ben Reilly or whatever, like you could play around with it. There's other NFTs in that same like price range too. And if you need to take away a little bit from the comic stack, that's what I would say. Let me catch up with chat. I think I was like a little behind. I still have Iron Man and Elsa though, gladly. Yeah, those are both great, Gasto. Iron Man a good buy right now? Iron Man is a fantastic buy right now, Eric. I think you asked that earlier and I already answered it, but whatever. I heard that Golden Moment, Golden Moments 2 has been hinted this month. If it does drop, do you think it will blow up and make the original Golden Moments even more valuable? And yes, I think so. Strangely enough, someone said like, what if they do a Silver Moments? I'm like, I think that would make the Golden Moments even more expensive than if they made just Golden Moments 2.0. If they did Golden Moments 2.0, the originals would go up. But if they did a Silver Moments, that just makes it more unique, and I think that would actually price the price up even higher. Possibly, people are just rumoring that because they could have sworn Alex G made a tweet with like the golden sparkles, like when the first time that Golden Moments came out. But I'm not sure if that's true or not. Should I sell my Su Huan Shen 863 for 150 gems or higher? I'll sell for 160 then. Heard a Steamboat set? Okay, cool. Sorry, I was behind chat. Let's run them down. I sold both Elsa and Homer to grab my second Superman. So far, he's at 500, and they're down 300 combined plus 800. Yeah, we'll see. Collectibles. Yeah, I did. I think short term it'll have more room to grow. Not Iron Man. What was I gonna say? Superman. Short term, I think Superman could do some great things, and I think in the midterm, Elsa will, they'll kind of intersect. And I think in a way, Elsa might. I don't know if I'll overtake Superman because Superman has a lot of room to grow, and even then, like my collectibles, like you could very easily. Iron Man. Superman could hit 7K, and Elsa maybe is only at 4, and then Homer is only at 2.5, and like you could just sell your Superman, rebuy those 2 NFTs, and now you just made profit. Like I don't know if you want to keep those Supermen like long term, but like now you have some opportunity there to. Oh my god. You might have some opportunity there to actually just like flip and just get those 2 NFTs back with profit in hand, right? It's up to you, but I think I do think Superman is a spring ready to just go. Sell R2-D2 to buy. What do you recommend? Nothing. I would just not sell R2-D2 personally. But if you absolutely had to, if someone like was in your house and they're like, sell that R2-D2, and they're like threatening your life, which I would never wish. Sorry if I even brought that up. I don't know. Like, you sell it, so you'd make what? Okay, so you'd be at like what, 70? You'd have what, 7,400, 7,300? I don't know. So if you wanted to simplify it and just do like 1 or 2 NFTs, you'd do like Superman plus a couple NFTs that were like 1,000 gems, like ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man or something like that. You just get 2 NFTs that are 1,000, just keep it simple. But I mean, there's also legit technique. Like if you sold it, you can just stack a lot of Ben Reillys or get some like lenticular cards or something like that. Like, I don't know. Sell this and just get 2 C3. I mean, can't afford it, but get a C3PO and like an Elsa or something else. Like, I don't know. Part of me does think that like C3PO is he's gonna plateau for a bit. He did see a significant pump. There are a lot of people in this region that like in this area, that could be more than happy to take profits if there is like a bigger announcement, or if people do have, you know, who knows, like there could be someone out there, like if they do like some of the like big name Jedi or baby Yoda stuff, or you know, maybe someone's a huge Boba Fett fan and the show, they're like, all right, I'm gonna sell my R2 and I want baby Yoda, I want Boba Fett, I want you know, all the characters from Book of Boba Fett and or like Mandalorian. Like there could be people like that, so it's just hard to like sell it off. But if you do feel like there's a major dip coming, I wouldn't blame you, but at the same time, like I would just hodl. I don't know essentially why right now you would sell. Plus it's like still going up, it's still kind of creeping up right now. More C-3POs are getting listed and the price is going up. Dude, that's nuts. What? I'll be getting Elsa and Homer back though ASAP. Yeah, it's that like that option is always there. Like that's you have that option if Superman does very well, and like just kind of the golden moments might be lagging behind because of like new Star Wars hype or like a different Disney drop. It could happen. Common Amazing Spider-Man, man worth buying and holding. Yeah, of course. Christian Marte. Hell yeah, dude. Common Spider-Man's great. Are there other Spider-Mans that could be more profitable? Maybe, like if you really want to not necessarily gamble, but you can go like Ben Reilly plus Zombie Hunter Spidey plus, because like both of those have like a lot of up potential. It just might take a while, so but you can never go wrong with just common Spidey, the Amazing Spider-Man one. Plus, like I think Bab said, it's the only one with the actual name, like the Amazing Spider-Man, like just straight up, that's all it says. Golden Gorilla, good or no? I'd rather invest in other stuff than Golden Ape. Little Friends, that's what's coming. Like if I'm gonna spend $6 grand, Iron Man Elsa, like I'd just rather have that combo. Like just take the actual golden moments. Though, again, it depends on Immutable X. Like if you're one of the first people like that lists Little Friends Gold on Immutable X, you list it for, because I mean, didn't this thing hit like 14K at one point? Something ridiculous. Maybe not that high. Okay, 9K. And like that's the other thing too, if you're gonna take the risk of listing on Immutable X, I still don't even know how that interaction would work. And if you're like one of 3 gold apes off platform, just list it for like 11K in ETH. And if you sell it, what do you think is going to happen to the price on the app? The price will probably go up. So we'll see. I'd rather just buy other stuff. People are just relisting, meaning going down a bit soon. Yeah, I mean, the market update's not going to happen for like 12 more minutes. Let me look up, what was it, Elsa? No, C-3PO. What's he at now? It's at 4.4K. 260 listings that I can see now. 254. So there's more listings going up. Yeah, I think he's small little plateau right now, but I mean, it's not going to last long. Like I feel like this one will keep going up. It would not surprise me if C-3PO just went up to like 5.5K and just chilled there for a bit. Hamoon, common ultimate classic Fantastic Four number 12 rare FA T-Rex. Yeah, I think I know which cover you're talking about. Let me look that up. I think that is kind of funny. Ultimates. If I just put 21, please just don't make me work for it. Come on. Yeah. You said it was the rare? And there's a T-Rex on it? Let me see. Oh, dude, I remember that cover. That is this very sick cover. Dude, the covers on these are kind of trippy. Like look at Sue Storm in this one. And dude, this is really cheap too. 20 for an uncommon? 14 for the common? Wait, that's the uncommon? What's this one? Is that the... I guess it'd be the ultra rare. Let's see. No, I guess it's the secret rare, right? Is it literally going to be the last one? I can't really tell on the bottom right, like which one it is. Yeah, this one. Oh, they're zombies. Okay, because it's like part of the What If series, or is this crossover? First appearance of the Marvel Zombies. Okay, Reed Richards. Okay, gotcha. That is interesting. Yeah, that is creepy. Let's see. Dax G, I thought my collectible said to get one rare and then uncommons. I may have misheard. Well, I just told them to get just a bunch of uncommons, as long as they're all different. Don't stack. Sorry, if I didn't make that clear earlier, Daniel. Just stack get a different rare of each one. Just get a different rare. Don't stack 13 rares of one comic, but just get 13 different comics that are rare level. I hope I explained that. Would it be a good idea to flip my Mickey hat, which is 905 for a C3PO? I don't know. Let me get back to that. I know I'd like just jump down and chat. But let me just catch up really quick. I'm gonna have to think about that one for a sec. Just bought ASM number 1 for 185 gems. Good choice. Can you share the charts? Sure, I can check it really quick. You bought an Amazing Spider-Man number 1. I think you just made a great choice. It's almost like people asking me, you know, I'm not upset or anything with you, but it's almost like people saying like, oh, I bought the common Spider-Man. Is that a good choice? Or like, hey, I bought a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man right now. How's that? I'm like, dude, that's great. Like, just give it enough time, it'll do well. But yeah, Amazing. Good God, I'm like completely drawn a blank. I guess I could have just put number 1, but. You got the what, common? I don't know what rarity. I'm assuming common. Yeah, I'm assuming common. Yeah, dude, that's a great price. It's already up since you bought it. But even then, as this will take its time pulling up, might have to refresh this or clear my cache. Dude, that's such a gorgeous NFT. I need to buy this at some point. Need to stop being lazy and buy it at some point. Yeah, I think it's doing well. Listings are still going up, but it's like, dude, it's great. I had a high point of what, 330, 320? Yeah, dude, just chill on it. In my mind, you're either, that goes with every NFT, it's like, if you're gonna buy comics, you're either gonna hold it long term, or you're gonna flip it to have enough gems for the next drop or whatever, right? So, holy moly, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a great pickup. Can you check Elsa and Homer price history charts? I can do that really quick, Trade Crypto. We were just looking at Elsa earlier. I mean, very briefly though, but it's usually better just to type in golden moments. You said Elsa and what? Homer? Dude, both of those have been, just golden moments in general, have been doing fantastic. Just holding their value during this gem squeeze. Iron Man went down like a tiny bit, but it's like, whatever. Where's Elsa? Where the hell is she? There she is. I'm like, what's wrong with me? Let's see. Yeah, dude, she's just been holding her value. I mean, the listings have been pretty flat too, but she's been just holding her value just great. Which just makes me think once the market does correct, like this will just rebound very well. And she finally hit has she ever hit a 1 million gem market cap? She just hit it today. Good for her. FA 1 million gem market cap. So good for her. Yeah, I would definitely just, I don't know what you want me to look at it specifically, but she's holding her value incredibly well. Like that's probably one of the best purchases on the app, in my opinion, alongside Iron Man. And then what's the other one you said? Homer and Bart. Homer and Bart, same story. If you have like the extra 500 gems, I would definitely get Iron Man over Homer and Bart. But if you really like The Simpsons or you like that more, I would say that. Yeah, Homer and Bart. Again, they're actually going up in value slowly during this gem squeeze, which is also kind of crazy. Despite the fact that listings have also gone up, so it's kind of interesting. What are your thoughts on Rare Spider-Man? Same version as SR? Yeah, dude. I think that's great. That's actually what I've been recommending quite a bit because it looks just like the Secret Rare version. Chad D, I agree. Miles Johnson, Ultra Rare Marvel Comics 1 or Nightwing plus Ultraman FA. Common for long-term hold. Those are probably some of the... Not too bullish on Nightwing. I think it's just kind of just like... It's... People like it. I think it was super popular like the early days of Veve just because it was super low mint. But now people are just... There's more value in popularity over... More popularity in... Jesus Christ, what am I saying? Sorry. 5-hour stream, I apologize. There's more value in popularity over just low mints. And Ultraman FA... You need... Way too many things need to happen. Localization on the app. You need like the Chinese or just the Southeast Asian governments to like allow them to use NFTs and so many other things need to like fall into place before that goes. How much is a Marvel Comics #1 NFT right now? Ultra rare. You're trying to get the ultra rare? Yeah, I gotta do Marvel Comics. You know what the ultra rare? I'm assuming you're spending the gems. 2,500. Isn't Nightwing alone like $2,000? Honestly, I would. I think the real two options should be like Marvel Comics #1 or Iron Man, and in that case, I mean, at least the Marvel Comics #1 has some history of going up to like $4,500 or like $4,000. Iron Man doesn't yet. I do think Iron Man has a ton of potential, but at least Marvel Comics has some track history of that. And plus, like, the Marvel Comics is just, like I said before, like, it's the crown jewel of the comics. The Secret Rare. You know, the comic and then, of course, the Secret Rare is the highest. But, like, you just got the second highest rarity here. So, I honestly think it's a coin flip, whether you're bullish on comics versus collectibles. Personally, I'd rather take Iron Man over Nightwing plus Ultraman. That's my take on it, Chad. No, wait, not Chad. Miles Johnson. That's my take on it. Daniel Jovic, OG. Saw my collectible comment. I just flipped my Superman for 5,200 and 17 random comics. Picked up Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie for 650 or 6,500. 98. Hope it goes well. Dude, it'll go great, dude. Steamboat Willie. Superman will have a nice short-term pump, but I think so will Steamboat Willie. I did not know Steamboat Willie's sub 7K right now. That's crazy. Steamboat Willie is awesome. I think that's a good trade that you just did. Babs, you're right. I had less listings than R2 on Sunday, so I think it went way up. Yeah. Could it be a good idea to flip? It's... I think I would just keep the hat, to be honest. Like, I think that, like... It's funny because C3PO is like treading new ground, but the hat has history of doing very well. Let's see, come on. Oh, it's because it's on comics, not collectibles. Yeah, like this is all new ground for C3PO, but at least the hat has history of going up. Didn't it go up to like 6K? 6.5? Yeah, like 7K, like... This thing's got a lot of potential. Like, don't get me wrong, C3PO is good too, but I would just hate for you to eat a 8.5% fee and then sell it. And it's, you know, it's a lowish mint, sub 1,000. It's not bad. I would just hold it. Yeah, and a time will come where C3PO will probably go up to like 5.5K, like override Sorcerer's Hat. But I do think people are sleeping on Sorcerer's Hat in general. I could be wrong. Honestly, it's kind of a coin flip. Nathaniel Tan, because like it's so hard to actually. Sorry, go back to the point. It's you're trying to compare like Star Wars fans and Disney fans, which are both fucking massive, and you're just thinking like which ones. And both of them are like #2, right? Like Sorcerer's Hat in my mind is obviously #2 to like Walt or whatever, and then C3PO is arguably #2 to R2D2. So I think both can do very, very well. I'm gonna catch up with chat. I'm gonna go for like 5, maybe 10 more minutes, dude. Just because I'm getting a bit tired. I've been streaming for over 5 hours. So, but Daniel, I really appreciate the donations. I hope I helped you out. It sounds like you like that lineup of 2 gold moments, 2 Spider-Mans, lenticular card, and then just getting like 13, 14, 15 like random, just rare comics to just max out those master collector points. What do you think about the Pillies? I think they're already selling off right now. I'm sure it'll have its day, but not anytime soon. Until we get localization, or until like, I know that's popular in a bunch of Southeast Asian country or Southeast Asian regions, but I'd rather just invest in other things, to be honest, or just not buy anything at all, or not buy, but just not like. I think there's better things to invest in right now. I meant like not sell right now. Could be, but anytime I saw price goes up with listing, it's flagged to me. Yeah. Will DeLorean's increase the value? Of course, just give it enough time. I think their value is heavily tied to 2 things. One, the Veveverse, until we get some formal announcement about the Veveverse or the features to drive or anything like that, it'll do better. And then the more longer term play, I think, is like we have to wait for a lot of the season 1 collectibles, mostly like the I don't think there's any Marvel stuff in season 1, but just in general, we need a lot of like the Marvel, DC, and Disney stuff to like price itself out. And then we have the DeLoreans and like Ecto Ones and Powerpuff Girls and Adventure Time. Like, well, they'll have their day, but right now it's like for the same price. Like, there's just other NFTs that are better investments than the DeLorean. So if you own one, just hodl it. But if you're like thinking about buying one, maybe get like a Storm or something. I'd kind of do that, or like an uncommon Deadpool or something. What are some underrated comics? I wish I could tell you, Krusty Krab Pizza. From it sounds like a lot of people are saying like New Mutants, the FA Deadpool, as well as like the new Falcon one. I think Luke Cage would be super cool, like the new one coming out tomorrow. But other than that, I don't know any like undervalued comics. That's actually the area I'm probably the weakest at on the app. Is like, I know what the good comics are, but like undervalued, like I don't know. Golden Ape, good. Buy no. I think I said no earlier. Krusty Krab Pizza, X-Men 129, first appearance of Kitty Pryde, first appearance of Emma Frost. So first appearance doesn't work that way. Mark Rogal. So first appearance is actually when they appeared, not when they appeared on the app, but the first time they appeared on like the actual comic series. So ASM #1 isn't the first appearance of actual Spider-Man. Like, even though it is on the app and it's like the comic, so the way the comics works is like it's the actual first appearance of that character in like real life, the comic series. So Amazing Fantasy #1, that is the actual first appearance of Spider-Man. And when that gets released on the app one day, that will be technically Spider-Man's first appearance comic wise. But ASM #1, like even though it's, you know, the first time he appeared in a comic on Veve, it's not the same. So it's different. But I see where you're going with that. Like that's, you know, that's kind of an angle, that is an angle to work, but it's not, if that was the case, it would say it on the comic. Like, let me actually see if I can pull one up here. The hell? If I put #1. Trying to think of like another example. There's the one with Magneto on it. It's like, oh, it's the first time I appeared on the app, but it's not a first appearance. I don't know what. I think you understand the point I'm trying to make. Golden Ape, good long-term hold, short-term here, there. Yeah, like long-term hold, you know, it's good, but is it as good as like Elsa Iron Man, even long-term hold? Green Goblin under 600? That is absurd. Well, just bend me over, huh? Gusto, I love Zombie Hunter Spidey. They look amazing. Huge sleeper. Yeah, I think people have been talking about them quite a bit. At least I have. And the common really ran up with everything else, but now everything's retracing. When do you think the Gem Squeeze will end? They need a big announcement, like a big IP. Either a brand new IP or just like more just heavy hitting Marvel, DC, whatever it is going to be. If it's something like Star Wars or Boba Fett related, that's going to be a huge deal. And I think after like the day after that, or like the day of that drop, will be the market will recover, hopefully. But then again, we just don't know. Nathaniel Tan, yeah, I'm not sure. That's what I thought was going to happen with these last drops, but I guess the VV community thought that lenticular cards and Marvel Mighties wasn't big enough for them to actually start reinvesting back until whatever's left. Not saying you're wrong, just noticed that he had less listings than R2. Okay, thinking about flipping Homer for 3 uncommon Spider-Man or 2 Doctor Doom. What do you think? I'd just keep the Homer. I would just keep it. Eating an 8.5% fee to invest in more NFTs with an 8.5% fee. I don't know. Well, again, it's not just like the 8.5% fee thing, but I think Homer has quite a bit of room to grow. I think all the golden moments are going to go up pretty much across the board. Short term, like maybe the uncommon Spider-Mans or like the Ben Rileys would like have more short term gain. Like if you sold Homer and just bought like 3 uncommon Ben Rileys plus a Zombie Hunter Spidey, like common, you might have some more like short term gains. But I think overall, I think Homer and Bart would serve you a bit better. After the next huge drop, keep Homer, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that your only golden moment? If it's your only golden moment too, like I would just hodl that. But it's like I said, very short term. Plus, it would take a lot of work too to sell those Ben Rileys and stuff, and that will take time. Like I'll just hold the golden moment. Miles Johnson, I should specify I have 2 Nightwings and 4 Ultramen, but sitting on them since drop. Okay, so you're asking to sell them. See, that's why I'm trying to like understand your question. Yeah, so like, yeah, because I don't know if you actually have the gems, the liquidity, or try to buy one or the other, or if you own one side and you want to sell it for the other side. Like, so that's why it's, I just assumed, so. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would do that. If you have that many and like, well, let's look up Nightwing really quick. I mean, Ultraman I couldn't care less about, to be honest. Let's see where Nightwing's at. It's because I'm in comics, that's why. I'm like, where is Nightwing? 2,400, he's actually gone up a bit. I don't know. I mean, Nightwing has also gone up to like 4K-ish or whatever. That's tough. I don't think you'd be wrong for doing it though. You have doubles, you're already entertaining the idea of getting like a Marvel Comics #1. The one thing I've kind of learned is like if you have a gut feeling, I usually just pull the trigger and just do it. You'll live with that decision way more than if you just like stool over it and just like think about it over and over and over. Like you're gonna get more upset about doubting yourself than just like, all right, I thought about doing this. I think it's a good decision. I'll do a little bit of research. All right, cool. I'm gonna do it. Pull the trigger. So I don't know. That's my take. Holy shit. All right, I'm gonna like really double time it through here because I feel like am I that far behind? Okay, never mind. Deadpool first appearance, comic crazy undervalued, yeah. Spider-Man SR or partner statue? I'm pretty sure partner statue is like half the value, right? Or did Spider-Man change? Did it actually get back to like a manageable price? I would have statue, to be honest. Like for a very, very long-term hold, I'd have statue. Even though this is the price that it's suggesting, I don't think that's the case. I'd have partners. You know, I think a while ago I would have said Secret Rare Spidey, but I think even if Secret Rare Spidey was at 100, I think I would still take a single statue because that's just the asking price, right? That's not like the actual price. Arslan Ula, thoughts on Deadpool Ultra Rare? I think it's great. I brought that one up like 2 or 3 times this stream. It's below 500. I think it's a very, very good steal right now. I had an all-time high of about 1,100 at one point. It'll take a while for it to get there, but I think it's a great pickup. Man, I'm gonna flip most of my stuff as soon as I can before I before the big dip or golden moments too. Yeah, true. X-Men 129 is the first appearance of all those. Is that really the case? If it says it on the comic, then cool. But if it doesn't, then it's not the first appearance. I'll just grab the common. Or wait. It says on here just the first appearance of Cutie Pride and Emma Frost, right? At least according to this, it only says Kitty Pryde and Emma Frost. At least that's what I'm seeing on here. Sorry if you can't. Yeah, right here it says first appearance of Kitty Pryde and Emma Frost. I feel like if it was more, it would say it. And I think it'd be kind of weird to have, if it was like a true first appearance, I think it'd be a bit weird to have basically them introduce X-Men with. Actually, these are all Veve unique covers, so it's, you know, it's not like an actual Thanksgiving thing. But I don't know. Yeah, not sure. Interesting thought. I don't know. Plus, like, Kitty Pryde's cool. Emma Frost is kind of cool, but it's, everyone's still waiting for like Wolverine and all those other like big first appearances, in my opinion. I didn't load up on comics when they were 2 to 7 gems. Jeez, so you've been here for a while. I love Zombie Hunter Spidey. Okay, yeah. God, I already think I read a lot of this. I have Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie, Mickey, and Pluto cards. I want to complete the Steamboat Willie set, but I also want Superman FA, Spider-Man common or uncommon. Should I just hold or flip the Ultra Rare? Do not flip the Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie. No. Just hold Steamboat Willie. That's way too big of a gamble in my opinion. Like, Superman's just doing some weird shit right now, and I would just not do it. Like, so is Steamboat Willie, but like Superman is just really out of whack. He could just stay there for a while. ASM number 1, price might get cut in half when Amazing Fantasy. I don't think it'll get cut in half. No, those are two just uniquely different. Those are both very popular comics in their own right. I don't think the price will get cut in half. At least I don't see it happening. If you mean the direct price, like if Amazing Fantasy goes for twice the price of ASM number 1, therefore cutting it half, maybe. Thanks for all your knowledge, man. Of course, resale. Thanks for the knowledge. Daddy needs a drop. Yeah, dude, don't we all? Totally agree. This is why I bought ASM number 1, first appearance of Spider. Yeah. Amazing Fantasy, it's Amazing Fantasy 15, whatever it is. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not a big comic book guy. All I know is like Amazing Fantasy 15 is like going to be a very big, is a massive deal for comic book collectors or just the app in general. Like that actually could cause a gem squeeze. And I think it's a perfect time to scoop stuff because 90% of the people still won't understand the comic.
This is Dan. Dan uses Navy Fed.
All right. I'm going to get off here in like 2 minutes anyway. Hi, everybody. Can we look at New Mutants? Yeah, we'll look at New Mutants really quick. I know when people have been talking about it. Thank you for your time. Thoughts on holding FA Wonder Woman or new Wonder Woman? Yeah, just hold Wonder Woman. Yeah, KY33. Like, you guys should just, in general, you should just be holding, unless you're going to make some sort of horizontal move. Not even horizontal, but relatively horizontal price action that you think another NFT, like a thing is going to like go up. Just sit. Just chill. All right, New Mutants. What do you want? Just the common? I'm assuming just the common. Common's at 40. I absolutely agree. This is why I have a body. Speculation for the drop this weekend. After last weekend, Pilly dropped. Some people are saying Marvel first appearance. Some people are thinking Star Wars at the end of this month, but end of this weekend, I couldn't tell you. Probably some more characters related to like Black History Month or something like that. I would love to see like Bishop or Spawn or Blade or any of those guys would be really sick. Black Panther, of course. Yeah, I mean, here's, yeah, it's stupid cheap. I mean, it's gone all the way up to 60 at one point. So yeah, I'm not sure what else to say, because I'm getting off here in 2 minutes. Is Amazing Spider-Man 361 worth it? Sure. This 50 has the biggest record sale physical of all time. Thanks, Vibes, for all your time, bro. Seriously, great content as always. Of course. Amazing stream as always. Keep it, bro. You'll be at 2K subs soon. Yeah, I'm not too worried about hitting 2K subs. Like, oh no, get there. Just keep making content. Black Panther, Green Lantern. Yeah, Green Lantern too. That's another good one. Dream, Hawaii. It's a good call. I think there's a lot of good ones too, as well. Don't think Spawn. That's another IP. Yeah, that is something different. It's not DC. It's under something else. But I feel like, wouldn't Todd McFarlane like have the IP or like some sort of say in it? Like he created Spawn. So, but Spawn would be sick. Hold ape or not? Or hold ape? Yeah, hold the ape. Sorry if I must have misread. Sorry, I'm like running 5-hour stream. Yeah, hold the ape. Just hold it. Ape strong. Ape no hurt ape. You know this. Hold the ape. Miles Morales collectible would be, yeah, Miles Morales too. Should I flip Mickey and Pluto? Jason Perez, if you really wanted to go for Master Collector points, you get comics. You don't need to like sell off 2 cards, and like even then, Steamboat Willie set, how much does that even give you? I think it actually gives you like a decent amount, but even then it's like, oh, it's because I'm looking at comics. Like, what the hell is going on? You get 6 points for Master Collectors. You know what also gives you 6.5 points? 3 rares and an uncommon, which nets you like what? Like 200 gems. There's half a dozen comics. There's actually like a dozen comics at or below 60 gems. That like, if you literally just bought, you could buy these 3, or you can even buy these 3 at 60, then buy an uncommon, and then your total value is like 200 gems. Like, I don't think you need to sell 2 lenticular cards, take a 300 gem hit and fees to like complete a set. Like, Steamboat Willie is a great set, like, don't get me wrong, but if you want, what's it called? Master Collector points, just get the comics, at least for right now. That's my take. Jason Perez. Talk soon, man. Can you show the cover of X-Men #4 uncommon? Gold Ape? Gold. I feel like you're just trolling me now. Hope to see you tomorrow. Great stream. Appreciate all. Yeah, I don't know if I can keep doing these like 5-hour streams. I need to come up with like an actual schedule. I do need more time for like, I do want to focus more on videos rather than like, but I do like the live streams. I just like, sometimes I just, before I know it, I'm like, holy shit, 5.5-hour stream. Like, that is nuts. But yeah, anyway, I'll talk to you guys next time. Be safe, and yeah, good luck on the drop tomorrow too, by the way.